4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. Oh, wait. Low end nyana. Okay. Go pin kulume.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing mic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Lapel number 1, lapel number 1, 2, 3,
okay,
4, 5, 6.
Ngozi. Let's go to number 2. Izolo angayisinka for number 2 bithola something, some interference. Zange isinka izolo singaskipper from now. We'll do number 3 ngiyakhumbula manje. Zange isinka izolo. Okay. I'm getting
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test mic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test mic 1, 2.
Thank you. Then we move on to number 4.
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lapel number 4, lapel number 4, lapel number 4. Lapel number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lapel number 4, lapel number 4, lapel number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, let's move on to the next. Thank you.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lapel number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2,
okay.
3.
Ngozi, next mic, please.
Three, 4, 5, 6. Lapel number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lapel number 6. 1, 2, 6, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
okay,
6.
thank you. Number 7.
Lapel number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Lapel number 7. 1,
thank
2,
you. Sounds
3,
fine. Thank
4,
you.
5, 6.
Number 8, please.
Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lapel number 8. Lapel number 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
Lapel number 8.
Ngozi Pumzi, thank you. Thanks. Oh, Pumzi, before we begin, Ndicela uteste le mic le ka-president, ngiyihlise kancinci to bring it closer to umlomo. Can you test that one again? Yeah. Because where you sit bar, it's quite low. I just want to check how it sounds now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, podium mic number 1, 2, 3,
Okay,
4, 5,
Aisha,
6.
ngosi. Yeah, Jambono number 2. Jambono number 2, manje usinkiwe. Do you wanna test it?
10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to go on stage.
Okay,
1, 2.
sayimute kancane.
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lapel number 2, lapel number 2, lapel number 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Okay,
8, 9,
ngosi
10.
Pums, it's fine, ngosi.
wanna feel good every day. I wanna wear a smile upon my face. I wanna feel the joys of the day. I wanna feel alive in every moment. Said I won't waste time on feeling blue. I won't waste time on things I cannot change. I'm gonna live this day
good morning, More, Dumelang, Sanbonan. We are going to request that those who are still trying to do greetings, you try to find your spaces. And our ushering teams are being requested that those who are still taking an opportunity to be in the stalls where there are exhibitions, they will have to try to come closer. The principals are already here. We know that there were some slight delays due to traffic congestion in the morning, especially those who are using M1 or N1. But it's going to be important that we start to get settled. We will then get an indication when the leadership is going to approach, because we will need to run a tight program. Please just try to wind up those few issues, and then in the next 3 to 5 minutes, please go to your allocated seats. Thank you very much.
all the same. Some things never change. It's all the same. Some things never change. It's all the same. Some things never change. I couldn't stop and say, you know. It's all the same. You won't take the blame. Even when you are blowing up. Oh my, you're my broken heart. Nobody's gonna save enough. Oh my,
The time now is 10:14. The president has been waiting us to be seated. They are already around with the minister at the stalls. And security was trying to help us about those who were delayed in terms of registration. In the next 6 minutes, we should start. And the ushers, please, I know there are reserved seats for the leadership and our portfolio committee, but please ensure that you allow people to sit so that they are much closer and not sitting there alone like an isolated island. But I need to convey our sincere apologies for the few minutes delay. We thought let's just keep you abreast so that we can proceed. And our ushering team and those who are allowing the issues of the store will allow to say, after the president, they are just done there, and the ministers and the premiers, we should start, then they will have to close, including those who are sorting out on registration. Please, let's not keep our people waiting. Thank you. are still moving, in the next minute, we will request you when we say so, that you will have to welcome His Excellency and our President of the Republic, but very shortly. At this stage, we are going to request all of us to rise and welcome His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Ramaphosa. Our President is accompanied by the host, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, uBabe Swamanzi, Malbongi Kamala Makoskazi. They are with our Minister for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Ubab Shabisa. Thank you very much, and our Premier for Gauteng and the other premiers. Let's just give them the round of applause while they are joining us on stage. While Your Excellency, we are still on your feet with the ministers and the Premier and all the delegates, we are going to request that we start with the national anthems of our Republic, followed immediately with the African anthem, AU anthem.
Così si keleli Afrika, malupagani su ponolwayo, izwa imitanda zoyetu, così si kelela tina, lusapolwayo, Murena buluka se chaba sa Jesu, ufedi se tintwale matwenye o se buluke si chaba sa Jesu, si chaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Uit blauw van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons zee, oor ons eeuwige gebergtes, waar die kranse antwoord gee. Sounds a call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise to
Thank you very much. We'll ask Your Excellency, your ministers and the delegates to take your seats. At this stage, as a requirement of occupational health and safety, we are going to have a clip so that when there are issues of emergency that requires the delegates to respond in a particular way, let's proceed and show that particular clip. Thank you.
Welcome to Gallagher Convention Centre. Please note that our venues are non-smoking zones. Kindly mind the venue's specific safety information. For any matters not addressed in this briefing, you can reach our security on 011 266 3026. The restrooms are located in the Hall 2 link. The smoking area is in the lower lobby outside the glass doors. No glassware may be removed from the venue. In the event of an emergency, a siren will sound, and the fire marshal, dressed in a yellow reflector jacket, will announce the emergency. On their instruction, the venue will be evacuated, and the visitors will be led to the assembly point. There are 5 fire escapes for this venue. 4 on the southern side of the hall, leading directly to the assembly point. 1 at the eastern side of the hall, leading to the main entrance next to Richards Drive. In the event of a medical emergency, please make your way to the dedicated medic room for this event. Thank you for paying attention to this safety briefing.
Thank you very much. Because of issues of time, there are certain items that we will shift a little bit because His Excellency has a tight schedule. Your Excellency, Mr. President, our Minister of Water and Sanitation, our host, Minister Majodina, and your colleagues, ministers in the IMC for Water and Sanitation, Inkosi, Ubabhlabisa Bulawayo, Minister Nkadiming, Premier Lesuf and colleagues, and other premiers that have joined here, President of SALCA, the leadership in Parliament, Portfolio Committee led by the Chair, and all our stakeholders. Access to safe sanitation and hygiene is enshrined in our Constitution and other laws as the most basic need for health and well-being. Most of our communities and sectors are already experiencing severe water insecurity, scarcity, intermittent supply, and no supply at all. Our department, led by Minister Majodina, is projecting that water scarcity will increase due to impact of climate change. Our minister, as directed by President, has identified 100 municipalities out of 144 that are experiencing service delivery challenges. A number of these municipalities, Your Excellency President, are unable to discharge their constitutional responsibility in a number of areas. And our reports from National Treasury Corporation, DWS, the Auditor General and research institutions, they have demonstrated that only few municipalities at this stage are able to discharge this function. And many of our communities and citizens and other sectors are subjected to widespread water and sanitation delivery failures and a lack of responsiveness. Therefore, His Excellency, our President, you correctly identified that our immediate crisis and priority is ensuring water security and water and sanitation reliability and supply for the benefit of all. Taking the call from you, Her Excellency, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, has answered your call, Mr. President, on how to increase investment in water and sanitation infrastructure, protection and restoration of water-related systems and hygiene, and ensure the reliability of supply. As you directed us in Cabinet, the Indaba should be in a position in theory and practice to demonstrate the interconnectedness of water to health, poverty reduction, food and energy, security, peace, and human rights and ecosystem education. As we have said, President, when you approved this Indaba that the minister should hold, we now know that water availability is becoming less predictable due to climate change. Without better infrastructure planning, financing, implementation, and management, we need agility through climate change mitigation measures. Therefore, as agreed with yourself and Minister, this Indaba in the main should look at finding consensus, one on the delivery or implementation model to accelerate delivery. Increasing investment through financing options and ensuring viability of the sector. Thirdly, enhancing and strengthening technical and operational capacity to improve the current system efficiency. Fourthly, to build partnerships through building water-sensitive and resilient communities. And lastly, is to fighting criminality and corruption and the vandalism that is happening in the water sector. Therefore, we should work together and hold each other accountable when we rise for our actions and commitments on how increased investment on water research and development, technological transfers, recognition of existing body of knowledge, including indigenous systems, while promoting inclusion of women, youth, and people with disability in water and sanitation. Here, Mr. President, and our host, Minister Majodina, we have a body of independent minds that will make us see the challenges and solutions through the different angles. Let the thousand flowers bloom in this important gathering, as directed by our Commander-in-Chief and the Head of State, President Cyril Ramaphosa. At this stage, I'm going to ask our host Premier for the Gauteng Province, Premier Panyaza Lesuf, to ascend to the stage to do his welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. Truly appreciate it as a program director. Our President, Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa, Minister Phemi Majodina, Deputy Ministers that are responsible for this portfolio of water, Ministers that are here, the Minister of Kokta, Honorable Minister Hlabisa, the Premiers that are here, and other Deputy Ministers that are here. President Minister Phemi Majodina, Babes Wamanzi, has convened all of us here under one roof so that we can plan together. She has convened us here under one roof so that we can share ideas together. She has further convened us here under one roof so that we can strategize and pave a way forward that will resolve challenges that we have of water. Gathered here are experts in water. Gathered here are researchers in water. Gathered here are people that have made water their terrain of struggle. Ours is to consolidate our ideas, package them, and ensure that our people get access to clean water. The good thing about this gathering, President, is that we will avoid duplicating ideas, we'll avoid duplicating strategies, we'll further avoiding duplicating things that we can do together separately and having an impact. So we are not only excited as the Gauteng province to host you, we are looking forward to the resolutions and the ideas that will be formulated in the next 2 days. President, reality is, and that's exactly what the Deputy Minister have said, that our major challenge is not the shortage of water, but it's the management of water and the distribution of water in our province. We have stated during the State of the Province address of the province that we've identified 13 challenges that we call G13 as problems that need to be resolved by government. High on that agenda is the issue of water. During the month of November, December, many communities in Gauteng were going through difficulties of water. Through the assistance and intervention of the minister, the deputy ministers, provincial government and local government, we took decisive decisions that were delaying. And I want to thank Minister Pemi Majodina, not only for her presence, but for her firmness on some decisions that need to be taken, whether other people like it or not. As I'm speaking to you, Minister President, we've managed to unlock the blockages of 2 pumping stations that were making it difficult for water to be pumped to our citizens in our province. For that, I want to thank the Minister. Minister, last 2 days, you confirmed something that had been said to me many years ago, that Stone Age didn't end because that generation ran out of stones. Stone Age ended because new ideas were planted. In the last 2 days, together with Water, I've seen the new Jerusalem, where the new form of purification of water and the new form of transportation of water and the biggest treatment plant will be built so that we can solve future problems of water in our province. And I want to thank Water and their team, especially their board, for this commitment. This, appropriately launched, will resolve majority of our problems in our province. And thanks again, Minister, for giving us guidance and for giving us support. And everyone that is here, thank you once more. We are looking forward to our ideas, but most importantly, we are looking forward to the implementation of those ideas so that we can confirm water is life, sanitation is dignity. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Comrade Premier. As I've indicated, there is a slight change on the program. The messages of support and the other input will happen immediately after the main address. Your Excellency, Mr. President, here Minister Majodina has her colleagues, as I've said, all the ministers, our premiers and MECs responsible for local government, our mayors are here and other councillors. We are also having the leadership of Parliament, led by the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Passon. My colleagues, Deputy Ministers are also here, especially Deputy Minister Sitlul of Water and Sanitation. Organized local government, they are here, SALGA, led by their President. We also have senior officials at all levels. Our DG, Sean Phillips, supported by the other heads of department and your office in the presidency, the provincial HODs, at the very same time, the MMs or city mayors, were also supported, Your Excellency, by business that are actually one of the biggest users here, whether in agriculture, in energy, and all the other sectors, including the experts and the brain trust that must be having the wherewithal to solve the water issues. At this stage, I have an honor and a privilege to ask Her Excellency, our Minister of Water and Sanitation, to come and request His Excellency, our President, to make his address. Let's welcome Ubabe Swamanzi, the Minister of Life and Dignity.
Thank you very much, DM Mahlobo. Let me stand on the established protocols to save time. And Honorable President, allow me to apologize that we did not start on time because some of our delegates only arrived this morning for their accreditation. Hence, we had to change the program. I'm still going to greet all delegates here in accordance to their structures as they've attended this session. But as we have spoken, President, on the 6th of February, during the State of the Nation address, that water is now priority number one. Here are the brains, here are the heads that come together to say, how do we respond to that as the water sector? This is the sector that will make the economy grow. This is the sector that will make livelihoods to be safe. This is the sector that will make development to prosper in our areas. Allow me, delegates, to invite a person who needs no introduction. He has been in government. He was the deputy president. He is now the president. When he came in, he was called President Tumamina. Now he's called President Ramza. Allow me to invite on stage the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. Can we stand to give that honor to the President? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Program Director, Deputy Minister Mahlobo, the Minister of Water, Sanitation, Pemi Majodina, who today, as I saw her, I said, you look like water indeed. And Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister Tlabisa, who tells me that much as he may come from the royal family, he's not a chief. So let's just correct that. He may look like a chief, but he's not a chief. And the Premier of Gauteng, Mr. Lusufi Panyaza, who, as I arrived, apologized that he was not at an event where I was a few days ago, and I told him that I was very pleased that he was not there, because each time he is there, I hear people always saying, Panya, 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 hoi, 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 hoi. And they never say the same about me. So I had some culprits saying, hoi, hoi. So they are going to be hunted down. So thank you for your welcome, Premier. And the President of Salga, Councillor Stofile, representatives of various water boards and management agencies, and CTA, the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, and representatives of the Water Research Commission, and representatives from academia and the water research sector, and local government representatives, and representatives from civil society organizations and government officials, but also importantly, members of parliament who are here amongst us today. And all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and business people who are out here as well, and some of whose display I saw outside, which are very, very impressive and very innovative. It is indeed my pleasure to address this Indaba, whose purpose, I've just confirmed once again, is to develop a clear, clean path to progressively realize the right of our citizens to adequate water and sanitation. As I came in, some of the media people said, President, do you think this Indaba will lead to anything? Is this not a waste of money? Well, firstly, most of the costs are going to be spread around between government and the private sector, who we thank in advance for sponsoring the holding of this Indaba. We thank you so much for that. So whatever cost there is going to be spread, but what we should be focusing on is the outcomes of this Indaba. This is a very important Indaba which comes on the heels of the State of the Nation address, where we raised the importance of water and made it priority number one. March, the month that we are in now, is Human Rights Month, and it is a time when we celebrate the progress that we have made in giving effect to the Bill of Rights in the Constitution. Coming from an apartheid past where rights, one, were not written in any document, where rights were arbitrarily given and taken away. Now we have a constitution that sets out the rights of our people. And we are one of the very few countries that has a constitution that also talks about this important resource that we are about today. These rights, including the right to access to sufficient food and water, are interrelated and interconnected and interdependent. At their center is the most fundamental right of all the rights, the right to human dignity. Beyond being a strategic national asset and a national resource and a key enabler to economic growth and the supporter of life, the provision of water is about restoring and affirming the dignity of all. Water and sanitation are key to our development. As such, water stewardship, namely its governance, its management, and equitable distribution, is a national priority. Perhaps we need to start with understanding what this important resource called water is all about and what it does to sustain human life and to drive economic development. There's a global commission that has been formed on the economics of water, in which one of my presidential economic advisors, Professor Mariana Mazzucato, sits, which was established to redefine the way we value and govern and manage water. They define water as essential for life, which we should all know, and say that it moves in a complex and often invincible way all around us. They argue that from its source, from whence it cometh, and to where it sinks in the ground, water connects every creature on the planet, animals and human beings. They categorize water as blue water and green water. Blue water, they say, is found in rivers, in lakes, and aquifers. And underneath our feet and soils, the soils hold moisture, essential for plants to grow, and this is called green water, as these plants release green water back into the atmosphere. Now, as a country, we can be proud of the progress that we have made in fulfilling the basic right that is enshrined in our Constitution, the right of our people to have water and to have dignity. The National Water Act of 1998 was the key legislative enabler to facilitate access to adequate water and sanitation for all our people. The results of Census 2022 point to our ongoing progress since the National Water Act was signed into law. In 2022, access to clean water stood at 88.5%, and access to improved sanitation stood at 80.7%. One contrasts this with the apartheid legacy, where by 1994, approximately 30% of the population lacked access to adequate water supply, and more than 50% were without adequate sanitation. If you look at the two statistics, you will then see that tremendous progress has been made. The Department of Water and Sanitation is indeed to be commended for its ongoing efforts to improve water and sanitation across the access, sanitation and water access across the country. This includes progress towards meeting the minimum standards for the provision of water and sanitation services and addressing connection backlogs. Water infrastructure is being built, and that build process is on the up. It is going up. The National Infrastructure Fund has to date secured 23 billion rand for 7 large water infrastructure projects. And phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands water project has resumed, as has the work on the Umkomazi Dam, and the preparations are underway for the construction of Ntabelanga Dam on the Umzimvubu River. Now, many of these may well have delayed for years and years, and we regret that. We've been talking about a number of these projects, like Umzimvubu Dam, for well over 10 years. But we've now reached a stage in the 6th administration and now in the 7th administration that we are now going to push ahead and allocate money, and serious money that runs into billions of rands, to make sure that we do construct water resources that will enable reticulation to our people as well as to economic centers in our country. That, in my book, is progress. So progress is being made, much as we are going through a number of challenges. Challenges of water shortages in Gauteng, water shortages in eThekwini, and water shortages even in rural parts of our country. We have a number of other water infrastructure projects earmarked for blended financing through infrastructure fund, such as the Podihadi Dam, which will feed 490 million cubic liters of water, of water a year from the Lesotho Highlands into the Vaal River system. Whilst these long-term water infrastructure build projects will undoubtedly mitigate current supply challenges being experienced, we are keenly aware at the same time that security of supply is by no means our only challenge. We are still very much a long way from achieving clean water and sanitation for all, as encapsulated in the Sustainable Development Goal number 6 of the United Nations. Last year's Water Summit identified aging and poorly maintained infrastructure, vandalism of water infrastructure, illegal connections, organized crime in the water sector as some of the challenges facing service delivery in this sector. There are people who make it their business to go and cut water lines to create businesses for themselves so that they can cut water in trucks and tanks to our people. Now, that is the criminality that has now entered the water space. And this is what we must collectively talk about here and find ways of bringing that to an end. That should end is a must. We must bring that to an end. And suddenly there are all these very important business people who drive around in fancy cars, but who have water trucking businesses, when water should be transported through pipes. No, what they do, they get their henchmen to go and cut the water lines and then make sure that there's failure by the local authority to deliver water, leading to the alternative of relying on them to transport water, because they make money out of transporting water. There's no dignity for our people to be standing alongside the street just tapping water from a truck where somebody is making a lot of money. This must end. We must bring this to an end. Now, at local government level, financial mismanagement, insufficient revenue collection systems, and high levels of physical water losses are compounding existing service delivery problems. The mismanagement in our local government space must also come to an end. We must use modern methods of managing our water. We must use advanced methods of making sure that the management of this very important resource is well managed. These challenges have been consistently reflected in the reports of the Municipal Strategic Self-Assessment, Stats SA, and the Auditor General. She recounts events and instances and cases where water is now treated as a business and where corruption is quite plentiful. With this dire state of affairs, we have seen declining private sector investment in water infrastructure, a situation that is only now improving. By equal measure, municipalities themselves have not reinvested the revenue they earn from the provision of services to the upkeep of key water infrastructure. Governance challenges and inefficiencies at the various reporting entities, including water boards, have long been in the public domain. A number of water boards have been or are the subject of probes by the Special Investigating Unit or the SIU for corruption and fraud. These are problems impacting a country with a growing population. That is one of the most water-scarce countries in the world. Much as the Premier says, we do not have a water availability problem. We do, but the key problem is in bringing water to the people. This water in Indaba must be located within the broader global context. The World Resources Institute estimates that the biggest challenge in water demand between now and 2050 will occur in sub-Saharan Africa. It ranks South Africa amongst 25 countries that are extremely water stressed and that are currently using over 80% of their water supply to meet domestic needs. At a global level, the climate crisis will further exacerbate not just South Africa's, but the world's water security. Now, these factors make for what is called a perfect storm. where dry taps, broken infrastructure, and poor management of water resources at local government level is fueling growing public discontent. And we can see it in a number of areas in our country when our people who rely on government to provide water are dissatisfied, are unhappy, and are even taking to the streets protesting about the lack of water. Grievances with water and sanitation delivery are behind a number of social protests across the country. In the State of the Nation address earlier this year, we defined a secure and reliable water supply across the country as an urgent strategic priority. And it is our expectation that this Water Indaba will be focused, will be precise, and outcomes-based, and not just a talk shop or be about deliberations. And I'd like to congratulate the Minister and colleagues that she works with for holding this Indaba soon after the State of the Nation address. It shows that they are becoming action-oriented, and I want to see that continuing going forward, because this indeed is an emergency. What is needed is an urgent and high-level national turnaround plan on water is that it should firstly align to the Government of National Unity's medium-term development plan 2025 to 2029. And secondly, that it should harness the momentum of the reforms in the sector. Operation Vulindlela has prioritized reforms in the water sector to improve water quality, to catalyze investment in the construction and maintenance of water infrastructure, and strengthen regulation in the sector as well. Under the 6th administration, we reintroduced the drop water quality monitoring system as an important incentive. The reports are particularly important in an area where water resources are key to tourism, to agriculture, as well as to other sectors, and basically to the livelihood of our people. As part of the structural reform process that we are involved in, we have been able to significantly reduce the turnaround time for issuing water use licenses. When the business community came to us and said they are at times having to wait for 3 years before they get a water license, we immediately set up a reform team and asked the question, why does it take so long to have a water use license? And in the end, the process of reforming that regulatory framework has led to 75% of applications are now processed within 90 days. An additional 110 technical and scientific staff have been hired to support further process improvements. And we want, in the end, to see the water licensing process to be brought down to a month or even days. Once you have applied, everything must be done to give you that approval. And if you are refused, to give you reasons why you are approved. That is how government should now function. We must function efficiently. We must function using technology. We must bring in modernity. But more importantly, we must bring in speed and remove fraud, as well as corruption in the whole sector. That is the direction in which we are headed, and we will get there. Last year, we published the raw water pricing strategy as part of promoting efficient water management and following a process initiated in 2022 under Operation Vulindlela. This will be key to promoting transparency on how raw water is priced in the country, and it will also contribute towards instilling business and investor confidence. Creating an enabling legal and regulatory framework for water stewardship is a priority. Through the Water Services Amendment Bill, we will introduce a licensing system for water service providers and remove licenses where providers do not meet the standards for quality drinking water. By next year, we hope to finalize the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, one of the most significant reforms coming to the sector to date. When I looked at just the water architecture in our country, and it was in the 6th administration where I think for the first time in many years we were able to have a broad architectural analysis of water in our country. It then inspired us to move towards having an authority that will make things happen and happen very quickly. One of the things that we did in the past was to introduce, for instance, and establish the road agency, Sandral. When we did, we were then able to lay out roads throughout our country much more effectively and efficiently. And this is precisely what we are also seeking to achieve through this agency. So this agency will bring strategic alignment, consistency and accountability to the various institutional arrangements for water stewardship that have to date proven to be less than ideal. As we do all these things, we have implemented a number of strategic interventions to enhance the delivery of water services in municipalities and support them to address their water and sanitation challenges. One of such interventions where we are seeing sustained progress is with the Presidential eThekwini Working Group in KwaZulu-Natal. The ongoing oversight of the Presidential Water Task Team will augment these efforts, and I'm pleased that some of its members are here today and can testify to the way in which it is improving the whole water system in eThekwini. Resolving our country's water and sanitation challenges necessitates deepened collaboration between all stakeholders in the water resource management system. And that is why I'm so pleased that there are so many participants from various subsectors of the water ecosystem. And there needs to be greater cooperation between the national and provincial government, the water resource management entities, and the private sector, as well as the local government sector, to support the turnaround of water stewardship. Now, if we treat water as a top priority that can sustain the lives of our people as well as drive economic growth in our country, it is in the water sector that we need to show our seriousness and our determination to resolve the challenges we have. And much of this focus must be on supporting service delivery at local government level where it matters most. It must be about resolving the problem of water leaks. I'm told that we lose up to 54% of our water through leakages along the whole value chain, apart from the theft that takes place. Now, structural reforms in the water sector, as vital as they may be, cannot be effectively implemented without local government being strengthened. My call, therefore, to national government as well as to provincial government is to use this Indaba as an opportunity to chart a practical course for supporting municipalities across the country in the delivery of water and sanitation. For example, municipalities are not effectively leveraging, for instance, the likes of the Urban Settlements Development Grant, the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, and other ring-fence financial resources to improve the provision of these services in their local areas. And it is when they wake up and are able to utilize these facilities, financing facilities, that they will be able to gain traction. And it is a shame when one often hears that municipalities have returned money to the fiscus without utilizing it, and yet the service delivery needs in their areas are so huge. Now, for its part, local government leadership needs to prioritize turnaround strategies for their respective water services authorities. It will be crucial that the recommendations of the 2024 Water Summit, as well as of the various reports, including the drop reports, are actually implemented as part of their corrective plans. So this Indaba must therefore not become an exercise of problem diagnosing. We should not be here to diagnose the problem. We know what the problem is. We know the problem of water in our country. The challenges are well known. What is needed now is course correction. We need to correct what is going wrong. And we also need a comprehensive plan that will expand access to water and sanitation services, improve the quality of water and sanitation infrastructure, and bring stability and good governance to all the entities involved in the South African water stewardship. As I was coming in, one of those who are displaying their wares, they've been involved in the whole challenge of removing pit latrines in schools. And I asked them, why is it taking so long? Because we must treat the issue of sanitation as a life and death type of challenge. We've had children dying in pits in our schools, and that must come to an end. And we've got the technologies to bring that to an end. Please, let us save our children's lives in our schools through good sanitation. And there's just no reason why things that can be done take so long to be done. I'm now saying to my colleagues that with every memo they bring, with every proposal they bring, it should no longer just be what are the financial implications, what are the constitutional implications, what are the legal implications. I now say, what is the time frame? I want to see what the time frame is, because everything must be done in a hurry. Because we often take decisions, and after taking decisions, we park them to the side and leave them on the shelf and Every day becomes mañana, 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 and we will see one other doing it another day. And we must now act quickly, and so quickly as it should be like saving a person from a burning house. And this is the emergency activity of implementation that we must now underpin everything we do. When we take a decision, we must say, when is it going to be implemented? It should no longer be, will it be implemented? It should now be, when will it be implemented? Once we've done the financial costing. It has been said many a time that as humans, we can survive for a time without food, but without water, there is no life, and we will perish. Others have argued that unless we radically change our approach to managing this precious resource, the wars of the next century will be fought over water. Now, the people of South Africa look forward to this Water and Sanitation Indaba with a measure of hope. And some are skeptical, as can be understood, because they've often seen us holding many indabas, and we always delay in implementing what we have decided. But let us increase their hope, and let us come up with a clear strategy and a plan on how to uphold the dignity of South Africans through the provision of the most important resource that all of us need as humans, including animals. All of us as creations on this earth, we need water. And we also need sanitation services that are, and this is a basic right. We also look to this Indaba for a clear vision for ensuring South Africa's water security well into the future. So, colleagues, I wish you well as you endeavor to find solutions, and solutions you will, in fact, I should say, you must find, because this is an emergency. The challenge of water in our country is an emergency. So I wish you well in your deliberations, and I look forward to the Minister of Water and Sanitation, who today, as you can see, is dressed like water itself, will come and report back to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, our President, for giving us the marching orders. Comrade President, I normally joke with Minister Matole, Comrade Pemi, that one president, there were many difficulties in his country, so that it could be seen that he was very decisive. There was no rain for quite some time. To show the decisiveness, the Minister of Water was fired. Then, but we're always saying with Comrade Pemi and Deputy Minister Sitlulu that there are too much rains, we look safe. But it looks like our President is upping the scale on our performance. That is going to put us on terms that South Africans must have their inalienable right to have access to water, including the benefits. Thank you very much, President. And we did take copious notes, President. Even when you spoke, we could get to the framework. What are the issues we should include? Therefore, those who will be facilitating on our behalf, those who wanted to be doing lamentations, like in a holy book, they'll have no space because we will want to say what is a concrete action by who, by when, and where are the resources. That's what we'll produce and Minister give it to you. At this stage, I will want to ask to allow the Minister of Water and Sanitation to accompany the President because of other national importance and commitments. We are giving the President a leave of absence, then we'll revert back to our program. Minister and Your Excellency, Mr. President, once again, we feel honored that you were in a position to give us the marching orders. Sesiyanixosha Mongameli. Singavalelisa umongameli sithi ke Ramaphosa sikurata kaufela. Ramaphosa sikurata kaufela. We molo molo. I can see water people can't know how to sing. No, thank you very much. Let's give our president a round of applause while he is exiting the venue. We are going to request that the president of SALCA, my brother and a leader, Comrade Stofile, should come and make the messages of support. He's sitting next to my brother, Ubaba Umasemula, our Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. SALCA, we are partners in this matter. Or is my brother, the Deputy President, who's going to address on behalf of SALCA. Leadership, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Program Director, Deputy Minister Mahlobo, Honorable President Ramaphosa, and the hosting Minister, Minister Machutina, Honorable Minister of Culture, Honorable Hlabisa, and Deputy Minister Masemula, and other Deputy Ministers that are present here, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, as well as other premiers present, MECs, Honorable Councillors, Members of Parliament, Honorable Delegates, all officials present. We thank the Department for putting this 2025 Water and Sanitation Services Indaba together and convening us all. We welcome the opportunity to engage in this important forum. We further welcome the objectives of consensus building, monitoring of progress, and jointly developing an action plan to address our current water and sanitation challenges. Honorable DM Mahlobo. As we deliberate, I would like to repeat the concerns we raised at the 2024 summit, as these challenges still persist. We must appreciate some challenges that impact municipalities, but are beyond the direct and exclusive control of municipalities, such as the financial viability of some municipalities. The reality is that most municipalities are not just financially viable and are therefore unable to provide services. National Treasury tells us, Honorable Minister of Culture, that 60% of the 257 municipalities are bankrupt and insolvent. And this is a serious problem that requires urgent action. Theft and vandalism at a level of organized crime that targets municipal infrastructure. I think the President also spoke about this challenge. Where we fix today and it is stolen by tomorrow morning, pump stations and mechanical equipment at treatment plants have been a target. This has a direct contribution on environmental pollution levels. We need to resolve this, as fighting organized crime is not a competence of municipalities. Construction mafia that undermines our construction projects and ability to complete infrastructure projects. This results in challenges with infrastructure grant expenditure, where we lose money, but not because we don't want to spend or can't spend, but because of criminal elements in the construction sector. These are not excuses, but the realities that municipalities must grapple with every day. After deliberations with our members, we would like again to elevate the 6 recommendations that we as SALGA made in the 2024 summit, and these were: any work done to support a municipality must consider the whole community, which means community, council, and administration, as it will take the whole to make any lasting and sustainable change. There can be no success without meaningful collaboration between all stakeholders. The positive impact of continuous councillor training and development should not be underestimated. A capacitated leadership is a capable leadership. Differentiation, responsiveness, and agility in support are critical. Municipalities are similar and different. One size fits all solution does not work. Some change will be immediate and other changes will take time. We must therefore have reasonable expectations. We all have a role to play in creating an enabling environment for municipal success and sustainability. Additional to these honorable delegates, SALGA wishes to raise a few new matters of concern that are affecting municipalities, and these are as follows. We met as SALGA and the Department of Water and Sanitation political leadership in August 2024 and agreed to establish an intergovernmental platform for water and sanitation. This would enable the local government leadership to meaningfully engage with the ministry on a consistent and continuous basis. We have, however, not made progress in establishing such a platform. The matter of the independent economic regulator for the water sector in the medium term and working better in bulk water tariffing consultations by the water boards. Most municipalities have indicated that they cannot afford the proposed water board tariff increases that are far above inflation of 4.5%. The proposed average increase by the water boards is 12.5%, and this is simply not affordable for municipalities. The opening of criminal cases against municipalities for pollution and how support through the infrastructure grants may be a better solution. Where one government, let's collaborate and not criminalize one another. And we want the same thing at the end, that of servicing communities. We are also awaiting feedback on the local government position on the Water Services Amendment Bill. We made substantive inputs and stand eager to work collaboratively in improving and modernizing our legislative landscape. We also call for greater transparency and accountability in the Water Services Act, Section 63 interventions by the Department of Water and Sanitation. We have had many instances where we feel due process is not always fully followed. This is resulting in these interventions having negative outcomes for municipalities. We also want to raise concerns around national reform program like Operation Vulindlela. While we acknowledge the need to find solutions to improve the status quo, this must be done in an intergovernmental and collaborative manner with meaningful consultation and engagement. Local government is not a junior sphere of government and should be part of crafting solutions to the challenges we have. I also wish to assure the country that we are committed to realizing water security, Honorable Minister. But we call for an inclusive and collaborative approach in reaching this mutually beneficial destination. Thank you very much.
I want Comrade Xola to sit to me on the submission, Comrade Masemula, on the space for Ntate Stofile. Thank you very much to SALCA. Let's give them a round of applause. And the issues that they want to discuss with us. It was our Deputy President, Xola Phakathi, who was addressing us. At this stage, we need to call our Minister responsible for local government, which is cooperative governance and traditional affairs in the Republic of South Africa, Minister Hlabisa Bulawai. You have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the Honorable Deputy Minister Umahlobo. I want to greet His Excellency, who has just left, the President of South Africa, the Honorable President Ramaphosa, who was a keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister Penny Machodina, the Premier of the Gauteng province, who was part of this gathering, but who has also just left. I want to greet all premiers who are present, the honorable ministers, deputy ministers, Minister Masemula, the Deputy Minister for COGTA, SALCA, led by the Deputy President. We have just shared a message of support. Our mayors, I can see the mayor of the city of Johannesburg, all our mayors, MECs, the Director General, and all other senior government officials, heads of SOEs, water services authorities, and sector partners, members of the media, and esteemed delegates. Let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude for being part of the Water and Sanitation Indaba today. We are assembled here as leaders from government and various sectors of society, united by a fundamental responsibility to uphold the dignity of our citizens by ensuring their access to clean water and adequate sanitation. Together, let us engage in a meaningful discussions and collaborative efforts to develop practical solutions that will enhance the well-being of our communities. As we conclude the Human Rights Month in South Africa, we reflect not just on ideals enshrined in our Constitution, but on daily lived realities of our people. This Indaba serves as a reminder that the right to clean water and dignified sanitation is not optional, not a favor, and certainly not a luxury. It is a foundational right that speaks directly to the dignity and health of every South African. Water is more than a resource. It is a heartbeat of life, the foundation of health, and a lifeline to development. Sanitation is about dignity, privacy, and safety. Access to clean water and decent sanitation is not a privilege to be earned. It is a right to be realized, enshrined in our Constitution and affirmed by the global community through the Sustainable Development Goals. We are here today not only as policymakers and leaders, but as custodians of a shared responsibility. We must confront the reality on the ground, a fact often obscured by numbers but lived out in the daily life struggles of our people. Today, 3 million South Africans still do not have access to safe drinking water, and about 14 million, many of them women and children, live without proper sanitation. The forces driving these crises are complex, ranging from rapid urbanization, climate change, decaying infrastructure, and municipalities strained by financial and institutional distress. We appreciate and welcome the introduction of incentive-based regulatory schemes, namely Blue Drop, Green Drop, and No Drop programs. These programs have brought to light what many communities already know and experience daily. The system is strained, and in some areas it is broken. Only 40% of water systems meet microbiological safety standards. Nearly half of our water treatment systems are at medium to critical risks. Wastewater treatment works, many of which are located in rural and small town municipalities, are failing to meet even the most basic environmental standard. Non-revenue water, which is water lost through leaks, theft, or mismanagement, now stands at 46.4%, costing the country billions of liters every year. As COGTA, we recognize that water and sanitation are primarily local government functions. However, the local sphere cannot be left to struggle alone. Our role is to support, intervene, and enable. COGTA has redirected 494 million rands from the municipal infrastructure grant to support the refurbishment of 21 dysfunctional wastewater treatment works. Through MISA and the Results Management Office, we are providing project management, planning and compliance support to 54 water services authorities. We have worked with the Department of Water and Sanitation to review and accelerate over 60 corrective action plans for our municipalities. This Indaba, therefore, must shape our focus to be on collaboration and collective action aimed at creating a more prosperous South Africa. Honorable Chair and Program Director, I want to respond to a comment that is constantly being made that this Indaba is a waste of money, and this money should have been redirected to provide water to our people. COGTA disagrees with that view. We are of the view that this Indaba is a right step to the coordinated plans across sectors for sustainable, efficient, and effective water management and provision in South Africa. We believe that a full capacity needs to be created in our municipalities. As a result, COGTA has responded to the call by the President for a reviewed white paper on local government, which we have launched in the month of March 2025. And this process will be completed in March 2026. By March 2026, COGTA will present a reimagined state of future municipalities in South Africa, which will address the question of the funding model, and also that do we need to have the 257 municipalities, some of whom which are not ideal and have to exist. This will be a thorough, engaging process with all key stakeholders, so that by the time when it comes to an end, we emerge with municipalities that will be fit for purpose and with a sufficient formula in terms of funding to make our municipalities able to meet their responsibilities. The challenges related to water and sanitation are deeply interconnected with various aspects, including governance, finance, land use, housing, and disaster resilience. We must approach these issues collectively. Debt management in the value chain of provision of water supply and sustainability of water boards is critical. Municipalities owe water boards. On the other hand, municipalities are owed huge sums of money by government departments, businesses, and ordinary citizens. The culture of paying for water services in the whole value chain must be a point of departure. COGTA and Treasury, we are engaged in a discussion which must be concluded in May this year, where all departments owing municipalities must be compelled through Treasury to pay what they owe to municipalities. And also to ensure that once municipalities have been assisted by Treasury to compel government departments to pay municipalities, municipalities therefore will have to ring fence money for water and pay water boards. To this end, we advocate for a comprehensive approach to prevent the collapse of water boards due to water debts. We call upon the businesses and all citizens who are not indigent citizens to make municipalities functional by paying the water services. Through full collaboration among government entities and societal stakeholders, water security can be achieved. This includes aligning planning and budgeting efforts across departments such as the Department of COGTAM, Water and Sanitation, SALCAM, the National Treasury, and the provincial governments. We must also enhance technical support for our municipalities, particularly those in under-resourced and rural areas. Furthermore, fostering innovative partnership with the private sector, academic institutions, and community-based organizations will be key. Lastly, we must prioritize investment in the climate-smart and resilient infrastructure with an estimated requirement of 570 billion over the next 5 years. Together, we can build a sustainable future for all. As we engage in this Indaba, let us unite under a shared mission to transform water and sanitation from mere necessities into powerful symbols of progress and inclusivity. Together, we can ensure that dignity is uplifted with every drop. Let this be our rallying cry for a future where no one is left behind in the quest for clean water and essential sanitation. COGTAM supports this Indaba, and we are looking forward to positive outcome to support our communities and our municipalities to provide sufficient services. Thank you, Program Director.
Once again, thank you very much, Your Excellency, our Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. On a lighter note, babes wamanzi, no Bulawayo. Manje ngihleli no Comrade Xola la. Makuthiwa kukoledwa ama water board akaqhwabi. Kodwa makuthiwa kukoledwa umasipala baqhwaba kakhulu. Kanti uMinisa uclear nje ukuthi the user pay principle must happen. Now at this stage, we have managed to catch up with our program. Our host and the leader of the water sector in the Republic of South Africa requires no introduction. She's leading all of us in the entire value chain, whether the clouds that are gathering in the ecosystem. It was raining now before she spoke. In other words, ndoni yamanzi asizogxotha emsebenzini. Manje Minister, I'm still learning. I will actually demand, because I'm chairing today, ukuthi mawugqibezela usifundise le theme yethu yokuthi nanka amafu ayahlangana liyaqala liyana seliyaduma. Let's welcome Her Excellency, our Minister of Water and Sanitation, Comrade Phemima Jordina Umathol. Wathinta abafazi? Wathinta abafazi? Wena? leadership.
Thank you very much, DM Mahlobo. President in absentia, Honorable Minister Hlabisa, Honorable Minister Nkadimeng Sibelane, Deputy Minister Sihlulo, Deputy Minister Dr. Masemula, Honorable Premiers present here and acting premiers that are sent by premiers of various provinces, MECs, the oversight body, the Portfolio Committee of Water and Sanitation, led by the chairperson, Honorable Passon, the leadership of SALGA, led by the Deputy President, National House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, executive mayors, local mayors, city managers, municipal managers, chairpersons and CEOs of water boards and CMAs, representatives of institutions of higher learning, private companies, CEOs of business present here, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to greet you this midday. I'm going to cut my speech short, but we are going to circulate the speech because most of the issues have been covered by the President, DG and the entire team. We're here today, esteemed guests and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to take stock of the call that was made by President that water is priority number one. President having said that, how do we move forward as this water sector? We have invited water experts. We have invited the business, especially the business sector, which is a beneficiary to water. The beverage companies, they use and consume a lot of water. And we must come together and say, if we allow this precious resource to perish, we will also perish. We're here because we understand there is no substitute for water. Every drop counts. When there was drought in the Western Cape, it is then we realized that the country can go dry. I want to assure you present here, ladies and gentlemen, that our water balance is approximately very good. We have water in the water resource. The crisis that we have is the water that is not reaching our communities. It is the water that we walk and run with on the streets. If we had a water crisis, there was not going to be any water, not a drop going down the street. We must all find a solution. We did not invite any other people outside the water sector. We invited you because we know you have solution. Government cannot work alone. The lawmakers are here, and we are often blamed when there is no water, Honorable Reddy. What is this minister doing when there's no water? And when you said Parliament, pay me must go, pay me must go. Yaxosha ngoku ngabantu bamaba. There is a value chain in water. We are responsible for water as it rains in the atmosphere. That is our space where it starts. To the river. That is our space, abstraction of that water from the river to the dam. Building those dams, those big dams to ensure that you get water. And blocking the multi-billion projects so that we can keep water, save water, to send it to municipalities. It is us that is assisting in terms of the water treatment plant, that from those dams, the water must reach the water treatment plant. This is what is our mandate as Department of Water and Sanitation. But when there is no water, that value chain is not understood. The municipalities are supposed to build water reservoirs in order to connect from the water treatment plants to their reservoirs. And that water must reach each and every citizen in the country. We fully understand our history and the backlog of service delivery, the decaying water infrastructure. But that does not mean people must not get water. We're here in this Indaba today because we acknowledge the fact that water is a basic and a fundamental human right. And if we are not working together to ensure that we give our people their fundamental and basic right, we will be violating their right. The Constitution is very clear. Schedule 4, read with B, it gives a clear mandate to municipalities. Ours is to play a supporting role. Ours is to ensure that we adhere to the norms and standards. We regulate. But the challenge right now is that our people don't have water. There is no economy that can grow without water. Minister Smelane is here. She's a beneficiary of water. She wants to build houses, but as long as there's no water, she can't build those houses. In 2024, there was a developer who wanted to build 40,000 units here in Tshwane. But because there's no water that is sufficient, they did not build those houses. Whilst we acknowledge the fact that our current water situation is in the balance, but there is a research that says it is scientifically proven that water is a limited resource, and with a perpetual climate change, the global community is facing a great challenge when it comes to water provision, specifically in the developing countries. We are part of those developing countries. We may run out of water if we are not managing our water correctly. Water management is what is key now. 4 billion people live under highly water-stressed areas. At least for a month, they run without water. And that is not acceptable. We invited you to be with us as we craft a clear way forward. We all know what must be done. Lawmakers, if you are saying, let's amend the constitution, lead us towards that. Because some of the laws that are there don't allow us to do certain things. I was saying 2 days ago, municipalities through you, Minister Hlabisa, Deputy President of SALGA, I was saying, if you allow us space to assist you, give us space to assist you. The Deputy President have said, we must collaborate. Local government is not a junior sphere. Yes, we fully understand, we know that, but the fact is, all of us must play our role. It is disheartening. We send grants to municipality, Deputy President of SALGA, but that money is returned back to National Treasury. It is not even returned back to us. It goes to National Treasury. The next thing, people don't have water. We're not here to blame you, municipalities. But the fact is, the bulk stops with you. You have NIC, you have USDG, you have WISI grant, you have RIPI grant. You are not using it. I can understand a municipality that says, we have exhausted, we need more because we have these projects. Unless we agree that you don't have the technical skilled people in your employment municipalities. But if we don't want to accept the challenges that we have, we might not be able to say to change the situation and save our country. As we all know that reduction of water services and reliability affect the entire value chain of water, energy and food nexus. As such, without water managed properly, this country will run out of water. What is causing the global water stress? President has alluded to few of these. Across the world, the demand for water is currently exceeding the supply or available water, and research shows that the demand is actually doubled. When the demand has doubled, the supply must double. That is why we are ensuring that in the grants that we give to you, there is very specific to say, augment the water infrastructure. But the daily maintenance, it's the responsibility of the sphere of local government. We depend on water surface, but we are facing a conundrum of low rainfall season. Currently, we have enough water in certain provinces because of the rainfall. Our dams are at 110% full. But even if they can double and triple, as long as there is no reticulation of water to meet the demands of the community, we are not doing well. Our overconsumption of water, and that consumption is not the water that we have all used, but it is the water that is non-revenue. The international standard is that we must have 173 per capita per day, but in South Africa, we are at 218 per capita per day. The big metros, Johannesburg and eThekwini, they are running at about 289 per capita per day. Surely that cannot be sustainable. As we say to President, we embrace water as priority number one. It is important that we, as the Department of Water and Sanitation, We fast track all the outstanding projects. You go to Limpopo, there are projects that have been in a pipeline. I don't know how long the pipe is. They've been in a pipeline for the past 10, 20 years. The pipeline is very long. I suspect there's rust in that pipeline. We are working very close with SIU. To date, we have recovered through SIU 459 million, which was frauded from the Department of Water and Sanitation. People come, they put invoices to say there is water there. You arrived there, there was never a project of water, but there were invoices. Whoever prepared the invoice and the one who approved the invoice and the one who submitted invoice, ngamasela wonke, we must just sibophe bonke abo bantu. We get allocation of our budget through this portfolio committee. And we must account on each and every cent. When the portfolio committee go on oversight, they come back to us and say, the projects that you funded are nowhere to be found. Where is the community? We are now launching water committees, and we want to work with you, municipalities, ward councillors, and ward committees to ensure that the people of South Africa, they guard against their tax money, so that they must report all fraudulent cases. We're going to launch an anti-corruption forum on water and sanitation sector, working with SIU. We've already finalized the terms of reference. Organized criminality, sisendleleni. We're coming to you. Water tankering, extortion mafias, vandalism of public and especially the water infrastructure must be treated as a serious crime, because that is sabotage and nothing else. As you collect money because you vandalize the infrastructure, what are you saying about uMadlamini noMamfukeng noMamkwatu somewhere who cannot afford to buy water? Our communities are upgrowing. The exponential growth, especially in informal settlement, they will steal water, then close the streets when you disconnect those illegal connections. It can't be. There's lawlessness in our country. Water and electricity must be treated as the crime when you sabotage or vandalize their infrastructure. Reinvest water sales money back to water if you are to sustain water availability. We're making a call today to all premiers here. The budgets that are passed in provinces, they must be budgets that are friendly to the water sector to ensure that we assist municipalities, whilst at a national level we also assist municipalities. At a district level, you must also, as water service authorities, have a capacity to monitor, assist, and support local municipalities. Some of the local municipalities, without capacity, they are also water service authorities and service providers at the same time. Kefana nje, ku-11, ku-101. It cannot be right. The business sector present here, we want to invite them. But the question is, who are we going to work with? Where are we going to invest? What is the reliability of the institution that you want us to invest in? Through the reforms, we have established the partnership office. We're establishing the special multi-purpose vehicle in Mfuleni to ensure that business have confidence that if we invest here, this money is not going to leak like water. To make agbi, imali iyatyiwa kwarhulumente, that is what is said. Those people, they chow money. And it comes to us as mayors, as councillors, when we are not even involved on the tendering, whatever. It is a pity that when you're a councillor, when you're a mayor, when you're a minister, ubonwa utya imali yabahlali. The officials are chowing there. You can look on their lifestyle audit. We are lawmakers. We pass budgets. But where is that budget ending? The pollution. Councillor Xola says, we must not criminalize you. We will do so when you pollute our rivers and when you don't cooperate. That we are going to do. Nani, criminalize us if we don't pay you. You are owed billions. That is what the Honorable Hlabisa have said. By department, various departments at a national and at a provincial level, as well as entities of government, are owing municipalities. Nani, develop your own tool. Thina sizawunibamba, nani nizawubamba benu. No makubanja banjwane apha. Macala, makunansi kwa macala. Water supply by water boards. It is not a mistake why we have water boards. Water supply by water boards must be quality water. Because these water boards are playing a pivotal role to ensure clean water is provided to municipalities and to key customers. These water boards are owed 24 billion by water users. And if we continue like that, the danger is the water boards are going to collapse. If they collapse, no water is going to be purified. No water will come as a bulk water supply to municipalities. And if it's one municipality owing the water board collapse, it does not only affect that municipality. If Val Central collapse, it will affect all municipalities in Free State, all municipalities in Northern Cape, even those municipalities that are paying. We have since established a good relationship with the mining sector, because where they are mining, there is water. Where they are mining, there are communities. We're working with them to build water resource in the areas where they are mining. If all the mining sector can come closer, we can be able to deal with this issue of water. Ladies and gentlemen, as I'm about to conclude, we have invited you here because we want, as we leave this Indaba tomorrow, to have a clear program of action that says this is what is going to happen. For instance, you don't need a rocket scientist to see that there is an illegal connection. When we intervened here in Johannesburg, only Mayor Dada Murero went out to disconnect. All other mayors, they were nowhere to be found. And you are putting that mayor under siege because he's seen as violating the rights. The first right that is violated is done by the one who connected illegally. Because it's not on the map, therefore it affects those people that are on the higher level or in the lower stream. And therefore, in a period of 2 months, municipalities, we request that you go out, whether you go out with red ends, ama barret, ama panya, whatever you have, go out and disconnect. As you disconnect, connect them properly. Because no one can watch a pipeline passing by when he or she needs water, and there is no way of trying to assist to give those people water. The RDP standard on how to connect, let's use that. Let's desist from using water tankers. Let the water tankers, all municipalities have seen at eThekwini, they have now started to insource water tankers. We're closing this gate, you're tendering the corruption. Kuyabulawa ke manzini. People are so, but vicious. If you buy a water tanker as a municipality, your people get killed. Because some people want this. Let a business work out, but not at the expense, and hold our communities at ransom. The two grants that we have, WSIG and RBIG, with this financial year 2025, all those municipalities who returned the grant funding to National Treasury, we are not sending anything to you. We're not sending anything to you because it means we are underspending. Whilst our people need water, you keep the money for 2 years, you keep the money, then you return it. Who will suffer? It is the ordinary citizen who's waiting for water. We are going to make our own intervention and implement in your own municipality. Vulani ke, Councillor Phakathi, nivuli space. Sizonenzela lento engakwazi uyenza. If it means we have to violate the Constitution, let us be arrested for violating the Constitution by giving people water. Amagqwetha azawusikhangela apha sikhulule. That is what we want. You sound like a broken record when you say, this is not my space. Indeed, it is not. But what is that we can make out of this Indaba to say, Department of Water and Sanitation, go and assist there. We can only intervene when there is section 139, then we come with section 62 and 63. But beyond that, you cannot just walk in like we are walking in a park. But municipalities, we have profiled 100 municipalities that are performing dismally. We understand you are serving communities that are unable to pay services. But those who are supposed to pay services, let them pay to subsidize those who cannot pay. The indigent policy register must be amended. This thing can happen within a month or two. Put your CTWs to get into the communities. They have a toolkit of registering those communities. There is a subsidy to COCTA to ensure that these communities are cushioned. Oh, Parliament, out of Viva and God. Yeah, and God, Parliament. To ensure that we have a capable state, citizens of South Africa want water. They don't drink policies. They want water. The lives of all of us are centering around water. You are all my clients present here today. You all brushed your teeth in the morning. You took a bath. You took a shower. You took a vascom. You flushed the toilet because ngamanzi lawo. That is water. So no one can live without water. Women get exposed to gender-based violence and femicide as they go down the forest in the streams to fetch water that is not purified, because that's the only way that they can do to have water. This cannot be right. This Indaba today, Deputy Minister Mahlobo is presiding over it. Let us come up with solutions. Looking at the attendees here, I have no doubt we are going to come up with solutions here. And we are going to have a team that is going to monitor if we are implementing these solutions. We must turn the tide here today. Let's work together to ensure that water and sanitation tops our agenda. This is not supposed to be a talk show. As the president has said, this 7th administration must do things differently. When we do things differently, the community out there will tell us. Where we have unblocked the projects, it is also quite disturbing that you will meet with the stakeholders in those communities. After a year, they block the road, let this project not proceed. We cannot work like that. Let's engage whilst the project of augmenting water is implemented. Let's ensure that as we do our provincial road shows to support municipality, we'll be taking further stock on what municipality will be implementing as part of the outcome of this Water Indaba, first of its nature. We had Water Summit, but this one is Water Indaba, which is responding to what the president have said. In our working group committees that are going to take place after lunch, we must start there to say, these are engine rooms that want to come and brief or report to this plenary tomorrow that here is the way forward. There are many solutions. There are many technologies that can make us to be out of this quagmire and crisis that we are in. Yes, we might be part of the top 30 countries, which is water scarce, but at the moment we have water. The continent, this Africa continent, is looking upon on us. Whilst we think we're worse, there are countries that are worse than us. And they are looking at us to bring solutions. In August, we'll be hosting, on behalf of the African Union, the Water Investment Summit of this continent, Africa, which is also aligned to G20 chapter on water. We are saying all our state presidents, they must put water on the top of the agenda. We're working with the World Bank, the DBSA. We work with all those who are saying, I want to stand up and be counted. I feel for whoever is in the corner of this country who has no water. Let's make this Indaba an Indaba that is going to deliver and assist government at all spheres on what needs to be done. I wish all of us well as we navigate in our commissions to say what is the first thing that must be done. What are the first things that we have to agree upon? There must not be many, but there are certain things that we must agree. There are do's and don'ts if we want to turn around the situation. I thank you very much.
Once again, let's give Minister a round of applause. We want to apologize. We'll just go just a little bit. After DG will do the presentation, then we'll say how will we break to commissions. But just to indicate, all our leaders from our president, our ministers, Minister Majodina, Minister Hlabisa, Councillor Pagat, and the Premier, there is a confirmation that access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene is not a favor. It's a requirement by our law and international standards. Secondly, all our leaders agree that over the last 30 years, our municipalities, we have done well we have been at the forefront of delivering to many who were denied the access opportunity to water and sanitation. However, we must admit, now we are in a bad shape. In other words, Minister identified 100 out of 144 Water Services Authority. Now we are in the ICU. When we are in the ICU, we call all experts. They bring all concoctions to resuscitate the patient on the table. Because there are only two options when we are on the table. You either we are closer to God, to thee, if you are in the ICU, or the resuscitation works. Then you go to high care, you go to the ward, ultimately you become an out-of-hospital patient. Because of our ailment and our weaknesses, our leaders, they say most South Africans, including various sectors, their right to water has been violated. Intermittent water supply and no supply at all, their reliability is down to 68%. That's why Minister and the President are not mincing their words. That reliability of water must increase from 68% to a higher percentage. Equally, the assets are not being managed well by the current institutional model. 48% of water is lost. That's why, Minister, you always say, I give you more water. Municipalities, they say they want more water, but it does not arrive at a citizen. And the citizen is angry, but you too, you don't get the money you need. We must never discuss that we are sick or not sick. Our clients, our citizens are not happy. And the reports have proven that. At the very same time, our leaders, they say the water resources, in as much as they are in balance, the quality is impacting negatively on shortages, on access. The polluter must stop polluting. And if you pollute, whether we are friends or not, you are breaking the law, you must be arrested. But don't only be arrested, the polluter pays. And we are here, as our leaders, they say, we are not going to discuss problems. We are not going to discuss problems. We are going to say the remaining 12% or 3 million Babhlaviso you are speaking about, when are they too under the sun, are they going to get their water? They too are human beings. Those that they run for days, for hours, for months without a drop of water, they too, they need a drop of water. But equally, those that have access and plenty and they behave in a manner that there is no water scarcity, we are going to have to change your behavior. We are going to pursue you. But if you don't, we are going to have to enforce it. You can't waste water and take 300 liters, 200 and something, when someone needs a drop. There are those who are wasting the drop of water. One drop of water you waste, there is no additional drop available. And someone in South Africa, either in a village or township or town, is looking for the water. And those who are misbehaving through their human activity, you would think that your human activity will be made secret forever. Whatever you do in the dark on the drop of water, on the drop of water, that drop of water has the capability and the capacity and the tenacity that it will flow. And one day that drop of water will actually arrive at someone's lips. When it arrives at someone's lips, at a particular point, your secret will be exposed. Let's just briefly allow the DG of the Department of Water and Sanitation, Dr. Sean Phillips, to paint a picture on water security, which is the availability and assurance, but also how have you performed. The last time we're here together, 105 of municipalities were ashamed that you made our water not to be fit for use, impacting on agricultural production, impacting on our health, but also increasing the price of water to treat it. Sean Phillips, Doc, you have the opportunity to do that. From there, we'll indicate how do we do the breakaway and what are the line of march. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Good afternoon, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Premiers, MECs, Mayors, all protocol observed. As indicated by the Deputy Minister, my presentation is on raw water security as well as water services security. I will start by looking at the issue of raw water security as part of looking at the status quo in the sector. For raw water, as indicated by the Minister, supply is currently approximately in balance with existing demands on a national scale, but there are some localized deficits. For example, we all know that we had deficits in Nelson Mandela Bay and in Cape Town, and those deficits were caused by severe droughts. But currently, we also have a deficit of water in the integrated Vaal River system, which provides water to Gauteng. And that is not caused by drought. It is caused by a combination of factors, including increased demand because of rapid urbanization into Gauteng, high non-revenue water and leaks in some of the municipalities in Gauteng, and a delay in the start of the second phase of the Lesotho Highlands project to bring more water into the integrated Vaal River system. Similarly, there's a deficit of water in the Umgeni water system, which provides water for eThekwini and surrounding municipalities, which is also not caused by drought. It's caused by the same types of factors: increased population growth, urbanization to eThekwini. Water losses in eThekwini are a particularly bad problem, and a delay in the start of the Umkomazi water project, which is a huge new dam and pipeline which is now in the process of being implemented to bring additional water into the Umgeni water system. But this situation of water being approximately in a balance between supply and demand could deteriorate quite rapidly if supply contracts and demand escalates, and there are a number of factors which could result in that. The first is we're all hoping to get higher levels of economic growth in the country. Higher levels of economic growth will lead to increased demand for water. We expect urbanization to continue, and particularly in our urban areas, therefore for demand for water to increase, and there is ongoing population growth in the country. If we can't arrest the increasing losses in municipal distribution systems, that is also going to result in increased demand. We need to also arrest the degradation of our wetlands, which are the catchments which enable our dams to be filled with water. If that continues at the pace that it's happening at, it could also affect the demand-supply equation. Sewage pollution, industrial pollution, and the impacts of climate change could also have an impact. As indicated by the President and the Minister, we have now unlocked the key national water resource projects which were blocked. Projects such as Lesotho Highlands Phase 2 and the Umkomazi project for eThekwini are now in the implementation phase. And the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, for which the Act was passed last year, is in the process of being established, and that will enable us to raise more finance on the financial markets for additional national water resource infrastructure projects. And in addition to that, the establishment of wall-to-wall catchment management agencies will result in improved management of water catchments, which is key to increasing water security, and we now have all 6 of our wall-to-wall catchment management agencies gazetted and their boards appointed. But in addition to these measures, we can't just keep building dams. There's a limit to the extent to which the construction of new dams can ensure water security. We are already harnessing approximately 75% of our sustainably utilizable surface water resources, and we must diversify the water resource mix. In the future, we're going to have to make increasing use in a sustainable way of groundwater, desalination of seawater, and water reuse, treating return flows from wastewater treatment systems, as well as from other sources such as acid mine drainage. Because of their technical nature, many of these new sources of water will have to be developed locally, such as water reuse and desalination, and therefore will have to be developed by municipalities. Over and above diversifying the water mix, we also have to be more effective with our water conservation and water demand management. As indicated by the Minister, the average consumption of water in South Africa is 218 litres per capita per day, according to our last no-drop report, whereas the international average is 173 litres per capita per day. So, as indicated by the President, South Africa is one of the 30 most water-scarce countries in the world, and clearly this level of average consumption is unsustainable. Turning to the security of water services. This slide shows Statistics South Africa official data from Census 2022. It shows the level of access to at least a basic level of service by province. We can see from the graph that there are still large backlogs in access in some provinces, particularly in the Eastern Cape. So if we look at this row here, it's below interim. Those are the backlogs in access. So if you look at the graph of the Eastern Cape, there's a very high backlog in access in the Eastern Cape and in Limpopo. So although it was indicated earlier that overall nationally on average, we've made very good progress, close to 90% access to at least a basic level of service, that average figure hides the fact that in some areas there are still quite large backlogs in access. The data also indicates that we have a severe problem with reliability of the service. So the last row in the graph here shows supply reliability. And while the Deputy Minister indicated the supply reliability is about 68% on average nationally, again, that national average hides differentials in reliability. So you can see the reliability, according to this Census 22 data, is high in Gauteng and high in the Western Cape, but in all the other provinces it's lower than 60%, which means that often in all of those other provinces, even though you might have access to a tap, water frequently doesn't come out of the tap, or the water that does come out of the tap does not meet drinking water standards. This slide shows similar data, Statistics South Africa data, on access to a basic level of sanitation service. And the key line to look at is at the bottom, where there's no access to at least a basic level of sanitation. And we can see there that again, there are particular areas of the country which have high backlogs in terms of not having access to at least a basic level of sanitation, particularly in Limpopo, in Mpumalanga, and the Northwest. This slide shows our 2023 Blue Drop results per Water Services Authority. A Water Service Authority is a municipality which has been appointed by the Minister of Cooperative Governance to be responsible for water services, and there are 144 of them, and they are all indicated on this map. The red and the yellow areas on the map are the water services authorities with drinking water systems that were found to be in a critical or poor state of performance. And you can see from the map that approximately half of the geographical area of the country has water services authorities with drinking water systems in a critical or poor state of performance. This map now shows similar information but for wastewater, our 2022 green drop results. Again, the red and the yellow areas on the map are the water services authorities with wastewater systems in a critical or poor state of performance. You can see that the situation with regard to wastewater is worse. Approximately 80% of the geographical area of the country has water services authorities which have wastewater systems in a critical or poor state of performance. This map now shows the results of our 2023 no-drop report. And the red areas on the map are the water services authorities with non-revenue water greater than 40%. Again, it's approximately 80% of the geographical area of the country with water services authorities with non-revenue water greater than 40%. And as indicated by the Deputy Minister, the national average for non-revenue water was found to be 47.4%, and the national average for physical losses was found to be 32%. Our 2022 and 2023 green, blue, and no-drop reports all showed a sharp decline in municipal performance since the last assessments were done in 2014. For example, the percentage of water supply systems with poor or bad microbiological water quality compliance, that's water that is not safe to drink, increased from 5% in 2014 to 46% in 2023. This is resulting in increased risk of waterborne diseases, potentially life-threatening diseases such as cholera and chronic diarrhea. Our green, blue, and no-drop assessments are very thorough. They collect a huge amount of information on water and wastewater systems in all the municipalities. Because we have so much data, we are able to analyze the data and we're able to see the relationship between the different problems and the results. And we're able to determine whether there's a correlation between certain problems and the decline in performance. One of the interesting things that we found when we did that analysis is that lack of skilled staff is a key issue, particularly for the blue drop results, for the drinking water results. For example, we found that Gauteng has the highest percentage of drinking water systems with excellent or good performance, and at the same time it has the lowest shortfall of qualified staff, whereas Northern Cape has the highest percentage of drinking water systems with poor or critical performance, and it has the highest shortage of qualified staff. So there's a very clear correlation between your blue drop results and whether or not you've got the necessary qualified staff working in the municipality on your drinking water systems. By 2022, 66% of our municipal wastewater infrastructure was in a poor or critical condition. And 90 of the 144 water services, that is more than water services authorities, that is more than 60% of them had at least one critical wastewater system. And that means, when we say a critical wastewater system, that means on a daily basis, it is just discharging partially treated or untreated sewage into rivers, which in turn has severe implications for human health and for the environment. We are continuing with the drop reports, and this slide provides information on when we plan to release the next drop reports. With this widespread deterioration in water services, we are not on track to meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for water and sanitation. As I indicated, when we analyzed the blue, green, and no-drop results, we were able to determine the main causes of the deterioration. And those were Firstly, non-adherence to standard operating processes for drinking water treatment and wastewater treatment, infrastructure being in a poor condition due to a lack of maintenance, and infrastructure not being upgraded to deal with the additional sewage load coming into the wastewater treatment works. The underlying reasons for these causes are, firstly, that municipalities are not hiring the necessary staff with the correct qualifications. That includes plant managers, technicians, process controllers, and scientists. Secondly, there's weaknesses in billing and revenue collection systems, so the municipalities aren't able to have sufficient funding to do the required maintenance and to hire the required adequately skilled staff. And thirdly, even when they do have good billing and revenue collection systems, municipal councils are often not prioritizing budgets for upgrading maintenance and operations for water services. National government is transferring more than 60 billion per annum in grants to municipalities for water and sanitation. This includes the portion of the equitable share which is meant to be used by municipalities to provide free basic water to the indigent, as well as various infrastructure grants which are meant to address historical infrastructure backlogs. But apart from those grants, the water services sector has to be self-financing through revenues from the sale of water. The challenge here is that non-revenue water is 47.4%. This means that on average, municipalities do not obtain any revenue from almost half of the treated water that they have to pay to produce or that they have to buy from the water boards, which in turn means that firstly, a large portion of the money spent on developing water resource infrastructure is wasted. Secondly, it means that municipalities don't have sufficient funds to operate and maintain their water services. And thirdly, that municipalities are not able to pay the water boards for the treated water supplied by them. This graph shows the rapid increase in debts owed to the water boards by municipalities. This debt is a threat to the financial viability of the whole water value chain. So what is to be done? That is the status quo. What is to be done to change the status quo? 4 key actions are required. Firstly, water and sanitation infrastructure grants to water services authorities must be refocused on increasing access to a basic level of services. We've seen the statistics that in certain provinces there are very high percentages of households which don't even have access to a basic level of service. In recent years, municipalities have been prioritizing the rehabilitation of existing infrastructure using their infrastructure grants, because that infrastructure has deteriorated due to a lack of maintenance. We would like municipalities to go back to using those grants to focus on providing access to a basic level of service to those communities which do not yet have access to a basic level of service. Secondly, support in all its forms from national government to municipalities must be strengthened. Thirdly, the review of the local government funding model by National Treasury in collaboration with the Department of Cooperative Governance and the water and sanitation conditional grants must be finalized. And fourthly, as indicated by the President, reforms of water services at municipal level must be implemented. You can hear from the previous slides on the status quo, that non-revenue water is at the core of our problems with regard to water services in South Africa. And that the funding gap, which is caused by high non-revenue water, must be addressed. There is no alternative. Municipalities must take various measures to reduce high non-revenue water, including prioritizing budgets for maintenance, ensuring that all leaks are fixed quickly, closing illegal water connections, replacing old legal pipes, and there's potential for partnering with the private sector if the municipality doesn't have enough capital, because there will be a sustainable flow of funds from the savings achieved by replacing old leaking pipes to pay the to give a return to the investment from the private sector, and strengthening meeting, billing and revenue collection, as well as improving management of systems, including through putting in place pressure management valves and managing pressure. This slide indicates the various measures that are being implemented by the National Treasury, the Department of Water and Sanitation and the water boards to strengthen credit control and reduce the debt owed by the water boards, owed to the water boards by municipalities. This has included standardization of credit control measures and, as a very last resort, withholding of equitable share allocations to municipalities which do not pay their current invoices in full to the water boards. The President talked about the need to reform municipal water and sanitation services. And there two key reforms are required. Firstly, that revenues from the sale of water must be largely ring-fenced for the water function. Secondly, all management functions related to the delivery of the water and sanitation services should be ring-fenced with single-point accountability. These reforms are already underway. Firstly, through the Water Services Amendment Bill, which will shortly be submitted to Cabinet for approval to be submitted to Parliament. Secondly, through National Treasury's reform of Metropolitan Trading Services Programme, which is in implementation. And thirdly, through Phase 2 of Operation Vulindlela, which the President spoke about. The legislation governing municipal water services differentiates between the roles of water services authorities and water service providers, or WSPs. Water services authorities are supposed to be the local regulators that ensure that water services are provided in accordance with national norms and standards. And water services authorities are supposed to enter into service level agreements with water service providers, which are the bodies which actually provide the services. However, in almost all of our municipalities, the water service authority and water service provider functions have not been separated, even though it is required by law. Currently, in almost all of our municipalities, the Water Services Authority has decided, which is within its rights to do, to deliver the service through internal delivery mechanisms. And this has resulted in the creation of a technical department which is responsible for technical management of water issues in the municipality, but many of the key functions required to effectively deliver the service, including revenue, the customer relationship, HR and supply chain, are not within the management control of the Water Services Department. And in addition to that, the Water Services Department gets a budget every year which has no relationship whatsoever to the amount of revenue collected from the sale of water. That means that the head of the Water and Sanitation Department has no incentive to manage the department and to manage the water services in such a way as to maximize or optimize revenue collection. For example, through prioritizing the installation of meters. So the reform process involves us moving towards a utility type of institutional arrangement in municipalities, with a ring-fenced water service provider, as indicated in this diagram, which can be either an internal or external utility, which has full responsibility which has full responsibility of all the management functions which are required to deliver the water service. As indicated, we're in the process of amending the Water Services Act, and two of the key amendments include introducing an operating license system for WSPs, as well as further clarifying the roles and responsibilities of WSAs and WSPs. It will also provide, as a last resort, where a WSP does not improve sufficiently, the Minister will have the authority to legally require a Water Service Authority to engage in a local consultative process to choose another WSP which does have an operating license. One of the key reform programs is the reform of Metropolitan Trading Services Program, which is currently being implemented. A new large grant called the Trading Services Grant has been introduced. It's a performance grant. The metropolitan municipalities have to meet certain performance criteria to get access to the grant, including ring fencing of revenue, ring fencing of management functions, reducing non-revenue water, and improving performance across a range of indicators. This slide lists the various reforms which are going to be championed by the Presidency through Operation Vulindlela, and you can see that they're similar to the reforms being implemented by National Treasury and the Department. For example, they include ring fencing of revenue and separation of the Water Services Authority and water service provider roles. The public sector does not have the finances or enough expertise to address water issues in South Africa alone. We need to partner with the private sector. There's already a high level of private sector financing of national water resource infrastructure, and this will be enhanced by the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. But innovative new financing mechanisms are also being developed and are starting to appear and be used, such as green bonds to finance catchment management work. However, private sector involvement in municipal water services is very low compared to other middle-income countries, and we've therefore, in collaboration with SALGA and the DBSA, set up a Water Partnerships Office to assist municipalities to put in place partnerships with the private sector. And these include build, operate, own, or transfer models. And for example, the Water Partnerships Office has recently issued an expression of interest for municipalities to participate in a water reuse program. And there is money available for project preparation and blended finance. We've managed to obtain substantial green climate funding for this. So we would like to take this opportunity to encourage municipalities to apply to participate in this water reuse program. Municipalities can decide to retain internal water service providers, and several metropolitan municipalities have opted to continue with internal water service providers, but to ring-fence them within the municipality, particularly in terms of revenue and control over management functions. There are also other options available for alternative water service providers, such as the special purpose vehicle being put in place between Rand Water and Mfuleni local municipality, which will have a 30-year contract. 30-year concessions to the private sector, such as those which exist in Mbombela and Ilembe already, and municipal entities such as Joburg Water, which is in the process of being transformed into a ring-fenced utility under the reform of Metropolitan Services Program. Finally, in the summit last year, we agreed on 25 general resolutions. To date, 15 of those have been implemented, 9 are in the process of implementation, and 1 is not yet implemented. This slide lists the 5 general resolutions which were agreed to, which are the responsibility of water services authorities to implement. They are all still work in progress and include, for example, the development of corrective action plans to address the findings of the drop reports. And you can see from the data here that there's been quite good progress by many municipalities in the development of these corrective action plans. It also includes reduction of non-revenue water, ring fencing of revenue, improving infrastructure security, and issuing advisory notices to residents when tests indicate that water quality fails to meet drinking standards. Slides 34 to 39 cover the resolutions which were agreed to be implemented by SALGA and the national government. Most of these have been implemented, including actions such as developing guidelines, implementing awareness campaigns, putting in place a water board debt relief mechanism, and obtaining approval for ring fencing. In conclusion, we need to ensure that the remainder of the decisions of the January 2024 summit are accelerated. All water services authorities which have not yet done so must put in place and implement corrective action plans to improve their blue, green, and no-drop scores. They must also implement programs for non-revenue water, water conservation and demand management, and infrastructure security. Water Services Authority should consider ring-fencing revenues from the sale of water for water service functions. There should be more attention paid to partnering with the private sector to raise private sector money for water services. And national and provincial and local government must work together to implement the reforms that we've spoken about. The Breakaway groups will be reviewing the progress against their Breakaway group specific resolutions from the 2024 summit and identify actions required to accelerate their implementation. My presentation is available now on the DWS website, so it can be downloaded there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give our Director General and the team a round of applause. We are not going to come back. Before we go to lunch, we need to do a quick briefing that you need to go to different commissions. We are going to have 5 commissions. In the 5 commissions that you'll have, Commission 1 is going to deal with the question of water security. We know now that if we don't do the necessary investment Minister spoke about, especially on the question of more availability of surface water, through all those interventions, Minister, we are doing, we'll have a problem. But also the question of the water mix, so that there is an additional drop of water that is available. Because the mix, in as much as it's surface water, groundwater, and seawater, including return flows. Return flows is the most important resource in terms of reuse. But then there was something, Minister, we saw outside. In the mix, we have to include atmospheric water solution. There's water in the air. And then, therefore, how are we going to maximize the ability of having more resources, how to manage them? How are we going to plan in terms of planning for them, designs, dealing with all the necessary constraints so that we don't spend more time on these issues? How are we going to execute them? Executing them on time, but also executing them on budget. But how actually are we going to build resilient water resource sectors in the midst of climate change and disaster management? Those are the very important aspects. Then when we come to issues of Group 2, Group 2 is divided into 4 commissions, where there were a number of municipalities on their basis of their performance, on the question of the blue drop, the north drop, and the green drop. Those municipalities, they must respond to the question of water access. How do we expand access to those who were not given the water before? But how do we ensure reliability to those that have infrastructure? The infrastructure is ailing. There is intermittent supply or no supply at all. Issues of access, issues of reliability on both water and sanitation. On sustainability matters, you will have to respond to the question of deteriorating water quality. Those are the cross-cutting issues. But in the commission, what will happen? We are going to have resource people. The resource people are going to trigger a discussion. That discussion on each presenter, you don't have more than 15 minutes, 1-5. And there are 2 or 3 resource persons to allow the ability of more individuals to participate. But when you participate on both commissions, there are fundamentals that we want you to come and report back on them. In terms of our response plan, our response plan will be categorized into 5 areas. Area number 1 it will be the implementation or delivery model, both in terms of water resources, because the delivery model, it has worked over 30 years, but it is now weak, where we will be in a position to go what Minister and President says on the first one, the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency as an option, the issues of the CMA and other organizations around the question of water resources to ensure water security and assurance of availability of water. That issue on this other commission, you must conclude on the question of the implementation of a utility model for both water and sanitation, because we are addressing the question of operational inefficiency, and you must put a time frame. We must also agree those municipalities in the ICU, they must proceed, appoint a credible water service provider, whether it's a public entity, whether it's a private entity, without municipalities losing ownership. Then the issues of governance and performance contracts, Sean, you have spoken about. But the implementation model on board commission is about institutional fit for purpose. Is about institutional fit for purpose. Second is about governance, is about transparency, is about operational efficiency that we want to hear when you come and report on both of them. The other second cross-cutting matter is around financial viability of the water and sanitation sector. They've been under-investment for years, they've been wastages. Therefore, you'll have to come back and report on a financial investment by all the sectors to grow, that must grow exponentially. We must also be in a position to say, what are these financing options? One of them, the ring fencing has been discussed, the blended financing, where there's an increase of public and private sector facility issues that are there. How are we going to crowd in private sector on what we call it private-public partnership with incentives to remove the barriers? We must explore the circular economy. What Sean says is green and blue bonds. Then you must add the question of public-public partnership. On financing, address the elephant in the room, the debt management and credit control. Debts owed to and debts owed by, and the user pay principle while we are protecting the poor, and the integrity of data and all the other issues. The pricing is also issues around financing. Water use prices over the entire value chain. Over the entire value chain. And how are we going to create certainty, balance, so that that issue around economic regulation must be looked at. On financial viability, also look at the question of municipalities as the centers of economic development, because there's a risk that some of these municipalities, other people are getting out. There's a matter of technical and operational efficiency to drive down non-revenue water, to drive up reliability, and to drive up in terms of access to those that had no water. There is a serious matter in the report given here. Those people in the group 2, we must be firm. How are we going to deal with the leaks? We must be firm. How are we going to deal with faulty infrastructure? Minister says we must be firm to deal with illegal connections. Non-revenue water must fall. When it falls, citizens have water, and you too, you will be paid. Then there's an issue around those who waste water. Probably must impose restriction tariffs of those who are overusing. The question of 270, 300, if you think you have more money, we might have to actually hit your pocket. That technical component must come in, but it must be supported by a large-scale communication aspects that must be part of improving the functionality of the current assets so that the trust deficit, it can respond. Then on the fourth area of work, you must look at building partnerships, building water and energy sensitive and resilient communities. The idea of a whole society approach as espoused in the district development model, the intervention by President in eThekwini in Johannesburg, where all the experts, the users are there, the private sector, the issues of labor, and everybody working together there, so that we can be in a position to build issues of concrete actions and productivity. But you must also agree in this commission that there will have to be campaigns we are going to run. Campaign number 1, illegal connections must fall. Illegal connections will have to fall. Pollution of our water resources must stop. Adopting of rivers, saving our planet Earth, there is a plethora of them. Don't come back around partnership when you have nothing to say about campaigns. Don't come back on partnership if you don't speak about research, development, building on the body of knowledge that exists on many research institutions, but never undermine the indigenous knowledge systems, including the question of transfer of technologies. The leaks will be a campaign so that we can change the behavior. The last matter, we must discuss the question of fighting crime, corruption, and vandalism. We must end the theft of critical infrastructure. When we leave, Minister says she doesn't like private tankers. We hate tankering as a ministry. Tankering is a temporary feature. It can't be permanent. Therefore, we'll have to agree how are you going to in-source them. But the ideal is that the water must come from the tap so that it is clean, but you get your money back. We must also agree, how do we deal with the 10% invoice facilitators? Your invoice is sitting with the CFO. If you can just pay me, I will tell the CFO to pay. And then the invoice lands on an HOD or DG or accounting office. I will get the DG to sign. We are busy collecting 10%. But we must also deal with those who think they are business people when they demand 30% and abuse the police of government without doing the work and killing our people. And how are we going to deal with syndicates? How are we going to deal with extortionists? But what we need also to address, one of the issues is those people who are actually in the water sector. They don't want it to be promoted. They are just doing a javelin. Probably they must explain how did they move from rags to riches so that we can be in a position to applaud them. Go there, let's diagnose that the patient is sick. The patient is on the table on both sides. Then the framework of a response, institutional delivery model, the appropriateness to respond. How do we finance and finance options? Dealing with the efficiency of the current system, build cohesion, and lastly, we eliminate the threat of corruption. That's what we will do. Commission 1 on water security. We are going to be here in the main conference venue. The other commission downstairs, there are different halls that are there. You will be ushered to do that. We are going to take lunch for an hour, not more than 1 hour, 30 minutes. We are being directed that all delegates are going to proceed towards where there's exhibitions. And when you find time and space, go and see and marvel the capabilities our country possesses by our research institutions, but more importantly, our water boards, including private sector. The solutions, they are under our nose, but we don't want to take it. Those who are accompanying the president, the minister, the deputy ministers, and the mayors and the MECs, you will join in the holding room downstairs where you were in the beginning. This session will be adjourned. We are going to proceed with commissions until 1900. We are having people that are monitoring, and there are people who are connected on hybrid experts, because we don't possess the monopoly of wisdom. We want to hear independent minds, independent solutions that we can try. On behalf of our Minister Pemi Majodina, DMC Tlul, and all of us, on the first day, we want to convey our sincere gratitude, and this session will reconvene tomorrow morning, exactly at 8:30 for a report back. And the report back session will take about 3 hours. After that, there's going to be plenary, there's going to be a panel discussion on the two areas, just to refresh our minds, so that we can see matters just for not more than 2 hours. Then from there, we'll come back and conclude with a concrete program of action with timelines before His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic, and the Chair of the Interministerial Committee on the Water Task Team closes the session tomorrow. Once again, we want to say thank you, Baya Danki, Enkomu, Yalebucha, Siabong. Excuse me, the time for commissions, you need to be there by 2:30. There is someone who also lost some keys. You will have to come and try to look for me, but I will screen you and I will vet you whether you are the real person who lost the car keys. Thank you.
It's all the same. Some things never change. I couldn't stop and say no. It's all the same. You won't take the blame, even when you are blowing up. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save enough. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you. Oh my, you're my broken love. Nobody's gonna save enough. Oh my, you're my broken love. So come on, let me show you. It's all the same. Some things never change. It's all the same. Some things never change. It's all the same. Some things never change. I couldn't stop and say no. It's all the same. You won't take the blame, even when you are blowing up. Oh my, you're my broken love.
It's in which hall? Eh? To hall one, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can we be seated? If possible, can we try and come forward a little? There are no more VIP seats. And just a quick announcement, for the raw water session, it's not here, it's downstairs, so there was a miscommunication. So it's here, it's only the group 2A that is dealing with the most critical water and sanitation services systems. Let's try and come forward, colleagues. If we can be in the first few blocks so that those who will be having roving mics going around, they don't have to walk far back. Colleagues, let's be seated. We are already behind. We are 15 minutes behind and people are still walking in and out. I've kindly requested us to move a bit forward. And we're going to start. My name is Risumati Mate from the Department of Water and Sanitation. I'll be facilitating this part of the program for today. I'm just going to give some few house rules and just to do a quick recap on what happened earlier in the plenary. I think the messaging from the President, the ministers, but more critically also the presentation by the DG painted a clear picture of where we are as a country. And I think this is just a follow-up of what happened earlier on in the plenary. I think most of you who were here the previous year when we had the Water Summit or Water Symposium, there are issues that have been raised and elevated. DG spoke of those, that some of the takeaways or resolutions taken last year were done, but there are some of those that are not yet done. So we're still going to do a quick recap on that. So how we are going to run, we are going to first have a presentation. So Mr. Hadebe from the department is going to give us a presentation that talks to Group 2A. That focuses much on the critical systems. Now, these are all the water service authorities whose blue, green, and not drop benchmark them to fall within critical. So they are in the red zone. Literally, one will say, for a lack of a better word, these are municipalities or WSAs that are in ICU. So the intention is to change the status of these municipalities, their performance on the drop reports, but over and above that, how they're taking through the corrective action plans and implement them. Because the non-implementation of those corrective action plans means they might remain there or things might get worse. So our view, by the end of the session, we must arrive at those areas that the DM indicated. We'll be giving a guide on how we are making commitment as a group to also change our status quo on the ground. We also want to use these as more like a lesson sharing. There are some municipalities in here who have turned the corner. Last year when we had the symposium, they may be looking at critical, but some have implemented some of the resolutions like your Section 78. Some of you have started with the ring fencing of the revenue on the sales of water. And some of you are starting to fill up some of those positions that we identified, like process controllers and so forth. So we want to also touch on those. Now, without any further ado, X-Men, I call him X-Men. X-Men is going to give us a presentation within 15 or so minutes. I'm not so sure if you will be able to, but try and hit on those hotspots. Then from there, I'll come back and then I'll start to facilitate the process. Let's give X-Men a hand. I know you won't give me a hand, but give him a hand.
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon, colleagues. I hope our seniors are not here. If they are here, all protocol observed. And as DG indicated, I'm Xolan Hadebe from the Department of Water and Sanitation. We are in Group A, colleagues, and the eyes are on us. It's been indicated that we are on ICU because of our performance. But this is the nature of our agenda that is applicable to all the groups. If we look at number 3, we need to discuss those issues listed in number 3. That does the group agree with the presentation in terms of the accuracy? Where is the lack of progress? What is it that needs to be done? What is it that we need to do to accelerate the implementation? There were issues of ring fencing. Do we agree with the definition of ring fencing? And have the municipalities created what we call water services authorities and water services providers? Are we on the same understanding with regard to that in terms of the functions? And then have the municipalities initiated Section 78, which is driven by our colleagues at COCTA, and we'll need to talk about that. This slide was added today, colleagues, and I think DM gave us a guidance. We need to focus on those pillars, and DM did unpack them in terms of we need to come up with an implementation and delivery models, and we need to look at the financial viability of water and sanitation. We need to look at technical operation capacity. We need to build partnership, resilient communities, and then the issue of crime, the tankering, it was discussed a lot in the earlier session. So this will be our driver, and probably our speaker, our scribers, they will be able to, whatever that is going to be raised here, align it with the following that has been projected currently. But colleagues, as DG has indicated, we just need to do a recap. This presentation is similar to what we did in January 2024. So it's just a recap so that we can be sure that we are of the same understanding. This group, as said, is 67 municipalities that scored critically on average across the water supply system and wastewater supply system in the 2023 Blue Drop. and the green drop. So we are supposed to be 67 here. Again, we took a dive last year when we released this report just to look at what are the causes, what are the positive. And we've got one positive that we pick up in this group, colleagues, which talks to 68% of us here have the drinking water infrastructure in average or better condition. It's a drinking water infrastructure. The wastewater infrastructure is nowhere to be found. So it's just indicate that we are focusing on the drinking water. Then we need to go to the negative results, which has grouped us together here. We will focus on the technical capacity. And across all of us here, on average, there is a shortfall of 30% of the required supervisors for the blue drop and 85% for the green drop. So we don't have the required supervisors. And then on average, there is a shortfall of 58% of the required process controllers for the blue drop and 79% for the green drop. Furthermore, again, with regard to the qualified scientists, there is a shortfall of 84% for the blue drop and 73% for the green drop. With regard to the qualified engineers and other technical staff, and on average, there is a shortfall of 45% for the blue drop and 30% for the green drop. So when it comes into technical capacity, we are nowhere to be found. Another recap, colleagues, talks to the drinking water quality. 39% of the drinking water system in this group of municipalities got unacceptable for chemical water quality compliance. It's systems, 39% of the drinking system. And then 53% of the drinking water system in this group of municipalities got unacceptable for microbiological water quality monitoring. 57% failed to issue an advisory notice for the 325 drinking water system, which did not meet the required compliance, both in terms of microbiological and chemical component. I wonder that these systems are supplying how many people in terms of the population. Let's look at the non-revenue water. And you will recall the slide by DG that was read. We are contributing to that rate. I believe all of us here, 67 municipalities, or it's 60. 60 of the 67 municipalities in this group have a non-revenue water that is greater than or higher than 30%. And if you break that down, you'll figure out that 19% of the municipality have a non-revenue water percentage that is between 50 and 60. And then 18, again, is having a non-revenue water percentage that is between 60 and 70. We've got 6 that is between 70 and 80% in non-revenue water. Then we've got the 2 outliers, which are above 85%. Critical, again, in this group, we've got 24 municipalities that did not participate in the no drop. What does it tell us? It means they don't know their status. Another recap, colleagues, talks to operational and compliance monitoring. 95% of the municipalities in this group got unsatisfactory for operational monitoring on-site daily testing. We are not doing that. When it comes to compliance monitoring for drinking water, which is required by law, we are sitting at 94%. So we are just supplying water, and people are not aware of the quality of that water. 94% are failing to conduct their required tests for wastewater. So whatever that we are discharging back, it might pollute the resources or water resources. When it comes into infrastructure condition, 90% of us here have wastewater infrastructure in a poor or critical condition. As said earlier, that our focus probably in terms of infrastructure development or operation and maintenance is on clean water or drinking water. Looking at the financial management within the municipalities in this group, more than 80% of the 67 municipalities are not able or are partially able to provide the requested financial information. For an example, the operation and maintenance budget is not there, your capital budget, your percentage expenditure in terms of O&M. You don't know that. It's difficult to mine that information within the municipalities that are here. Analysis, what does this result tell us, colleagues? The results indicate that the municipalities in this group are neglecting their wastewater infrastructure. In particular, the condition of wastewater infrastructure is significantly worse than the condition of the drinking water infrastructure. The results also suggest that the skill shortage are more contributing factor to the poor drinking water performance than the condition of a drinking water infrastructure. So it's the issue of skills that it's not there. Generally, the municipalities in this group have grossly inadequate capacity to manage the water services. There is a high shortage of certified process controllers and scientists, which partially explain the poor performance in this group. And furthermore, it is impossible for the municipalities to run water services as a business or to obtain supplies from the sale of water if they are non-revenue water. It's higher than 50%, 60%, or 70%, and it makes it difficult for the municipalities to budget adequately for O&M. Thank you. And as I said on the last point, colleagues, it talks to the municipalities that did not participate in the no-drop program, and it says a lot about them in terms of understanding their WCWDM in their area of operation. Recap furthermore, the drinking water quality produced by most of the system in this municipality does not meet SANS 241. We are killing our people on the ground. Therefore, the water supply by these municipalities often possess a health risk, and the situation is exacerbated by the fact that 57 of us here does or do not inform consumers when their quality of water is not fit for consumption. It's very scary. And it leads to water or contaminated water and poor sanitation are linked to the transmission of life-threatening disease such as cholera, diarrhea, etc. So we need at least to communicate to our consumers when the water is not fit for human purpose. Colleagues, given the above non-revenue water levels, financial management in these municipalities generally render them incapable of operating their water and sanitation services. And given that many of these municipalities are endangering the lives of the residents through providing water that is not fit for human, it can be concluded that water services authorities in this group must implement fundamental change or reform. That was the presentation last year. Let's move on. Colleagues, in a summit, we agreed of the actions. These are the actions in a summary form, and they were shared with a lot of the municipality, and they are available on our website. One of the agreed action was that WSA, WSP must implement a non-revenue water program with targets and timeframes. We presented a case study during the 2024 in Indaba, where Eguhurleni presented what is it that they've done in terms of reducing their non-revenue water. I believe that they are at less than 30% in terms of their non-revenue water. The other agreed action, colleagues, talks to WSA. It's similar to the first one, where WSA or WSP must implement WCWDM with targets, timeframes to reduce the demands as compared to the international norm, which is 173. I think the minister and the DG and the Deputy Minister talk about the consumption liters per person per day, that we are sitting at 218 on average. And we've got municipalities that are close to 300 in terms of liters per person per day. One of the other action, colleagues, was about ring-fencing revenues for water services and for water services function. All WSA will develop an infrastructure security strategy plan to combat vandalism, theft of water and sanitation infrastructure. So those were the agreed action in 2024. Furthermore, action plans that are supposed to be submitted by the municipality must include Section 78 of the Municipality Systems Act, which is governed by COTA. Corrective action plan must address the shortage of certified process controllers, including through training of the existing staff to enable the certification. We must improve the operational monitoring, the on-site daily testing, improve the condition of wastewater infrastructure in particular, and improve the financial management. That's what we agreed last year. Let us look at the progress until today. And what we did as a department, we look at these actions, we send it to all the municipalities to say, please give us progress in terms of what we have done based on the actions of last year. A good thing is that I think all of us, we responded. 67 of us provided that response for various actions. The first one, WSA report on the ring-fencing of WSA or of WSP functions has been ring-fenced since the summit. So all of the 67 municipalities responded, and 12% of us in this group reported ring-fencing of WSP functions subsequent to 2024. 12% again reported that they did not do, or they didn't report on ring-fencing. 24% of WSA reported that WSP function was ring-fenced prior to the summit. Hence, I said we need to understand what do we mean by ring-fencing, or what are the functions of a WSP before we take this as supplied by the municipality. 52% of the WSA in this group reported WSP were being ring-fenced due to the other reforms. So we've got 52% reported that they've ring-fenced the function. I'm not sure whether DDG will get time to clearly understand what are the functions of WSP and are they really, really ring-fenced. But we are taking this information, colleagues, as it is. As a department, we have not verified it. It's coming from the municipality. The other action was a report on Systems Act, Section 78 process for water and sanitation service. 50% of WSA reported that Section 78 for water and sanitation services has been approved and is being implemented. I wish COGTA was here to confirm that, whether they've got a database or not. 16% of WSA reported that Section 78 process for water and sanitation services have been approved by the council. And the tricky thing about this, we didn't ask for the POE, a proof of whether this has been done or not. 18% of the WSA indicated that the Section 78 is under process, or is underway. And 3% of the WSA in this group did not report on Section 78. As I said again, this is one where we could not verify the information that has been provided. The other action was a report on the development of infrastructure security plan. 7% of the WSA reported that water services infrastructure security plan has been approved and is being implemented. 3% indicated that the plan was approved by the council. 37% reported that the infrastructure plan is in a draft format. The information again is not verified. You will recall, colleagues, that in July 2023, we published the regulation 3630, and we gave you time to prepare for compliance. So on this one, we are checking the state of readiness in terms of you complying with the regulation 3630 that talks to the registration of your process controllers, registration of your treatment works. So it's a likelihood, the way we phrase the question. Those that believe that by June 2025, because you need to comply at that stage, that there is a highly likelihood that will comply, that's the sketch. I think the red one talks to the process controllers. The highly already compliant with that, it's about 12. And in terms of process controllers or the treatment works, which is green, it's close to 15. But there are colleagues that clearly indicated that they are not there. In terms of compliance, highly unlikely that they will comply by June 2025. You've got 5 municipalities that indicated that they will not in compliance with the registration of the treatment works. And then you've got about 12 where they've indicated that it's highly unlikely that they will comply with the registration of process controllers. And at least this one, we will be able to verify it since we are undertaking the the DROPS program. And I think DG has provided the dates in terms of when are they going to be released. And already some of our colleagues are on the ground working with the municipalities in the green drop assessment. WSA report on addressing the shortage of certified process controllers. That's the breakdown, colleagues. The registration, 4 reported adequate and successful registration of process controllers. 3 reported the registration of process controllers is in process. The ones that are in training, those are the numbers provided there. Others have indicated that they are in a recruitment process. And others, DDG, they requested support in terms of funding so that we can be able to train them and be registered. And 4 reported very little or no progress with regard to the certified process controllers. That's the non-revenue water. 1 WSA in this group did not report on any plans that talks to non-revenue water, and 22% of WSA in this group, there are no plans to address non-revenue water. And this is coming from them. I don't know what does that mean, but at least they are honest. And 31% of WSA reported that plans have been developed to address non-revenue water. However, implementation has not yet started. That threat map, colleagues, is coming again. With these assessments that are being done by the department, the no drop one, we are going to have the same map because we haven't moved. It's only 45% of the WSA that have plans to address non-revenue water, and those plans are being implemented. A report on improving the condition of wastewater systems, wastewater system. 1 WSA reported no progress, and 2 WSA did not report on the progress in improving the condition of wastewater systems. And 13 of WSA in this group reported condition assessment are being done and concluded, and plans are being developed. But that's the stats, colleagues. This is what they reported in terms of the financial management. It was an open-ended question, and some of the municipalities indicated that they've introduced more cost-reflective structure, and 10 of them, they said they are developing a financial recovery plan, and others, they are doing a preventative maintenance, others, they are installing your smart meters, and others are ring-fencing budget for. I like that, for each water treatment works, for wastewater treatment works. But again, we don't have a POE for this. And I think DG touched most on these slides that are following here. The proposed new regulatory tools for municipality water supply and sanitation services. I'll try and summarize them. And I think this has been triggered, colleagues, by the decline in the municipal water and sanitation service, which is demonstrated by the DROPS program that were released. And the department has been in consultation with the sector at large. And as such, we've got a bill that can be taken to Parliament at any time for approval. But what are we introducing there is the two new concepts. The requirement that municipal service delivery mechanism must have a minimum competence. Before you do these services, you must have a minimum competence, and they will do that as a department. The requirement that WSA must regulate performance of WSP by contract, whether internally or externally. As a WSA, you've got a responsibility to manage your WSP. Contract or through your service level agreement or service delivery improvement budget plan, implementation plan, SDBIP. The proposed concept, colleagues, are within the existing constitutional framework, of which the local government is still accountable of ensuring the service delivery in a sustainable manner. The national government has a duty to make sure that municipalities perform their function. So we're within the constitution, colleagues. This slide tries to distinguish the local and national regulation. As a national regulator, colleagues, through intergovernmental protocols, will enforce national norms and standards, enforce regulation, and will support the municipality as a national regulator. But as a water services authorities, colleagues, you might need to come up with a mechanism of delivering the water services. It's either external or internal. External, you need to have a contract. External, you can use your SDBIP, your Service Delivery Improvement Budget Plan. But what we will do as a department, we have introduced what we call, I think even the President mentioned that, we are introducing what we call Water Services Operating License under the Water Services Act, or under the current amendment. Once that is endorsed by the Parliament, we'll come up with the process of how are we going to issue those operating licenses so that you can be able to say, this WSP is got a license to provide the service. So work with regard to that is underway within the department, and we'll develop regulation that will guide that going forward. Municipal competence. While it is council's imperative to choose how to deliver services, it is a national regulator duty to set minimum national norms and standards. I think I've mentioned that. The WSP, whether internally or externally, will need to have competency, and in line with the National Treasury, where National Treasury is ring-fencing or a single point of accountability of trading services. It's not only in water, even in electricity, this is being initiated to ring-fence all the trading services. The Water Services Act, as amended, will require all WSP to get a license. And it will be a simple system, colleagues. Once you are there, and we know the status of you, we'll develop a dashboard so that we cannot cause the challenges in terms of supplying the water to the citizens. If they don't meet the minimum criteria, WSA, together with SALCA, COCTA, and National Treasury, will need to address how the WSA will ensure a minimum competency for that particular WSP. Ensuring sustainable service delivery, the WSP constitutional duty. In executing its legislative or executive authority, the WSA must choose and appoint WSP. That's still your duty. You need to appoint a WSP. ensure that the WSP has minimum competency so that it can be licensed, regulate the performance of a WSP in ensuring that it meets national norms and standards. And when you are contracting externally, mechanism is regulated by our Water Services Act through Section 19 and Systems Act Section 80 and MFA Section 116. So what we regulate is the performance of the internal mechanism. As indicated, that you can use your service delivery budget implementation plan process with the head of the unit that is dealing with these trading services, which is Water and Sanitation Trading Services. An agreement must be signed with the head of the unit between the WSA and the unit that is responsible for that WSP, and it must be reported against and being monitored by a WSA. This takes us back to the first two slides, colleagues, where we said we need to discuss point number 3, where we talk about whether the presentation, is it accurate, whether there is a lack of progress, and what are the causes. And I think DDG, you should take over now. These slides, I've talked to them earlier. And this is what was presented by DM Mahlobo colleagues, where we need to, at least the guidance in terms of this pillar, and we need to develop an action plan that has got time frames and the responsibility. So we need to further unpack this DDG. I think that's the end, except this 67. I'm done.
You don't use that podium. All right, let's give Mr. Handebe a hand, colleagues. I think there are some positives from the presentation, and you may ask me, what are the positives? I think the fact that there's a common understanding of where our problems are, although it might sound like a repetition of what was said by the DG in the presentation, but we have abstracted specifically what falls within this group and elevate where we are directly responsible. Now, I want to give the DM a chance to have 1 or 2 words before we start engaging. We have a bigger group, and when I look at the time, we're supposed to finish at 7. DM says 7 p.m., so I don't know how we'll manage that, but we must move very quickly so that we can develop our action plan. Over and above that, we are supposed to have someone to report for us tomorrow during plenary. So I think those who talk too much are the ones that are going to report for us. So I'm not saying you shouldn't speak too much, but I'm saying we need people who will have more confidence, who will come and represent us and not say something we never agreed upon. DM, I want to call you to have a quick wait before I can have our sector specialist to make a few comments, and then we'll start engaging and developing our action plan. Let's appreciate the DM.
Hey, my apology. The lights, they look to be very hard on my eyes. Thanks that you are here, except that others are sitting very, very far. This group, there's been some progress, but there are limitations. There are limitations, and the difficult questions needs to be answered to say, how do we work with you so that you can discharge your mandate? Some of your problems are subjective. In other words, they are self-inflicted. on the basis of instability in governance. You know, some municipalities, there are people who are just politicians, who are just fighting all the time. And that stabilization of that, including administration, is important. But you don't have money. Most of you don't have money. And a number that they are also owing, but others are improving. I think you need to spend more time to say, in the meantime, how do we support you? But when we want to support you, you need to create the conditions. Therefore, the issue of a delivery model is going to be important. That if you know that your employees or your asset base, we are having a service delivery and operational and financial crisis, look what needs to be done. My view is that, firstly, we need to say, for us to do the turnaround, we must ask, where will the money come from? There must be a declaration of monies, DDG, doc, that how much are they getting from WISIC? A number of them, they don't even get RPIC. They need to get RPIC. But it might not go to a local municipality. It might have to go to a district. We start to build regional infrastructure. Then there's a money human settlement. The MECs are here. MECs, can we have the 1/3 of the money called Human Settlement Development Grant? It's law. Declare that money so that you don't build houses that doesn't have bulk. Now the sewer is running in the street in a small municipality. On MIG, declare the 50% that must be ring-fenced for water and sanitation. I hope there are people from treasuries and all ourselves. Also check from them, how much are they collecting? Out of the money they collect, make a big decision that the biggest amount of that money must go back to fix your infrastructure. You know, we speak big English, fix the leak. How do we fix a leak when a pipe is gone? When a pipe has reached a useful life, it must be replaced. But when you replace it, it will reduce your non-revenue water. Then you start to address the issue of pressure management. And in other ways, you put proper flow meters. You also put the restrictors there. You put the pressure reducing valves. It's an important issue. Now I'm on the technical capabilities. But if they lose so much water, because I know one municipality is losing 72%. I've seen someone here sitting here, they are losing 62%. If, let's say, we are going to replace a pipe, how practical should we do it? There are those, some of you, where there is industry that is there. We can agree with the mine that let them replace all those pipes that are there. Over a period of time, they're not going to pay for rates and taxes. But they've given you a pipe. Maybe they can even get you someone to manage it. Or they can be a water board or any other entity or another municipality. But that's what you need to do. Then from there, when there are pipe leaks, you can attend them. Very quickly, there are teams. They are having the tools of trade. They can do the work. When people are complaining, there's a complaint management system. So at least you respond on time. Then you can give people their proper bills. Please do one of those. Then the other thing, please make a big decision. You know, those who know numbers. I ran out of school. I was trying to study maths, but I was not the most intellectual one. But I did manage to progress. One of the things that you need to know is numbers. They don't lie. If a water tanker, I'm using a water tanker, one water tanker takes between 15 million to 30 million a month. and ask a question. Is it really useful to actually pay 30 million for one tank? Instead of paying for about 2 to 3 million for a tanker that is properly fitted, and the tanker is yours. If you can't buy your tanker, the district must buy you the tankers. If each district out of these municipalities that are struggling, each district you can buy 2 tankers for them. If that district can't buy the tankers, the premiers must come to the party. Just if you want to give people water on a temporary basis, they must give you the tool of trade. Because Pella, if you don't have your own system, you have a problem. If the premier does not want to buy, and the MEC doesn't want to buy, Rismart, have a discussion. The MEC, the minister, in the WISIC, we can't actually use the WISIC for everything, but we can buy those that are deserving, at least one. Or we can fundraise from business. There are people, most of you are living in communities that are rural. One of the biggest issues, the issue of groundwater exploration. In other words, all the boreholes that have an aquifer and yield that is actually confirmed, let's revive them. But we must know where are these boreholes. Siwafake with GPS. Yabona with GPS, we can be able to use the web to see them. But if we are going to do the boreholes, someone must answer to say, how do we equip them? And how do we energize them? Then, given a discussion, I'm HOD, some of them, they are here. How ESCOM can be so quick, so that those who don't have water can have water. I'm going to address any problem, that technical issues. Then there's a problem of incomplete projects. Most of you, your project has been there for years, some 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. We don't even know the man. Probably when you rise here, agree that they are incomplete projects. Some, they've actually even been vandalized. What can we do? Talk to those issues. Those are the basics. Then there's a sewer in a people's home. People are jumping in the door here. Can we say no sewer in the streets? No sewer in people's homes? And we put a timeline. It doesn't mean that there will never be sewer, because if there's a problem with the mains, when the main has a problem, there are foreign objects, then there's going to be blockage. And how quickly can we deal with blockage? On sewer, do we have the jet trucks? We are going to discuss this in the episode. Just discuss the real issue to get the system work. We need a jet truck. In one municipality is a metro. I don't know, they give people toilet. Why do we actually allow MMs and technical directors? You put toilets everywhere. And we are putting the toilet, you call them VIP. What is improved about this toilet? The toilet is this side, the other people's window is on the other side. Those of us with big nose for African conditions, we can start to have sinuses if we go there. There is no peace even in the bedroom. You can have the beautiful bed there. You can fight with the partner. When the sheets are clean, they will think that you are fighting. And then the next thing what they do, they then bring this funny thing called honeysuckers. You don't even know where they throw this sewer, this sludge. Attend to that, man. That's what impacts on your green drop. Then the other thing here, Comrade Rismate, my brother. These people, some of them, they don't even have chemicals, chlorine. They don't even have calcium. You know, lentoctaucalic. Pella, remember when this thing, it must come in, get the calcium, it actually mixes with water, it becomes calcium hydroxide, Tangish. And ube poly and the others that needs to, because uma amanzi afi, some of your water in the taps, they are muddy, they look murky. Uyabo, that thing, that is actually when you look at them, it has issues of sedimentation. And if you can't allow that, if your water comes in, there is an enough contact time, then you are able to do flocculation. In other words, all those objects that and particles that are there, they are able to actually combine so that at least you can have the flocculants that can be able to be sedimented. Ikhulumeni le ndaba because the majority of you, even if the water comes from the tap, people are very scared. Financially, need discuss le nto le. A number of you are not paying their accounts. Firstly, let's agree that there must be a list from you of all the people we call them debitors, the people who owe you. That list must be given to the premiers and MECs so that within a particular period of 3 months, all government departments and entities that owes municipalities must pay. But those who owe the water boards too must enter into an agreement. They must not default. They must not default. But we don't want you to be paying when we know that there's no revenue base. We must start to say, what else can we do? That's why the issue of concession, special purpose vehicle, working with the art, especially in strategic towns and cities, work on that. Discuss the issue. I don't know where is the deputy president of SALC. It will be incorrect to think that water boards must not actually, this year, not increase their prices. You allowed ESCOM to increase prices by 12.7%. Why should they actually carry? The water must be pumped. Are you aware that the chemicals, most of the chemicals that we clean water, they are in the main, they are being manufactured outside the country. Till now we only do blending. The prices of chemicals have gone up. They've gone up. And in the main, because of these things that are happening in the world, there is a fluctuation of our currency. And our currency fluctuates, it can devalue, is undervalued and appreciates. It has an impact. You can't say we must not raise. As a department, we have raised the water, what we call water use charge. Asikwazi ukuthi asikwazi ukukhuphula. But at the very same time, we cannot be reckless. But at the very same time, municipalities don't think that you have a license to increase the prices of water and electricity at a level where it is not cost reflective. As even in the honesty around issues of water use charges. Those that who are actually municipalities who are struggling to pay, enter into an agreement, pay the current account, then make an application. We want to look at an application, a special dispensation, where either the interest we can remove them, whether we can be in a position to cancel your debt, but we will never cancel a debt of someone who has not demonstrated that capability. I thought those issues are important. But the last point I want to say, most of your problems, they are about people who are criminals. Criminals. They work with the mafias. They get the projects to be stopped. Some they've died. Poor young people died in eThekwini just working in the water plant. Because someone said, no, iTenka yami must get more. We lost our brother and executive in Randwater. Nobody must die in water. But at the very same time, there are people who are stealing water from your systems. There are smaller Vatericans we don't know. There are smaller bakis that are running around. Can we clamp down on corruption? Can we then also insist that life audits must be done? We must also do skills audit. You know there are people that are more than 40 years working there now. Let's actually help them. Let them be professionalized, be certificated. In my other life, I took a chance to become a teacher. I was not a good teacher. There were many teachers. I never had a teacher's diploma. There was a rule that in 3 years, if you don't have a teacher's diploma, you must get out. Because there were too many people who were qualified like us, but without a teacher's diploma. And in water, we must say you must get out in 3 years if you don't have the water papers and belong a professional body. Because if you don't belong to a professional body, we are going to cause a problem. There are bodies that belong to natural scientists. There are bodies that belong to engineers. Lento yamanzi nje ukuthi kuzoza umuntu esingazi ukuthi somsa kuphi. Not everybody must play here. This is a matter of a serious business. And if you don't think it's a matter of serious business, I can assure you, this year and next year, most of you want to come back as councillors. The number of strikes are going to increase. Every day, there's going to be a protest. But I can also tell you, those who have money they can afford, they are going to leave your municipal service. They are going to do their own boreholes. They are going to get bottled water. They are going to find a way of getting the water. Already others are out. Already others, they are putting solar systems. They are out of the electricity grid. Most of them, they are using gas. Your trading service of water and electricity, which is your mainstay of revenue, if you can't perform, ensure that it is an assurance of availability and reliability of supply, you lose the point. I wish you well. Don't talk too much. Say, what do we do, by who, when? And don't actually discuss the matter. No, it's our space. It's no longer your space. If we have failed to do the job, we have invited us in. We are here, we are not going anywhere. We are going to discuss afterwards when citizens have water to say, who are supposed to do the job? Yeah, but it was you, but the citizen is happy. In my culture, if I find my sisters, they are fighting, or my brothers, I don't ask, I join the fight. After we have won the fight, I ask who started the fight. It might have been my sibling. What was the issue? You can discover it was my sibling. Now we have a fight. And our siblings were together that these people, they say they have no water. They run for days. The sewer is running in the streets. They say you don't respond on time. Can we change their views about us? And in your hands it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Let's appreciate DM colleagues. And now we're going to do the hard work. I'm going to later call on we've got some sector specialists to try and shape our conversation in a discussion. And we still have to develop our report that we're going to give tomorrow. And I'm going to start channeling the conversations. I just want to get a clear, maybe few comments, more especially on the WSS that we contacted, all of you, to give us the report. Some of you said you have done ring fencing, but if you look, about 48% of those have not yet started the process. So there's still a huge gap in that ring fencing. Now I want to just get an indication, just to break the ice, from maybe 2 municipalities. I just want to get a view, 2 municipalities that have done ring fencing, that you have started the process and it's done and it's final, and just share with us briefly how long it took you and what kind of support did you put in place. It might be from a political or administrative level. You raise your hand, introduce yourself, the municipality or the district you come from, and then we give you a mic, and then we'll get another speaker. There's a reason why we want to get that view, because if we're still sitting with 48% DM of WSS that have not started with ring fencing or processes, then we have a challenge. I just want to get a view on that, and then we can go to our implementation model and financial viability, partnership, and the issues of crime. Do we have anyone to break the ice? Do we have roving mics, colleagues? Or I must just give mine? Maybe I must just go down and give mine.
All mics are on stands around. Can
Not
people
this
please
one.
walk to the mics? Yeah, so that we can capture them on camera and the audio as well for the stream.
Okay, where are the mics? Must they use mine or they must?
There are mics on stands around the room.
Where are they? Oh, there's one there. And this side? Oh, there's one there. All right. There's a hand here. If you can go to that mic, you're going to be famous, you're going to be on TV. If you can walk there and introduce yourself. Okay, they're bringing it. All right. I thought you want to have some steps. You know, if you sit for too long, you might need to start counting some steps. Introduce yourself, where you come from, and where you are.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm Mashilo, the MEC for Coxstar in Mpumalanga. So I have enough famous. I don't have to go there. Yeah, well, look, Jim, I heard you well. Okay.
Or maybe you must look at the other side. Yeah. Unless you turn and face the camera.
Oh, this.
Let's see.
Oh, well, no, thank you, ATM. Look, TM, we might say a lot of things, and I think up to so far there was a summit as presented last year is another summit. But I think let's go to the actual problem. And I hear about qualifications and all those issues. What I think is a problem at the level of our municipalities is one matter which has been not spoken here. A system called telemetry. And I think we've undermined that. Because if we can have telemetry in our system, you will be able to depict where the water losses, including who's stealing water. And we can able to clamp down that as a matter of urgent. And I think that's how majority of farmers, I think they're doing to manage the issue of water. I thought we'll elevate the telemetry and put telemetry in all our major lines, our reservoirs, so that we can manage water appropriately. I think that's one area we must deal with. Secondly, well, municipalities, and this is an old system. Some municipalities come from old, there's a new. Municipalities, they don't have the underground maps to say where's the infrastructure. That's why it's easy. We've appointed new managers, the old managers, they're gone, they've got the knowledge. They can, whoever can go and close a valve somewhere, and water can pass. And immediately what they'll do, that's when they introduce the tankers, because they want to make a quick money. They create themselves work. And then, because that's an emergency. I think that's one area. But if we had a system of a telemetry control electronically at the center, I can tell you we might address a lot of problems around water, sanitation, etc. The last issue is the payment. You know, DM, we must agree, people whom we thought they are poor are not paying are those who are paying, because equitable share is meant for them. We complain about people are poor, can't pay, but they will live from the equitable share, and that equitable share is for them, because they are not having money. People who are not paying are the business, that include government, and some people that are indeed working. And then that's what we must deal with. Now, some municipalities complain is about your billing system. I think we must move so that we don't take a lot of time complaining as if we don't have ideas. I thought those people are professional, must bring ideas. Let's introduce ideas like, say, let's have a pro forma invoices that goes to department, recognized by treasurer as well as the AG, so that government start to pay. Well, municipalities are still fixing their own billing system, complain, but they pay. If you look, departments are not paying, but they are enjoying services, that municipality is providing every day, and they are complaining. So I thought if we can manage those issues, either introduce a pro forma invoice as a mechanism or a transition towards a proper system of billing, we can have government start to pay. Probably if we had, yesterday we had a MINMAC, we have the presentation from Treasurer to check how much government, national government, provincial departments, and the other parastatals that are owing municipalities are far more than what are owing to Water Board and ESCOM. If that money can be put together and gets collected, I think our problem can be almost 70% resolved. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. I still insist, I think what the MEC is raising is part of our key recommendations. Issues of asset register in municipalities. I think this is what is raising. You can't go and maintain or replace what you don't know on the ground. You can't know how much water you're losing if you don't have your SCADA system, your telemetry systems as a municipality. But I think the key issues raising is the issues of payment, which is a concern that we're raising here. I still want to get a view, because it's very crucial. I can't leave that matter out before we go to the action plans, to say there are some municipalities here that have succeeded in doing the ring fencing. Be it a portion of the equitable share, be it part of the MIG that they're ring fencing out to do O&M, but we need that experience shared and how long it took, because some municipalities haven't done that, and it's a huge risk that we are facing as a sector. And I wish to see a hand that can at least share with us some of those success stories quickly. I don't know, maybe it means there's no one who has done that. And the question I have is, those colleagues that we have been calling and asking if they've done that, it means they were dishonest. Because if you told us, because we phoned, and we don't want to be calling out names, and if we phoned you and you said, no, as the municipality we are, and we know the numbers, and that's how we arrived at that percentage. Now, if those municipalities are not here, we can clearly conclude, DM, that there is no ring fencing. So that 12 or so % that we were given is wrong, because people that are here, they know nothing about ring fencing. Actually, you are shocked. Ring fencing, so do we agree, colleagues, that there is no ring fencing done by any of you? Do we agree? We need to be honest. When we come to plenary tomorrow to report, we don't want to paint a picture that says a percentage is doing that. Some says they're in process. Some says they haven't started. And that is where the gist of the matter is. We've heard the president talking about this very issue. He elevated it, that the sales of water should be ring-fenced back into the system. And the municipalities that we were told they've done something. Did you identify someone there?
Thank you, DDG.
Maybe we must see you.
You would advise me. Should I stand up?
Yes, sir, and introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mawelewele Mahai. I'm from Mopani District Municipality. I I will give progress in terms of what you were asking. Firstly, when we came here last year, we didn't have any blue drop and green drop improvement plan. We've done that. And also in terms of having process controllers that are able to be classified. At that time when we came here, we were already busy with recruitment processes. We can report today to say that the recruitment process has been finalized and our process controllers are currently being registered so that they are classified as registered process controllers. And we have also gone an extra mile of dealing with the 10% of the MIG, which we are putting aside, which we've ring-fenced to use it for maintenance of wastewater treatment works. We are already started with the process. We've identified about 7 of them, which mainly it was to deal with compliance issues. There were directives that were issued to us on non-compliance. So we have used that 10% of MIG to address these compliance issues. And yeah, I think that's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Mai. So there's only one that understands ring fencing. Or maybe there's a misconception about ring fencing, colleagues. Okay, there's a hand there. Quickly.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Mine is not on ring fencing. If you allow me to speak, my name is Yandi Swavacha. I am from Eastern Cape, Makana local municipality. I want to come in on the question that was raised by the DM on how do we support you? And also taking into consideration the explanation that was given by the minister earlier on the mandate of the department, where she told us that the mandate qala emvuleni kuzise namanzi and all that. Now, we are these people who are categorized here as critical, hence we're here. We are given red bandages because indeed we are in a critical situation. I am coming from a municipality that the MIG that we are receiving is 29 million. Uwisig doesn't go beyond 10 million. A municipality that received support from the department, the department extended our dam from 11 megaliters to 20 megaliters, and that is very much appreciated. But if you notice, we are a municipality that is always on the news about communities that do not have water. And the department says, we have supported you. Our mandate goes and ends here. As the municipality, even for us to be here, we are not financially viable. The bulk infrastructure that needs to be replaced, the refurbishment, is about 400 kilometers. What we are doing with the little that is less than 10 million we are getting from Uwisig is to replace the asbestos pipe. We are an over 200 years city that is having old bulk infrastructure. You can imagine, the asbestos, once it breaks, don't expect it to is our fixable immediately. It shifts. That is why we'll always have communities that are complaining about not having water. Now the problem is, as the municipality, we don't have money for rectification because the problem now is in the rectification. Department has assisted us with bulk water. There is enough water. But the problem is to take that water, we process it to the communities, to households. We are a municipality that does not have money, yes, and its department mandate, it ends there. Why its department? Because I believe that most of the municipalities, the problem is in the bulk infrastructure that is aged. Can't its department, in order for us not to get a report, no, our mandate ends there. Can they review a mandate here so that it goes to reticulation as well? Because in reality is we don't have that money, even with what we are collecting as revenue. Sipilela uku fix the pipe bursts and leaks and all that. Through the help of the National Treasury, yes, we are currently putting on Inansiki smart meters on water and electricity. But still, we are still having the problem of major leaks, pipe bursts, and all that, because we don't have enough resource, we don't have a muscle, and we are not going to have it. Even when a department has committed to assist, officials will come and check how much do you have as the municipality to attend to this. For us not to do it, it tells you that we don't have money. So that's the plea from me, that each department needs to review a mandate if really you want to assist the municipalities, because not all municipalities have financial viability. Those that do not have a financial viability, that means they will remain in this crisis forever, because the mandate of the department ends on bulk water. So, yeah, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. That really helped quite a lot. We appreciate that. I think if you remember quite well, one of the issues Minister raised here was that there should be no conflict in terms of what we are all trying to do. And when municipalities are raising to say they need support, the department cannot just come and impose. There's still some internal political processes or decisions that needs to be taken. You've heard us saying we can only intervene through when there's 139 or 154, we come with Section 63 in such municipalities, but there's still a lot of internal political decisions that have to be taken, like Section 63. Now, what you have raised now takes us to the overall problem that we all have, and then we now need to start talking about the implementation model when we intervene, when we support, and that is one of the first key pillars that has been raised. Okay. I saw another hand this side, there, on the middle row.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Jasper Ngobeni, the Municipal Manager of Bushbuck Ridge, local municipality. Chair, I just want to share with the Commission on what Bushbuck Ridge did since last year. The Section 78 process was completed in 2018-2019 financial year. Unfortunately, it was never processed because ordinarily it needed to be finalized. But what we did after the session or the Water Summit last year was, one, we created what we call water schemes. We have got 3 water schemes in the municipality, the Northern Zone, the Midland Zone, and the Southern Zone, who are responsible for managing the water in respect to the entire area. Secondly, we then went to council early this year, or maybe before that. What we also did, we implemented what we call bulk meters in the entire scheme of our municipality, because we thought and realized it was important to do that. At the same time, what we also did, we had to procure water leak detectors, including some of the telemetrics that we had to install. But what we did then was to ensure that we go to council, for council to give us approval for the implementation or resumption of the rain fencing of the water services unit. And council approved that, if I'm not mistaken, last year, December. And we then went through the process of reviewing our organizational structure to make sure that we now also ring-fenced the human resource capacity for purpose of making sure that we have got singled out human capacity for water function. But what we also did, we then also established what we call an internal laboratory to make sure that we assess our wastewater and water quality. I can assure you, Chair, that in terms of our drinking water, or what you call blue drop, we have improved a lot. And currently we are busy also assessing our capacity in terms of wastewater. Chair, what we also did, we managed also to create an environment where the DWS was also informed about our process to start engaging them in respect to rain fencing the function. But what we have also done, we have now created a vote for water services function, so that come the new financial year, which starts in June, we are able to make sure that that entire rain fencing function of the water is also implemented as a separate function. So those are a few things, Chair, that we have done, which I thought maybe also gives us an edge to talk about our process plan to implement the rain fencing of the water function. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Two issues are coming out. The review of our implementation model from Makana is very crucial to support municipalities, but then other municipalities like Bushbuck Ridge now have done some sterling job. There's good progress. Let's get another speaker. Is there another hand? Okay, there.
Thank you, Chair. It's Nkululeko Kelepu from Manzopa. I think also as the municipality, we've also tried to have a lot of progress. As an institution, as much as we have not ensured that, that Regulation 78 is fully fleshed, but one thing that we've done is that we're busy with the review of the organogram of the institution to ensure that we have a structure and personnel that are correctly aligned. I'll make an example. We have a lot of process controllers in a lot of our towns, but they are not correctly allocated to the relevant systems. So together with COGTA, we're busy implementing that. We're busy with the new budget, whereby we're allocating votes and budget for each and every system and each and every process so that we can meet the blue drop when the new assessment has been done. In terms of registration of process controllers and our systems, that one we've achieved it. In terms of O&M, in terms of ensuring that we refurbish our plants, we funded the refurbishment of Genoa, the pump station. As the municipality, we've ring-fenced over 5 million. In doing that, that project is complete. We refurbished the package plant in Hop House. That one is also complete. So as a municipality, we are taking stock of everything that was said in the last drop assessment. But I think we need to be aware that our municipalities are unable to budget sufficiently for O&M. And I think one of the speakers did say that we need to start looking at SSIG because, for example, MIG does fund O&M, MIG does fund the PMU operations, but it's not happening under the Department of Water and Sanitation, and most of the projects are coming from the Department of Water and Sanitation. So I just wanted to mention that a lot of municipalities are doing well. I think others are a bit too shy because they ate a lot, but there's a lot that's being done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So review of the grants framework has been elevated in this conversation. It came out clear in the speech of the president, that message came through. And the department is looking at options on the O&M using the very same grants you just mentioned. So we're looking at that. So it's a relevant conversation that we're having. Do we have another? Okay, there. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Bonolo Kosing from Gaskonyana Local Municipality from the Northern Cape. Progress to date, we have appointed 2 water technicians and 2 process controller. Then also the section 78 is still in progress. Now, one of the challenges for Gaskonyana is for no drop. Now, on the no drop, we rely mainly on underground water. We are having around 110 water boreholes managed by Val Central. Previously, it was Sidibeng. But now, as the municipality, we are not even receiving the result from the water board for no drop. Now, it's quite a challenge, even the issues of repair and maintenance is a challenge because most 30% to 40% of the boreholes are not in operations. And we are faced now with challenges from the communities. Now, when the downtime for 3 months, 4 months, those boreholes are not repaired, it becomes challenge to the municipality. Even we end up now from the municipality side now, even when we are paying a monthly premium for the services that we are not receiving. Now, if what my plea today is if the process can be fast-tracked so that at the end of the financial year or even next year, then we complete the process, then we'll be in a better position to ensure that actually we comply with the requirements from DWS. So what is a challenge to the municipality? Normally now when we send the application, so we go and present to DWS for approval for the new projects, it becomes difficult for us to ensure that we comply with the checklist. Because of now, in Gaskonyana, we are also water licensed for 3 areas, Mutibistad, North Mutibistad, Rangeville, Bankara, and also Kuruman. In those 3 areas, we ensure that actually we comply. But now on the checklist, it needs to include the entire Gaskonyana local municipality. Now, if that information is not forthcoming, it becomes a problem to the municipality. Now, the issue of green drop, we've got influx in Kuruman town because of the mines. We've got Joe Morolong and also Joe Morolong. So most people are now, because now in order to go to the mines, they are migrating to Gaskonyana municipality. Now it becomes difficult for us because of they are residing in Gaskonyana. Now we need to provide those services. So our system actually, we are under pressure because of now we need to deliver. Now coming to Rangeville, we've got now old sewer lines that are passing through the water stream or the furrows that needs actually to be removed. So now we are keep on now having blockages on the manholes. The other challenges now is for the team to access those manholes because of the reeds, so it becomes difficult. So what we are asking maybe in future is for the main to get enough funding because of now with the little mandate with revenue collection that we are getting, it's not enough actually to do all the repairs. But to date, because of at the end of the day, we've got the responsibility to ensure that we give the best services to the community. We managed to source the sewer jet truck in order actually to remove the blockages from the sewer pipeline, and also now to try actually to do bush clearing or clearing so that the team can be able to access. But it's just for now. For a longer plan, then we'll need actually assistance for funding, because with a budget of funding that we receive, we are having 15 wards of 30 million for water. For WSIG, it's not actually enough actually to address all the issues or the challenges that we are facing as the municipality. But we are working very hard. Also the issue of, also as the municipality, we are faced with the issue of water tankering. People now actually vandalizing our infrastructure. They tap into the main line, now doing tankering. And also that one actually, that needs the assistance from the ward councillors to ensure that actually now we go together as the municipality and also the ward councillors to do the disconnections, to identify those people and do the disconnections. The other point that also, because on previous projects...
Try to wrap up now.
Okay, on previous project, material selections, to say now you've got small pipe sizes, then we are having overflow and blockages. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, let's try to be brief. We don't want to use this as more of a report session, okay? We need to get straight into the point so that we can have more speakers contributing. Colleagues, we all agree with all our challenges and problems, right? Now, few issues that should divert or converge towards us developing an intervention model, specifically on the implementation. One, what came out strong is let's review on how we are supporting municipalities. That is clear, okay? Secondly, I just want to ask a question, because we must also agree on the timelines. We cannot just raise issues and we don't have a strategic timeline that we're agreeing upon. On the implementation model, municipalities are expected to identify their gaps, which all of us are aware of, those gaps. Shortcomings, technical, capacity, some of the issues raised by the MEC in terms of having the infrastructure on the ground. Now, which of the municipalities or some of you have you ever considered, because this is the main issue, have you ever considered looking for support from, besides the department, either from the water board? Is that a viable option? Whether from the CMAs or from water user associations, can that be a viable option for you as a municipality in that area? There's a hand there.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm actually from private sector. And I was going to speak on that particular issue to say, unfortunately, I was not part of the session last year. My name is Trevor Gopo, and I'm the CEO of LWI. And we design, build, and operate wastewater treatment plants. We've been doing it for the last 20 years. And so my contribution really is to say, add rather to what DM said, to say, how can we help? Because the issue is, as I followed the discussion, it's a problem which is being solved internally. My question, first of all, is what is the private sector partnerships that are currently in place to solve these problems? That's the first one. The second one is to comment on, I noticed on one of the slides, it says that there's a 7% of the municipalities are still sourcing funding to address infrastructure. And I'd like to make a comment. My colleague, Mr. Mahai, just spoke, I think, from Mopani District Municipality. And I was privileged to be part of their strategic session about a few weeks back. And what you found out in that strategic session, and I'm imagining it's the same with all municipalities, you find that 98, on average, 98 million, for instance, is billable water from municipalities. That is potable water. And then you look at the revenue that is being billed for sewer is about 8 or 9 million. And the question I raised in that session was, do you see a huge disparity or imbalance there? Because if you are billing only 8 million for sewer and billing 10 times the same amount for water, how are you going to drive infrastructure development on the sewer? Because your tariff is just too low. And yet it costs 10 times more to build a sewer plant than it does a water plant. So that is one intervention where we think we can come in and assist. And the issue also of skills transfer, to say, from an infrastructure perspective, yes, there can be a drive to build infrastructure, but there must be an equal match on skills development, because when these plants are built, they will need somebody to drive them. And so I think it's a bit of a blind side that is being left at the moment to say the skills deficiency in the sector are just too high. And for instance, if you were to implement a project now of a sewer plant, it will only be switched on in 3 to 4 years' time. We need a skills drive that is also running parallel to that. And it's one of the areas where we can also assist, because we've got a subsidiary company that does training and certification of process controllers. So we are quite happy to come alongside municipalities and imagine these projects and put them together. Thank you.
Thank you. While DM wants to come because he must go for an interview, if I can just pose a question on you, how do you do as a private sector, because municipalities have challenges with funding, do you, as a private sector, like in your case, from what you have picked up in Mopane there, are you able to put more or propose some sort of a performance contract where through your initial or front-loading investment into the problem you've identified, then you are able to get your investment back by savings in the sector or in the system?
That is correct. So we've got a very long history with Mopane District Municipality. As a matter of fact, exactly 20 years ago, we funded and built a 5 megaliter a day plant, and we are saying to municipalities, if you need to be sustainable, it's a municipality which is in the middle of nowhere, but you've got a mining operation anywhere downstream. You can upgrade with private sector funding. You can upgrade your sewer plant so that the effluent from the plant can be sold to the mine as a secondary revenue stream for the municipality. And you will find that that plant washes its own face from day one. And what it does simply is, if you remember the statistic I mentioned at the beginning, to say you are billing 8 million on sewer and you are billing 90 million on water. When you recycle your sewer water, you are opening again another 90 million on the bottom end, and we can send that water to the mine. But more importantly, you will find within your water balance or your water cycle, the mine is operating in any case by pumping potable water from the ground. And so the point is that water can potentially be pumped to the household first, and then when it comes down to the sewer plant and it's recycled, it goes to the mine. This is how you can make small municipalities fundable and sustainable. But yes, directly to answer to that question, we actually do have willing funders, especially where there is an off-taker, particularly a bankable one like a mine. It becomes extremely easy to source funding to build wastewater infrastructure for municipalities. So as long as there is a mine within a 10, 15, even 20-kilometer radius that is using a lot of water, there is potential to unlock bottom-end revenue for that municipality, and then it will be easy to fund. We've got funders for those kind of projects. We are no longer working on the bankability of the municipality, but the bankability of the off-taker, which is the mine.
No, thank you very much. I see Comrade, where is Comrade Mashilo or Comrade Kuma? You know, comrades, there are many of you, I can see many people are technical, but we want you to, as politicians, to speak, including the other sectors. You know, one of the main issues, I'm about to leave, I must apologize, but Rismart and the team, they will run this thing. You know, one of the things on the few input, where is Comrade Mayor from Makanesh? Where is she? Ne? You know, one of the things we must agree, Comrade Speed, we divided the things into 5. One of the decisions we must agree is actually made provision in the law that the issues of a utility model will give you a possibility to run in terms of operational efficiency. But Comrade Kumal, I want to indicate one way. We must not lose municipal ownership. Because if the function of water and electricity, Comrade Mashilo, is not ring-fenced, you can't see. Is there a comrade who has an objective on a utility model? Then the question, if we do the utility model, we have to agree to say, now that you guys, you have to ring fence your function. You have to actually ensure that the Water Services Authority, which is policy, regulation, and oversight, including the issues of implementation, the provision, you must run them as separate entity. Whether it is yours, whether you do it otherwise, but for governance, they have to be run separately. But what we need to do is that you have to actually make a decision yourselves to appoint a credible service provider. A credible service provider can be your own utility you have established yourself. I hope we're together, comrades. Number 2, you can appoint another municipality. Or you can appoint a private company. Let's make an example, because sometimes we behave as if these things are new. You know, for an example, Johannesburg has an entity. It's called Johannesburg Water. Is their entity, they've lost ownership. We come to Eguruleni. Eguruleni has an entity, a utility, just for waste, is it waste management? Ne? It's called Ervat. I come from Mpumalanga. In Mpumalanga, they did what we call it a concession. There is a company that was there for nearly more than 30 years, since the dawn of democracy. It was Bywater, but now it's called Slulumans. Abomashilo Lapa, they've ensured that there is an ownership by the municipality. That's why in Bombela, where the water is provided by Slulumans, the quality is top. In other words, this model, it has to be agreed with you that we need to do it. But then there's an issue, how do we bring in private sector? You know, in Northwest, there's a company called Midval. That company with Midval is sitting with a lot of water. What do we need to do? Take a decision to appoint them. But you don't lose ownership. There's my brother there is from the private sector. Private sector, you can appoint them as a service provider to manage this thing on your own. Let's make examples. Ivan plants in an area called Mukhalakwen. Their biggest investor is it Chrome? Ne? You know, they wanted to leave South Africa because we never allowed private sector to come in. We make it difficult. That company were to meet with Comrade Taudala Ungwako, the mayor there. He was very new, 2021. I remember we made him to work in December, 24 and 26. We got to take a council resolution. This is how we do it. You get a council resolution. After we have got a council resolution, the MFMA, it wants you to consult. Remember, even when you do the section, when you appoint a water service provider, you have to do consultation. Comrade Mashilo, we need to be able, even at a level of SALC, to help. After the consultation, we got a concurrence from Enoch, the Minister of Finance. I can tell you now, Imukalakwena, they spent zero. That company built a top of the range wastewater treatment works for free. The only thing they wanted from the municipality is that you must produce more sewer so that we can use the effluent. When you produce more sewer, they want to use the effluent. It means the question of housing development that was actually blocked, you unblock it. In other words, there is a process we agree that National Treasury, SALCA, COGTA, and ourselves, we must be able to say, out of all of you who are sitting here, who are those who wanted to procure private sector? And when we want to procure private sector, they make an application and we have to tighten and shorten the process. Well, someone was fighting. Yeah, why are you giving Ivan plans to build a sewer plant? Private sector were fighting over this thing. I told Anglo that don't fight over sewer. There is another municipality that has a sewer plant. If you want an effluent, we agree that Pulugwane must give them. This brother says is managing the other one. In other words, how do you procure? Discuss the modalities. But it can happen. When it happens, structure it that you don't lose the ownership. My brother, the wastewater treatment plants, don't think that it doesn't have money. You know the problem of money. There's a shortage of money, but there's a wastage of the money we have. You know government has this thing of protection of the poor. In the protection of the poor, there's something called social security. You know that in terms of the money that is given per household or per person for free basic water, I think it's costing about 700 and something or 800 and something. But for free sanitation, it's costing less than 600. But if we have sanitation, don't only think as a private sector you can only take that money. Remember, even the municipality, there's a money for sewer. We are going to understand where the money comes from. There's a charge for every return flow. You know what you do while other people are having highest bills around the money for sanitation is not what you flush in the toilet, is even what you flush in the sink. Do you know that what you also have a running water, you know about is storm water. If your storm water is going to get into the sewer system, umasipala uzok up, you will pay a lot. Private sector must not think that it is not, you can't get return when you invest in sewer plant. Abo masipala, where you have a sewer plant, that is a problem. Banikezeni labantu be private sector. But when you give them, you put conditions. Remember, in the sewer system example, there is a money that you get as a trading service. Let's make an example of Johannesburg. Johannesburg has a plant called Northern Wastewater Treatment Works. It designed with Comrade Kumal. It's designed for 410. At peak, it pushes around 403. Do you know what you can do when you give away your sewer plant? We are operator, we are maintainer, we are refurbish. But what does this person do? Or treat the water to a quality standard for other uses. He will sell the water. But when he sells that water, the effluent, which is return flow, either for domestic use or industrial use, you must agree what percentage you want. Ungamdaiseli infrastructure, don't sell the infrastructure. Uma edaisa lamanzi, when he or she sells the water, then there's still a sludge. What do you do with the sludge? The sludge, you actually produce gas or biogas. In other countries, ubatola lento enibiza ngama easy gas, they actually buy gas from the sludge. But the other sludge, if you manage it well, we don't want it anywhere. What can you do with that other sludge? You produce manufacturing. We can bring a sludge. Let's say a sludge is as a Gauteng in one area where we actually make a manufacturing plant for fertilizers. That's called industrialization. But business, please come with that proposal. How wastewater treatment works. We have a nje Comrade Mashilo la uhlanganise iMalahleni, uhlanganise iStiftwet. And all of them, they bring the sludge. We then have an issue how to transport the sludge into one area. We produce gas. That's how you can get your return investment. Remember, never think about water as water. Think about water as agriculture. Think about water as energy. Think about water as other issues of green economy. Lento yama wastewater treatment works. We can bring either a public entity or a private entity. Then they can actually manage them better on our behalf, manage the asset, bring the asset into right condition, but we structure the financial model of cost sharing. I'm answering that question on how to do. E-concession is not a new thing. Is not a new thing. Go to Ebalito in KwaZulu-Natal, there's something called Scissor Water. Go to Nelspruit, there's something called, I've not been at home for too long, Slulumans. Why do we have to go and learn from somewhere else? eThekwini, they have something that they used to be there. When I was a youngster, I was trained by a company called Vivendi. Vivendi used to manage all the wastewater systems of eThekwini. Not that the issue of concession is a new thing in South Africa. In other words, we're answering the implementation model. And you need to say to Rismart, no, we don't want this thing. But in reality, nobody trusts you. Your citizens are angry. And they're starting to say, we're not going to pay for services. Other people are going to take us to court. And some of you have been taken to court. I thought Comrade Mashilo, and he addressed Linda. The other thing is SPV. ESPV is a special purpose vehicle. Why an SPV must be done? ESPV is because they don't trust you. We have too much debts. We have a lot of liabilities. You don't have an asset base. In what? It has an asset base. It has a credibility. Ngoba Water borrows money from the markets in a rating. When the only thing uzana nothing, you come with nothing. The only thing utola ini, you get ownership. We are creating a structure that is neutral for governance and credibility and transparency. Nebanani ne sharing agreement. Water is an asset base. We then ring fence your debt, how to handle it. Then they go to the market, they borrow money. Employees, they don't lose water, they don't lose their jobs. They become part of the utility. Remember, the utility is yours. In the first few years, we are not owning 100%. You might be owning a certain percentage, but maybe after 15 or 20 years, you will own the asset. It will be in good condition. You will have built your own entity. It can be done. Those are the things to say implementation model. But the implementation model, it can say that a local municipality, that is a water service authority, it can use what we call public-public partnership. You appoint a district. Appoint a district. And the district must be assessed that it has the capacity. Or the district is a water services authority, but it has weaknesses. It can appoint a local municipality. That is the capacity. Remember some districts. Let's make Capricorn in Limpopo. Capricorn is a water services authority for all smaller municipalities except Pulugwan. There is nothing wrong that Capricorn can appoint Pulugwane as an entity, a water service provider, but there must be an assessment of the capability. That's how implementation model you must look. Maybe let's discuss the man before I leave. On the question of the man, comrades, there's something bad that is coming up. Comrade Wasemakan, there is an unfairness. Why Makana can get so small amount? 29 million. How can you replace 400 kilometers of pipe with 29 million? Therefore, the problem, comrades who are mayors here and the others, if we report, what should be your point, Mashilo Lolo Shoy? We must deal with underinvestment. That a municipality is small, it does not mean it must not perform the water services function. The allocation must be equitable. It must be just, it must be fair. Number two, there is an issue that the existing infrastructure is dilapidating. In other words, the big decision you must make here, Operation Vulindlela. If Vulindlela must say, we're opening and removing barriers, if the conditional grants are having a condition that you can't use the grant money to actually renew old infrastructure, it's a wrong thing. And it's a decision that, Mashilo, you say we must make. Kangish. That decision, you need to put it on the record. It had to happen. Oma, that decision is not happening. Do you know what it means? Who is going to replace the 1,200 and something kilometers in Malahleni? Who's going to replace the 849 kilometers in Johannesburg? In other words, because we have created conditions that even if you have the money has conditionalities. These conditionalities are saying you can't use the money. In other words, we are not on the side of the people. Non-revenue water will continue. Because you can't do the things you're supposed to do. I do agree in your resolution, the issues of funding and supporting smaller municipalities must be your decision. The review of some of the conditions. If MIC is allowing us to use 10%, ourselves in terms of WISIC, in terms of USDG, ourselves in terms of informal settlement upgrade grant and all the grants, magube ne building of a once-off that we can do replacement of infrastructure. But replacement of infrastructure from funding, you can also go to private sector. You know what you can say with private sector? Private sector, I don't have money. I want you to come in here. I have a bankable clientele. I have industries, I have people who are paying. In other words, we are putting your database on the table. We are saying I'm supposed to be giving 1 billion liters a day to these people. But the 1 billion liters I'm getting from a water board, I'm only able to give my people only 400 million liters. Then you say to a private company, come in. Let's have an agreement of being new just to replace my infrastructure. When you replace my infrastructure, I want you to put new pipes. I want you to put pump stations. I want you to put reservoirs. But the people that I'm having, the industries and people, please build them. When you get the money, you pay off your debt. But I still want a certain percentage of that money because I must service other centers that are there. Non-revenue water. Let's invite private sector. Let's invite water boards and other mechanisms to do that. Then there's another funding. Low comrade tobe kulumangani ngama wastewater treatment works. There is money called green bonds and blue bonds. When you take those wastewater treatment works and the refund flow, I thought those are some of the issues that I thought I need to be able to say. On technical issues around efficiency, one of your biggest work you must do is Uyabona ke kunabantu abathekini technical in some municipalities, but they are not technical. Comrade Mashil, there is one issue we are raising. You know a problem ye blue drop, nano drop and green drop. A problem ye asset management. The first decision, like the MEC says, we must answer the question, do we know where are all our assets? If we don't know where the assets are, we can't plan. We can't renew them. We can't replace them. MEC, correct. The first thing is to identify where these assets are. There is a technology, use technology to do earth sensing. Where is the material? That's one issue you need to do. After we have got it, you create an asset register, Mashilo, a map. Then the third thing you do is conditional assessment. When you have a conditional assessment report, then you start acting. How do you start acting? In other words, there are few things you must do. You must do leak detection and repair. Leak detection, it means you must use technology. Then there must be repair. When you do the repair, you start with the large leaks, the small leaks, then you do the internal leaks. But you also do pressure management, and more importantly, you do a pipe replacement. That's an area of technical capability. But how do you manage the asset when you know where it is now? What condition it is? Now, usiyayisebenzisa ke manje. For efficiency, you do a pressure management. Pressure reducing valves, meters must work, you must have the SCADA, you must see these things. You must also include restrictors for those who are using this thing. But the last point I wanted to say, you know the biggest problem is easy for politicians to be fired and be dispensed. I'm going to request that if you want to save your jobs and have a relationship with people, do an oversight on those who are working in the space. In Gauteng, Premier Lesufi, Minister Majodina, they meet every Sunday. The MEC of Gauteng meets with all municipalities every Wednesday. Our water boards, Rainwater, they meet with all technical directors every day in the morning and in the afternoon. In other words, make a decision of leadership. The issue is leadership and ownership. Hold them accountable. Ask them, what is the level of reservoirs? How many leaks did you fix? How many complaints did you fix? If you can start to do some of those things, you will be able to do well. Those who are technical on that area that is set technical, implement flow restrictions as a matter of agents. It's an operational matter. Do pressure management, leak reduction, and the others is about maximizing existing bulk supply. Let's try to do more reservoirs, to do more pump stations. Abantu, demand is high. The current system must be done, and then you augment the supply. I thought before I leave, the mayors and the MEC and SALCA and private sector, you must speak and say, how do we do it? But this one, comrade from Makana, is a big agenda item that you can't get so small amount. I don't agree. And I also don't agree that when there is money, we can't be allowed to fix infrastructure. The conditions must be relaxed, but there must be accountability. Doctor, let me go.
Thank you, DM. Okay, DM. Thank you so much. Let's give the DM another hand, colleagues, for the guidance. We really appreciate it. I think most of the issues that we have been deliberating on are already covered. We are making notes, colleagues, with everything that you are saying. I want to bring in Dr. Jennifer to make input. You've been in the sector for long now, a lot of experience from research, and you've studied quite a lot of implementation models beside issues of technology. You've heard the comments from our colleagues from municipalities, what they're doing. You've heard some of the gaps that they're raising. I just need to give you some moments and then give us your views. You can come on stage. Let's appreciate Dr. Jennifer as the CEO of Water Research Commission. And I must say, colleagues, we have about an hour or so to finish up everything that we are talking about here. So once Dr. Jen has done, and then I'm going to come back and then we'll try to go to the wrap-up.
Thank you, DDG. Thank you, DDG. I think the comments that have been raised are quite significant, and I think one thing we have to agree on is that model of delivery is not going to be the same for all. And I hear a lot of conversation really centered around urban, densely populated, as well as easy to reticulate, while you have got the challenges of old infrastructure and. But I hear a bit of a silence around your typical rural areas where a lot more has not happened. But I think there we need to be considerate around how historically we have reticulated water within the municipality space, and how we have also very much relied on engineering capabilities to guide us in that, and how the world is moving, given that we have got challenges around water availability and also, who is supplying the water and such. So it's, I think, for us to just break it down to details. So I do a lot of work around water and sanitation. In my business, we call it water and shit, because that's what it is. I think the MEC was talking about real-time monitoring. For me, two critical things are there. When we are talking about asset management, we are talking about assets that within, under the ground, over the ground, and everywhere else. Now we understand that people may have taken the plans and there are no plans, but we can still do a GIS-based planning to get those plans. Because when you don't know what you have, you can't manage it. The first thing, or one of the key trainings that we provided the Water Research Commission, DDG, is around water flows, your water flow diagram. On one hand, it says you can put it on the computer, but as you start plotting and planning that, you can start rebuilding your maps. Now, one of the issues that was also raised around, I think it was the mayor from Makana, and talking about how there's asbestos, and when it leaks, it moves. Have we done a cost-benefit analysis to say, at some point, we just need to leave that old infrastructure and say, where's the 75% where you're going to get new infrastructure and rebuild it? The other thing I wanted to raise, DDG, is around the status quo as it stands, I think, for the municipalities in this room. It's really no longer feasible for you to approve any developments, because if there isn't enough water in terms of volumes, and there isn't enough space on a wastewater treatment works, you really should not be approving developments. And that becomes the issue. I think it's the why that needs to drive us. Now, I had a gentleman that was talking about the private sector, and the DM also touched on it. So if you have a high-end, and I'd like to focus on the high-end models because we always try to find solutions for the poor, but that's also very important, but it doesn't make a good case sometimes. So when you have got a high-end development wanting to build in your municipality, these guys tell you we've got developers, we've got funding, and you tell them honestly and genuinely to say we do not have enough water because of the reticulation infrastructure, but we've got groundwater. We don't have wastewater treatment works capability. I think there are opportunities there for those private-public partnership wherein they will have a full decentralized system that they can manage. And I think as the DM said, those agreements would then have to be signed. So it doesn't mean if the management of your water by a water service provider, it's the whole thing and everything. Also, we need to start thinking around decentralizing of this. Once you understand then what you have and what you need to manage, you need to be making a serious intervention plan. And I've had a lot of colleagues talking about, we did the plan, we did this, but I think if the plan does not have an accurate time frame of what's going to be delivered by when, by whom, that is why after 2 years, that water then has to be, or that money has to be returned to National Treasury because we were not realistic about the planning mechanism of why we need this water and what are we going to do exactly about it. The over-dependency also on not understanding what the program to be implemented is something that we must deal with. I think the department, even Minister said this morning, the department has established the Water Partnerships Office. One of its key roles is to ensure that there is PMU capabilities provided to support municipalities on those projects that we want. But colleagues, also very much important, even if a private sector company or a contractor comes, if you don't have the capabilities inside or at the district or another municipality that you can bring on board, you are going to buy tears at the price of a Rolls Royce. And I think that is some areas where we're talking about the issues that are challenging us financially. We were talking about the issues of, and I think it was also stated this morning, we have said at the level of district, that's where the seat of disaster management lies. This issue of water tankering as a solution should not be a business, but should be looked at an intervention model, which means if at the different municipalities, you've got two, somebody was saying that at the district level disaster, you know that you've got 8. At any given time when you need to support one another, you can enter into those agreements. Those are just like practical things that need to happen that says you don't have to have people depending on this system and then sabotaging infrastructure to create that dependency that they must have money out of this. I think also the other thing we need to talk about is the honesty and the trust. I think we've said this a lot in the media. Our people do not necessarily have a culture of non-payment. I think we have allowed it to fester. But I think we can start by starting to have truthful communications in our stakeholder engagements during the IDP processes where, we should be honest enough to say instead of putting, what are these speed humps, we can raise our reservoir wall. We need to start having truthful conversations around our reservoir levels. There is a very high level of water usage, and if you communicate to our communities around how much water we are able to utilize during the day, and that at night you let your system sleep, especially where there's groundwater as well, and let us engage on that. And then, do municipalities know the businesses? Okay, maybe to start it, 75% of your water, where does it go? Half the time it's not even used by the community. So do you know who is operating in your municipal area? Do you know what are they using the water for? Because we've talked a lot about the water tankers. Have you thought about the ones that are bottling water? People that are just taking, as businesses, taking water from the tap, bottling it and selling it at 100 times the price. And we have to have also a minimum and a mean as well as a maximum tariff, which means above the mean, we really have to have a steep tariff. And this is not about punishing people for using monies to get into a compact to agree that there's not enough water to go around. So you have to pay a very steep tariff if you are going to go above the max. And there we are saying, though, even those that afford should start feeling the pinch, because if it is just staggered in a way that it doesn't make a difference, some people will keep filling their swimming pools and watering their lawns so that they are green and utilizing that water which is needed. I think the last one I want to talk about the professionalization and the operation, which is something that was spoken of. You know, the skills audit, we've said that it needs to happen. In most cases, it's not a function that needs to be done internally. So if we are now going to the budgeting system currently, if you put it on a procurement plan, you know that come the beginning of the new financial year, you're going to be able to implement it. Do the skills audit. It's not a process to punish people, it's to identify where are your skills, how can you empower and upskill, and what are the skills that you need. And then secondly, it's to be serious, particularly as sitting around the room as management, to manage and to be serious about performance management. Because if you're saying to a person, we're giving you 3 years to get this qualification, we're giving you 3 years to do your RPL, we're giving you 3 years to get these CPD points, continued professional development, we are becoming partners in ensuring that we have got a skilled and upskilled workforce. The other part, let's talk a little bit on the financial viability. We've also said, and I think the DM also said it, in most municipalities you'll have your SAB, you'll have your Coca-Colas, you'll have your industries that are requiring very, very clean water. But if we don't understand their capabilities around whether they can treat water, whether they can partner with the municipality, then we will be in that position where we are not able to utilize those skills effectively within our local spheres to make sure that we are able to manage water and wastewater. The last part, I think the gentleman said it and DM said it now, we need to understand sewage and what it is. Currently, we are always, most of the time, using biological systems. But if you are having these chemical toilets that are put everywhere, they use chemicals. Where do they dispose of that chemicals? If they put that and they go and they dispose it anywhere, and then it goes into a municipal system, which is the current case, you are finding that this is what also, over and above everything else, forces your municipality wastewater treatment works to not function. So we need to be saying, for those that are utilizing those chemical toilets, where are you disposing, and you know, is there an agreement between you and the municipality? If there isn't an agreement because it's chemicals, then they need to switch to new models or new ways of disposing. I think we really have to take it that it cannot be business as usual, and we have to really start changing how we look at that. We also wanted to say that we need to create a trust relationships between us and the communities around the issue of vandalism. You know, these people that sometimes drill water from the infrastructure, they do it broad daylight, everybody knowing. In fact, everybody becomes part of it and they benefit from it. But if we start showing the people what impact that does to your pressure, to your volumes, and the cost of payments that you'd have to bring in the tankers, that's something that needs to be done. But also the bylaws system of municipalities, I think it's a very powerful tool that needs to be utilized and implemented. If you're a municipality, yes, we do not license boreholes, but if you're a municipality that's dependent on groundwater, you can put in bylaws that all drilling of boreholes should be licensed so that you can understand, because that is where your funding or your revenue in terms of water is going to come from. And then, yes, we need to also, I don't know, but I mean, I'm not a politician, but I'm a community member, and I think if I stayed in a community where, even if we said it, we are destitute, if we had a conversation around, your flat rate payments and discussion, because people will pay for something. We've done a study recently with the WRC where we looked at an informal settlement and we asked the people, if you were given an opportunity to have those 4 bathrooms closer to your house, would you pay for it? And it's surprising that people said, yes, I would pay for it because of safety, because of dignity, and because they work well. So we need to start engaging in terms of, yes, we do not have money all the time, but some money must come from somewhere. And of course, lastly, is to also try to do away with this knowledge that says the poor can pay. I think it was clearly stated, the equitable share, it's actually carrying the poor. Over and above that, we need to have proper census as municipalities that will enable us to know exactly how much we should be applying to COCTA for those indigent communities of ours. Lastly, particularly in the townships, we have got an indigent register, but if you are going to go to the houses, you find a different set, right? What you see as a big house and what. But one of the key things is that we are not also implementing the regulations, building regulations. Everybody that extends a house in a township needs to have a plan. When the plan is approved, it's approved by the municipality. If the planners in the municipalities can approve a household that has got 20 rooms to rent, downstairs and upstairs, there needs to be other mechanisms that are kicking in terms of your energy supply, because that's no longer a standard household, as well as your water supply. So those are the things I think that we need to say, although they are impacting on water and energy, however, they've got inputs that must happen from other areas within the municipality. I think, I will leave it at this. These were just reflections, and these were just trying to be not highly technical, but just practical applications of some of the things that we need to do. I think, I don't know, but I'm finding that the Water Partnerships Office and its capabilities and capacity, it's something that municipalities are not saying, this is where I would apply to get that kind of advice in terms of, defining my project and what needs to happen to change the situation. And I think that's something that the department needs to sell more. Thanks, Ishi.
Thank you, Dr. Jen. Thank you so much. We needed a voice from Imbokodo. Let's appreciate it some more. Thank you so much. I think that we have about an hour, colleagues. We're already trying to integrate the notes. Don't worry, everything you are telling us, we are trying to integrate into our presentation to report back. So there's no view raised here that we are not taking into cognizance. I want to ask a question. Much of what has been raised is problems that we know are resting with or at a municipal level. And colleagues are saying, review how the department supports us, review the issues of grants to cater for O&M. We can't budget for operation and maintenance. We've got challenges. And all sorts of things that have been raised. I just want to ask a question. If we were to come out of this Indaba, or specifically this group, what are the key commitments that we say municipalities are saying, this is what we are going to do? We've heard about what the department is expected to do. We've heard about issues of grant. There are a lot of methods, but if you were to say, as a municipality, as a water service authority, regardless of all our challenges and all capacity issues that we have, this is what we can go out and do. I just want to get a few views, because we've been talking much on the national, all this intervention, but where the problem lies, as articulated by all of us, is at the municipal level. We understand that, and collectively we're trying to develop a solution of intervention.
What is it that municipalities are saying, this we can do? Or we are capable of doing this? And if there's no capability of doing anything, also tell us. You just want to get some views. There's a hand there.
Thank you. In fact, I think I would like to respond. What the DM mentioned is actually a fact, that the best model is one where when we partner with a municipality, there is a revenue share model, because remember, once you put in the infrastructure, that sewer plant becomes a performing asset. And what we are saying is, the best asset any municipality has at the moment is your sewer plant, regardless of the condition that it's in. And any municipality that has any hope of sustainability will derive that hope from water, not from electricity, because I think DM mentioned that we've already lost a lot of ratepayers to solar. There's an alternative. There's no alternative to sewer. So our partnership that we offer is one that says we will bring in the technical expertise, we will raise the funding, we will partner with you, and we will have, I think he's nailed it to say, we can say, look, it'll take 10, 15 years for us to recoup the investment that we've put in. From year 15, we are in a revenue sharing arrangement with the municipality. And in year 20, we exit, the asset goes to the municipality and the municipality continues to run with it.
Okay.
But also, it is not limited only to year 15. We could even structure it to say from year 1 to year 5, there must be a portion that we do, so it might be a diminished percentage that we still remit to the municipality to say it will be a diminished revenue share, maybe 10%, because we still need to amortize the money that we've borrowed to build the asset. And then we go on a sliding scale or on an escalating scale. At the end of it, at year 20, we exit and the municipality takes over. So that is something that we can do immediately. And then regarding the other issue raised about far removed settlements, we are already implementing projects. There is no need to convey sewer over long distances. You can build a remote sewer plant that is servicing 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 houses and recycle that water within that community. You remove the huge capital expenditure that is required for outfall sewer pipelines. So all of these solutions are at our fingertips. And like I said, we've been doing this for 20 years.
Okay.
And would like to share this capability with municipalities.
Okay, I don't want to create a monopoly of views. I want municipalities. There's a municipality there. And here, there's another hand here, and another hand there. If we can, and there's another hand at the back.
DDG, thank you very much. I'm not a municipality, but I'm from Ausisa. DG, I think from the water dialogue point of view, it was clear that most of the business sector in South Africa, it's not easy for them to invest in municipalities. But I know that as DWS, we've got a vehicle that we have experimented and we've implemented, and it's good from Ekurhuleni and Rendut. I want to know whether and suggest whether it's not possible to replicate that to assist the distressed municipalities so that business people can come and invest without any condition. Thank you very much. The SVP model.
Yes. No, thank you. It's an issue that we are watching with Rendwater. National Treasurer has to do some clearance issues, but it's a model that we're basically in support, and we appreciate that. It's actually one of our proposed models. It ring-fence risk between the municipality and the water board. So in the long term, once you start reducing some of those losses and developing a system to collect revenue, reinvest back, then you are able to make the SPV sustainable, and the municipality also can focus its resources on others activities where they've got capacity and where they've got gaps, the SPV can basically close the gap. There's another hand here as well, here in the middle row. Where are those mics? Maybe.
Thank you, DDG. My name is Chipua Masokona from Pembe District Municipality. I want to come to your question. As you have said it, starting from the previous meeting that we had, the Water Summit, with those resolutions that we have taken, and when Mr. Radebe was presenting here, we have seen that most of us, we actually did not actually implement the resolution as expected. And as such, I thought those resolutions, including me, were a sort of a cornerstone of trying to build our municipality and able to move forward to a sustainable municipality. But I agree and I acknowledge, DDG, that we did not make it. But I realized that if we can come out of this Indaba, and we didn't achieve more on the previous one, we still need to redo the resolutions that we have taken in the previous summit. Because I feel that if we don't have Section 78 process being done, there is no way that we are going to do, because Section 78 process will actually assist us in determining the best mechanism in terms of service delivery. It's a process where we need to appoint capable service providers, be public, be private, and because we are unable to do it. So I think we still need to go back, DDG, and make sure that we address that point. When we come back next time here, at least that percentage that has been indicated there, we should find most of the municipalities actually finalize that process. Then we could see where we are getting problems and improve on that. The other thing that we also agreed on the ring fencing. I know most of our municipalities, including my municipality, we get that smaller revenue, but we normally don't actually invest back to water services. We also use it for other purposes within the municipality, which is where we are going wrong. And I think if we don't improve there, as most of the municipalities are saying, we will not actually move. I think if we can make sure that when we come next time, we should be able to get also a larger amount of municipality having done the ring fencing, I think, and able to account on all the funds that we are able to get, or either the grants or our own revenue. Then we will be able to say we are on the right track to move to a sustainable service. The non-water revenue, I still believe that if we're losing a lot of water, there is nothing that we're doing in terms of the service. As much as we have got the population growth that is actually in sometimes beyond our control, but if we try to save more water with any strategy that we can develop, I think that will assist. And as municipalities, I agree that on all these issues, we haven't actually tried to move faster. We need to move faster to address these issues. And then lastly, the DDG, the critical issue. I think currently the DWS is busy doing assessment for the green drop, blue drop. And the critical part is the one for green drop. I think if we can get a strategy, I know most of the municipalities, they've tried to move in terms of appointment of the process controllers. And that I acknowledge, because when I try to consult or some of our colleagues in different municipalities, I could see that we're doing that. It's just that we cannot do it all in all the municipalities at once. But at least there is a symbolization that there is improvement there. But we still need to do more so that we can actually address. I know we cannot do it 100%, but let's make sure that we still improve and make sure that our environment and everything be on the right track. Thank you, DDG.
Thank you so much. There's another hand here. I think there was a hand there, Andre. So section 78, colleagues.
Thanks, DDG. My name is Mishak Thaba, Director responsible for water under the city of Polokwane. I think on our side, we've got two issues. The first one, I think we are already in a process, DDG, in terms of establishing a water entity. We already have a council resolution to that effect, and we are also benchmarking with different entities. But I also want to bring an issue with regards to our mega projects. We are facing a very huge challenge in terms of the implementation period, because the money which is coming from the department is not enough. For instance, I think we have been implementing what we call the regional wastewater treatment works, which the planning, it's 100 megaliters. And from 2016, we started with the outfall sewers, and we are planning to do the implementation in 20 megaliters model per day. But since 2016 to date, we have been implementing that project. Next year it will be 10 years, and the state of affairs for that particular plant, you've got a plant which is designed for 36 megaliters, give or take, and we currently receiving flow in excess of about 60 megaliters. So you can see that it will take us time to comply in terms of the effluent that we are discharging into our rivers. So we were requesting the department to get close to us in terms of assisting us with funding, and also maybe with alternative funding that can come from government. Lastly, DDG, I think most of the municipalities will agree with me that in terms of planning, the municipalities are expected to take within their own coffers for preparation of implementation readiness studies to submit to the department. It takes a lot of money for us to put those IRSs together. So we are also requesting the department to bridge that gap in terms of making available a portion of all these grants that are available for the municipality, particularly the RBIG. You can imagine to put together an IRS of a value of about $1 billion. It costs municipalities a lot of money. So that is the request that we are making to you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I just want to maybe close out on this issue of the implementation. it's clear. Municipalities are literally failing on performing their function. And councils have to approve Section 78 processes. And councils, colleagues, cannot just trigger that unless the technical managers or the MM of that particular municipality start the process. And we must commit on those municipalities that are not or have not yet started the process of getting a capable water service provider, and things continue to deteriorate on the ground. All the problems that we have raised here, or whatever you're raising, part of that, it means that function is not being discharged properly, and we agree. And there could be another capable entity that can discharge the function. And it all sits around the issue of Section 78, where municipalities must start to appreciate that process, and it can be triggered by us as officials. We're able to do proper due diligence reports, take it through council, and see how far the process goes. But if we can't start that, then that intervention cannot be undertaken. I want to put someone in the spot. I know it's not Jean, I need to put you on the spot, okay? Give you a mic. You might say the things we don't want to hear, or we might not even appreciate the tone. On the issue of Section 78, there's impartiality. There are some that are doing it, some are not doing it. And we can more or less see that there's a need for that, specifically in the fact that the WSP function is partially or fully declining as our drops are. What is your view? How do you think collectively we must take this stand?
Thank you. I think municipalities themselves must embark on the process. It shouldn't be a forced process. I'm not aware of any municipalities actually doing the 78. It would be good to know from municipalities here if they have actually embarked on such a process and what support they're getting, because it is the first step. Thank you.
In terms of Salga, are there any mayors or district that came forward for such help? Because if it's not done so much, I don't know if municipalities do understand that process.
Not that I'm aware of, which is why I'm asking here who is looking at this process. We're wanting to see performance improvement plans out of the Section 78.1 process before going on to 78.2. Yeah, as I say, I'm not aware. We are setting up a Section 78 support resource, a national resource, with your department, COGTA, National Treasury, SALGA.
Okay. I think
and we really want to know from municipalities who would be using that support, because we'll be producing tools. We want to make technical expertise available. Thank you.
Seems as if that comment triggered two hands quickly. If we could all speak like Jean and be brief and to the point, colleagues, when you are looking for grants or money from the department, you know the process. So don't try and put us on the spot here in a public space and say, give us the grant, you know what we want. You know how to apply for WSIG and RBIC. Those processes are already there. Two hands, there's a hand and there's another one there, Andre. Okay, let's take this one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, DDG. My name is Hasani Makobele from the Inkomato Sutu CMA. I hear your appetite, DDG, with the Section 78 process. And I just want to share a historical background. In 1996, when the water services function was transferred from the Department of Water Affairs to local government, there was a dedicated support fund to all municipalities that have taken the function. And amongst the support programs was the development of the Section 78. But I want to tell you some of the observations and experiences. And I'm happy mayors and political leadership are here. Technical specialists would advise municipalities. But the sad part of it, a municipality will take a decision to say, we are appointing a professional service provider to conduct the Section 78 process. They will tell that service provider to say, we want you to recommend an internal mechanism. So it's not about if municipality have got an appetite to conduct that process. It's about paying due diligence, looking at the capacity within the municipality in terms of technical, human resource, finances. We have MISA that have come as an intervention from COCTA. I personally will recommend that maybe we should look at that approach, to look at an external mechanism to undertake that process. Yes, the Act says the municipality must do that, but we don't follow honest processes because it's just to comply with the legislation, to say this process has been undertaken. But they know what they want. If they want an internal mechanism, they will just simply give that directive. So I think let's look at this legislatively. Thank you very much.
Nkomo, thank you so much, sir. So the line is between the PSPs and what we want them to do for us, and whether we identify or agree with our gaps. I like what Jean has raised in terms of the collaboration in national government to try and support municipalities. So we can clearly say that between National Treasury, between the department and COCTA and SALGA, the process to support WSAs in terms of embarking on Section 78, the system is there. So how many are willing to embark on that? And by the way, you're not losing your function. When you get back into your capacity, all those WSP functions are still yours. So it's not like they're being taken away, but once they're substituted, people on the ground are going to struggle. Andre, who's the next speaker?
It's me at the back here.
Oh, I see him, he's there.
No.
Oh, okay.
He's on the other side.
All right.
Okay. I'm William Ngoma. I come from KZN, and I am a board member for Pongola Umzimkulu Catchment Management Agency. There are three things that perhaps municipalities need to look at. Water treatment plans. You know, any leakage from that, it affects our beaches. Then we lose on tourism. If it doesn't go into the sea, it goes into the rivers, then it messes up all tourism-related activities. That's one. Two, there is an issue of professionalization of workers. And I think DWS is doing this, but there are a lot of unemployed graduates in the fields that you are talking about. Make them candidate technicians. After a period of 3 years or 4 years, they become qualified technicians, rather than say, we don't have capacity. One department actually employed these people and placed them in municipalities because municipalities said that we don't have the money. They worked effectively, and I think there was value for money in that. And in that sense, professionalization of workers could also be achieved. The last one, I am interested in debtors because the viabilities of CMAs lies in revenue collection. If the people are not paying, CMAs will not be viable. So, effective mechanism of collecting revenue, it's a lifeline for CMAs. Thank you.
Thank you. Andre, there's a hand here in. Oh,
Did you-
okay. There's a hand that side. Okay, you'll come and get the last hand in front, then we'll go to the
Thank you.
two last subtopics.
Thank you, DDG. Mohammed Rasool from Naka Mudiri Molema District Municipality in the Northwest. I've been trying to get your attention for a while, but I think the light over here is bad, so you couldn't really see me. But nonetheless, DDG, coming to the Section 78 process, on the 12th of February this year, we have submitted a request to SALGA. I'm not sure, there's a bit of a sound issue here. But where SALGA requested municipalities to submit their information on whether they'd be interested or not in undergoing the Section 78 process, and we as a municipality have submitted that we will be interested as a district municipality, and we haven't yet received any feedback on that. Perhaps just as an answer to the question on the Section 78 process. Over and above that, DGG, you asked a question on what we can do as a municipality and what we can't do as municipalities. And I think there's a lot of discussion that can go into that. And if we to sit here, we'll be able to sit for 3 or 4 hours explaining what we can do and what we can't do. I think our approach must be a bit different this time around, DDG. Most of the comments, most of the solutions, proposed solutions that we're hearing here today, we've heard them before, DDG. We've heard them at the summit last year. We've had resolutions come out of them there. I think we need more of an aggressive approach. A simple thing like what was mentioned by the doctor, I just don't remember the name, but in terms of bylaws, adopting, implementing bylaws, something like that, we need a more aggressive approach. Also, we need to be able to differentiate between your rural municipalities and your urban municipalities. The challenges are entirely different, DDG. We've got, as a district municipality, over 2,700 boreholes that are spread far and wide. In terms of monitoring these boreholes, security on these boreholes, it poses a serious challenge to us as a district municipality. Over and above that, you are a district municipality that's generating little to no revenue from water, apart from what we can now recently started in terms of billing our WSPs on bulk water supply. But over and above that, you're 80% rural, you're hardly billing anything there in terms of the water that you're supplying. That's another challenge. We're pumping in funds into investing in infrastructure, but the return of that is a challenge. That's something that I would suggest we need to look into. The plea for funding is real, DDG. Just as an example, you would know very well of the Seweding pipeline, the sewer pipeline that had got bust and created a serious sewer spillage in Naka Mudiri Molema Mahikeng, your broader region last year. And we finally managed to go out and now replace the pipeline. But it's 9 kilometers of a pipeline that's costing us a third of our MIG allocation. In total, it's in excess of just over 100 million rand. And whereas we're grant dependent, we've got over 50 kilometers of pipeline in just Mahikeng alone that has reached its lifespan, critical lifespan. It has surpassed its lifespan in actual fact. So we've got to look at seriously renewing our current infrastructure and create a balance between developing new infrastructure while you're still renewing your old infrastructure. That's where we're seriously facing problems now, where your old infrastructure is starting to collapse more regularly. And every second day there's another problem with old infrastructure. So you're becoming more reactive instead of being proactive. And that would be another input from me to say that we need to look at how we address our infrastructure challenges over the next 3 to 5 years, DDG. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You've given a lot of solutions there. Bylaws implementation, development and implementation of those bylaws is critical. In terms of separation of your rural and urban municipalities. If you heard from the speech from the Minister of COGTA, I think one of the reviews he mentioned that COGTA is doing is to look at the classification of these municipalities. Are they fit for what they are called the municipalities in that particular area? It addresses exactly the issue that you have raised. Proactive maintenance is one of the options. Let's take the hand here in front.
Yeah, thank you, DDG. I don't know whether it's the timing or what, because the last speaker spoke about Mafikeng, where I come from, so this means he was setting the scene for me to talk. I hope where I'm coming from, it will be relevant for the discussion. From Lebalelo Water Users Association. So in terms of, being able to do the work, to be able to get the functioning asset, that can produce value. One thing I thought the municipality must do is to initiate and ask for help. The municipalities have always worked in silos, and they also have, created barriers. We all know how difficult it is when you come from outside. You want to set the meeting with the municipalities to say, let's work together with you on, on a certain aspect. So those closed doors could have been maybe chasing away few of the investors who could have come and assisted, because we all understand, I think, as people who have been in the government before, that the government, funds or fiscal allocations at times is not sufficient, and government alone cannot manage, to clear the backlog of issues and the project that need to be implemented. So for us to be able to, co-implement, to have the private-public, collaboration or partnerships, whatever we can call them, we need to have those open doors. And we need to not make it difficult, for people to be able to reach out to you. And secondly, there's a question that, one of the speakers asked to say, is the private, or maybe it was a concern that private sector is not willing. But I think it looks like it's more policy issues. Sometimes we find ourselves being locked where we say, by law, we're not allowed to do this. And some of the ideas that we had that we wanted to support the government with, they end up in the drain. And then we're losing minds that could have assisted in terms of clearing the backlog of the issues we're facing with. So even from ourselves, from the Lebalelo, we also say we are reaching out to come and assist, in terms of the capacity building, project implementation methodologies, where collaboratively we can work with the municipalities and not take over the functions, as the Deputy Minister said, to still allow the municipalities to carry out their functions, but we support them, because once we support the municipalities and they're able to pay also on the raw water that we come up with, it helps us to be able, to create sustainability in our economy. More things we will send through the email, DDG, because in the interest of time, there's quite a lot written here. That we'll send. Thank you.
No, thank you. I almost thought you are preaching, you have the Bible next to you. Maybe the Mafikeng guy triggered you. The last part I want to ask to get a view is on the issue of, okay, we've seen that Andrew will be coming that side. It's the next portion before we close, so that we can consolidate and give you quick responses on what we have consolidated. It's on the issue of vandalism. Vandalism of the infrastructure. What are municipalities doing? Is it an issue? Is it a matter beyond municipalities that is only elevated to national intervention? There's one municipality in the Free State. We're doing an intervention. At some point, the wastewater treatment plant, anything with the resale value, steel, whatever, was taken. Only concrete was left in some of these wastewater works. And we see the same, people steal manhole covers and the likes. Illegal connections has been elevated here. After that speaker, yes, I want to get a view, because this is the last part we want to try and talk about. It came up strong in the president's speech, as well as the two ministers elevated this issue of saying we must just go out there and deal with issues of criminality, vandalism, illegal connections, and the likes.
Thank
Over
you,
to you,
Chair.
sir.
Thank you. My name is Pelis.
Oh, sorry, ma'am.
My name is Pelis Sankomo. I'm an economist. I do investor relations. And let me build really on the points of the previous speaker now. One of the key things that actually municipality needs to also invest in is the relationship between the municipality and the private sector. Because ultimately, their existence within the local sphere of government is to make it sure that it services certain stakeholders, and private sector is such an important stakeholder. The second component is that there's a massive opportunity with the partnership with the private sector. I heard one of the speakers, by the way, particularly around the water treatment plants, where they could actually use some of their technologies to make it sure that they free some of the water for usage by communities. But obviously that has to come on the back of several things. Amongst those is to build capacity within municipalities to deal with investors. Not to deal with investors from only a human capital perspective, but also to establish a special regime that, for instance, would do several things. Amongst those is you can design special tariffs for certain private sector companies who contribute towards relief of water. You can design a certain package of incentives, whether it's a payment holiday, when you know that, in fact, a certain private sector company is actually contributing towards freeing of water. Because there are multiplier effects. I mean, except the fact that there's going to be job creation. There's going to be also water that gets released. But of course, at the heart of it, it means that once that water gets freed up, it gets into to households. It means that the municipality is able to actually generate some revenue on the back of that water that actually gets freed up. So there are several trade-offs that needs to be built, meaning that you can't then apply one-size-fits-all in the tariff system. And hence I'm talking about building technical capacity at municipal level so that you have individuals who would know that if I deal with the plastic sector are actually intensive users of water. So what type of regime of water tariffs that we need to implement and how to work together? Or if we work with the construction sector, you know that there's water that can be regained from that sector, etc. So, and in that way, with that capacity, it then allows you to sometimes generate revenue, but also at the same time, actually your private sector, who is an important stakeholder, is going to be a lot more happier on the ground. I have my colleague who also wants to make some points.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pelisa. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nomfundo Faltein. I'm the managing director of the company called Orion Carbons. The company is based in Nelson Mandela Bay in Gqeberha. In our plant, we are producing carbon black that is used in your tire. So anything that you see with the black, it has a touch of the carbon black. So what we have done from 2018, we've been working with the municipality of Nelson Mandela Bay. We have constructed a water treatment facility where we are taking the brown water that is coming from the fish water flats, the municipality that is a central collection of all the waste in the Nelson Mandela Bay. So we are treating that water to be suitable for our processes, and we have a huge capacity that the water can also go back to municipality. What we have observed in the last 3 months, we have noticed that the water has an excess of fats, oil, and greases, which is something that was never been discovered when we started the project. Unfortunately, we had to stop the process because it's damaging the membranes. And the membranes, the life capacity of the membranes, it's supposed to be changed every 5 years. And currently, with these high fat oils and greases, we need to change the membranes every 6 months, and we are talking about the capex of 3.6 million. So we want to appeal to municipalities to invest on the technology that can be able to treat those fats and oil greases. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think colleagues, all the municipalities that are here, you could literally cut with a knife the cry from the private sector. To say we want to work with the municipalities, we must create the relationship. There's a lot of sector knowledge out there. I want us to deal with the last two. Jean, you want to say something? Okay. You want to have an input? Oh, okay. Colleagues, I want us to get a view. Maybe let me ask a couple of people here. Mishak from Polokwane, how are you guys dealing with the issue of illegal connections? No, Jenny doesn't want to say anything. Mishak wants to give. There's Mishak at the back, Andre. I'm sure by the end of this session, Andre, you would have covered the whole envelope of steps in your vision active heart there. I think you have been working quite a lot.
Yeah, thanks, DDG. I think you might have seen early in January, we took a drive together with the Premier, the Executive Mayor, and also Lepelle to deal with illegal connections. But it was not an easy one from the bulk side. But coming to the reticulation side, within the municipality, we have got a revenue protection team that on a monthly basis, we deal with illegal connections on the metering side. So that is what we are doing, DDG.
And how are you starting to see returns on that intervention? Or it's too early to tell?
Yeah, it's a little bit too early to tell, particularly within the reticulation. But on the bulk side, we are starting to realize some increment in terms of the water that we receive from the bulk side. Thanks.
You heard City of Joburg embarked on such. I don't know if City of Joburg is here. Do you have colleagues from City of Joburg? Or they left the room? Or they're looking too good anyway, they might not be in this group. They're 2D. I want us to maybe end with, because we are trying to consolidate some notes there. I don't know how much time you need. We can still engage some more before we give you a chance to consolidate. Andre, is there another hand? Yes. Okay, let's take that hand. There's another hand on your left as well. We'll take those two hands, and then X-Men will be thinking of a proposal.
I must face this side. No, thank you, DDG. My name is Mpoma Kavu from Bushbuckridge, local municipality. My hand was a bit up. I think you didn't see it. But I think Mr. Golani there, he indicated something as he presented here, that there's something common about this municipality. One of them is that we are doing a bit better in drinking water than in green drop. And in terms of infrastructure maintenance, it's a bit better in blue drop rather than drinking water. And I agree with that. And the main reason is that the municipality are not putting enough money towards infrastructure maintenance because of many issues that have been highlighted, issues of revenues, collection, dependency on grant and so forth, and lack of ring fencing of water services payment back into the infrastructure development. So, which really means that, as other speakers have indicated, we have sat here last year during the summit, and it was very clear in terms of what needs to happen, including issues of hiring of process controllers, but the main issue is also the issue of really funding. We need to come up with the very aggressive approach, as one of the speakers has indicated, because the biggest challenge is the issues of operations and maintenance, and because of that is caused by the issues of lack of adequate budget for that. So the proposal that I'm bringing is that I think maybe from the department point of view, I think the Minister of COGTA has indicated that 10%, I think it's COGTA, 10% of the MIG is going to be utilized, must be utilized towards maintenance. I think that approach assists to a certain extent, but also that is not enough. Maybe we also need to make such pronouncement in terms of the revenue that is collected from water and sanitation services, including the portion of equitable share that goes to the municipalities for basic services such as water and sanitation. That particular amount need to be strictly referenced towards operations and maintenance. Because we can have all these plans and so forth, but if there is no funding, it will also create some challenge. We are sitting at a municipality where now we know the gaps in terms of process controllers, but your ratio of your equitable share versus your human resource capacity, we need not to spend over 40% of our equitable share towards remuneration of employees. So we are already above that. So what it means is even if you have gaps, you still can't employ more people. So that really creates some of the critical challenges. In terms of illegal connections, they are very difficult to deal with as well. It's one area that I think we might really need assistance. Rural municipalities, the chiefs are allocating land almost every day. There's a new settlement that is coming in. And they're very strategic these days. They always allocate these new stands along the bulk pipeline with an intention to connect. And once they are settled there, it's very difficult to remove them or to remove those illegal connections unless if you are providing an alternative. An alternative at that particular point is not your Jojo tank stands, it's tap water to their household because they will extend this thing into their own yards. So it's a reticulation that needs to really come in as an alternative, and it's very difficult with the budget that we get for reticulation from government to cover the entire backlog in terms of rolling out those infrastructure. So it's a catch-22 situation. I think traditional authority, somehow there's a need for that particular engagement because you find that at a local level, there's nothing much that we can clearly do. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Andre, there was another hand? Okay.
No, thanks, DDG, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patricia Mrokolo. I'm from Ngwate local municipality. DDG, I don't have much to say. I just want to give few suggestions on the table. The previous speakers has a very good inputs, progress reports with regard to the previous resolutions and the suggestions. So the problem here, as you can see on the groups, the group 2, we are so many, unlike other groups. It means when we live here, the resolutions that we took here, we leave them here and go back to our offices and behave as normal. Because if you check, DWS in most cases, they write letters, reminders to municipalities. I'm not saying Ngwate we are not responding. I just joined Ngwate a few months ago. They write letters to us requesting responses, and we are not responding to them. And there is no consequence management with regard to that. Hence, you see this group has a number of municipalities, unlike other groups that are poor, better, and performing, because there is no consequence for not responding or for not doing our work. I have a suggestion that why can't we do this a top-down approach? Our mayors are here. When we live here, this resolution is only on us, not on our political leaders. Why can't, when we live here, this resolution quarterly, as we will have the response time quarterly, our council must take responsibility of making sure that us as officials, we respond to DWS, we attend to these resolutions, because we are not responding, hence we are so many in here. So if maybe we try another solution of involving our leaders into these responses, it will assist us a lot. Come next year, you will find very few municipalities in here. Most of us will not be here. We will be in other groups, better or poor or performing, because we will have our leaders on our neck to respond to DWS. Because when they write letters to us, they cannot do anything to us. Even if I'm not responding, there is nothing that they can do. And my leaders does not know what is happening. Hence, we are so many in here. And again, DDG, the issue of O&M on the grants on WSIG and RBIG. I suggest on this one, we must have conditions. It must not be a free-for-all approach, because we are not going to generate revenue, because we will focus on the O&M allocation from our grants. We are going to neglect our responsibility of generating revenue, collecting money from those who owe us, because we will know that our operation and maintenance budget is covered. So that's my few suggestions, DDG. Thank you.
You can talk some more. I think you. I like the tone of what you have been saying. Mayor Kumala. I'm going to take that hand and the Honorable Mayor, and then I will be calling the Chief of Staff from Ministry to have his input, and then I will be handing over now to X-Men.
No, thanks. Good evening, colleagues. All protocol observed. My name is Josias Stona from Kokta, Free State. I've been listening attentively to all the inputs from different speakers. Mine is a contribution based on what we have just raised earlier on, DDG, on vandalism. I wanted to talk about vandalism. I think, to me, this is a simple exercise that we can engage, especially municipalities, which can cost us nothing. Currently, from where I come from, I'm managing a municipal infrastructure grant. In February, we met all municipalities. I told them that we do not have grants for vandalism in the province. Unless if you are aware, you have seen them in the DORA, yes, you can share with me. Actually, the message that we were sending is that whenever we invest in your municipality, please make sure that you also take responsibility of looking after that asset. In so saying, we are saying, go and communicate to all your communities. Remember, I cannot leave Free State and go and still in KZN. I don't know what has been installed. So that's what we have been preaching to municipalities, that please implement your security plans. If you do not have, go and produce them. And whenever we receive applications, municipalities who have put a condition in the Free State that please show us a security plan that this asset that you are investing in your municipality you're going to protect. And then lastly, then the issue of the bylaws, which are non-negotiable, they should be implemented. Thanks, DDG.
Thank you so much. When we were in the Free State, I remember Kokta, in the submission, Jean, they said to us, very few municipalities are even submitting business plans for the 10% O&M. You are the gentleman, right? He stood in the meeting and he says, I dare you, tell me if I'm wrong, in front of the municipalities in Free State. And only one municipality says, yeah, we submitted a business plan, it was approved. So the support is there, the willingness is what we must try and unlock. Who's next? Is Mayor Kumalo. Okay, Honorable Mayor.
No, thank you very much. I live with a burden created by my parents. My name is actually Kumalo. My surname is Mulife, but I accept if you say Mayor Kumalo, it's not my creation. I am the executive mayor of Ngaka Mudere Mulema in Mahikeng, Zeras-Lechtenberg. That is also where the Tsobotla local municipality is. I am also a member of the National Executive Committee of SALGA, and at the opening of the Indaba, I listened to the Deputy President of SALGA, and I also listened to the Minister, and I can confirm that government is talking past one another, and I move DDG from a premise that spheres of government are interrelated, interconnected, interdependent, and are not hierarchical, and must treat one another with utmost care. DDG, on one hand, we are saying those who are contaminating our streams, rivers, and dams must be held accountable in the sense of accounting officers, even if it means taking them to court and making them pay. We agree. But on the left, we are saying, if they have not serviced their accounts with regard to water bots, we don't hold them accountable, we punish the citizens by withholding their equitable share, which is money meant for service delivery. That we do as a national sphere without any consultation with the local sphere. Now that has got a direct impact on the very service delivery that we are trying to correct. I'm not going there. We have a policy position called district development model. I see we've spoken less about it today. But the reason why I'm raising it is that with regard to water service authority status, you go to a particular province, you find here the local municipalities, a water service authority, you get to the next, it's a district. Are we not arriving at the time where there must be uniformity that we say, because of the district development model, let's also empower district municipality by considering, to the extent reasonably and practicably possible, making all district water service authority. The third issue that I wanted to raise was that we are approaching matters like we do in my NPO, where we hold an Indaba in 2024, but when we come to 2025, we continue as if we did not meet the last year. We do not track progress of what we resolved on and where we are. I want to talk quickly to aging infrastructure, and we've talked past it. Of course, you give us municipal infrastructure grant, but because of the realities of the demand of water, much of it really is spent on water. Less or zero of it is spent on the most expensive phenomenon, that is your aging infrastructure. And I think we must pay special attention to what is it that we are going to do with regard to dealing with aging infrastructure, because municipalities in their current form and financial capacity will not address the question of aging infrastructure, whether it's through MIG or other means. I thought I must raise that one, but I want to end. You see, DG, if I'm a minister and I want to hold the DG accountable, I don't go to Parliament or Cabinet. I hold the DG accountable. If I'm the MEC, I want to hold the HOD accountable. I don't go to the legislature to do that. But when you are a mayor and you have to hold the accounting officer accountable, do you know that you must go to the legislature, which means council? The law says the maximum you can go to in meting out consequence management or holding the accounting officer or senior managers accountable. The law says the furthest you can go is generating a report to 72 or 100 other people. And yet we are told if things are not going well in a municipality, a mayor must be held accountable. I mean, does it make sense that before I supervise my subordinate, I must go through parliament or council or legislature? So there are things we must do and do correct in order to free this one. Let me end with vandalism. No. Municipality, we can't do everything. When everybody says municipality, 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 we will not do everything. We can't. We do what we can within our financial and other capacities. We put security systems, physical cameras and otherwise, but we're limited. In my district, like Rasul was saying, who's the senior manager technical, I have 2,700 boreholes who are largely reliant on groundwater. I can't physically secure all of them. But let me tell you, in my district, and I get a sense it's a problem in the country, we're not dealing with just vandalism and simple crime. We're dealing with an organized crime. In my district, I call it a syndicate. These are people who know about water and electricity. In Ditsobotla, for an example, every week they steal an ESCOM cable. Our boreholes sometimes are deliberately ransacked. You can see this person came with a TLB, ransacked this thing. In some instances, they come blatant with impunity in full presence and view of the security and do what they want to do. Where is crime intelligence? Where is the South African police services? I've reported all cases. I don't have one resolved. We're dealing with a bigger phenomenon. It must not be reduced and relegated to municipalities. We think that the South African Police Service and other capacitated law enforcement agencies must come to the party on a serious, structured, and systematic note. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. And there was another hand.
No, I think we're done.
That was the last hand.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. No, thanks. I want to allow Chief of Staff to have his few inputs, and then I consult with my team quickly while he's making his input.
Thank you very much, TDG. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have been listening to a number of ideas, which a number of them, they get into a deeper problem that we encounter on a daily basis. I think what has come lately is a fact that partnership in this environment is very, very crucial. Not everything that is in the hands of municipalities could necessarily be done by municipalities themselves. There are many capable institutions which could which are in fact involved in a similar environment with a changed and powerful instruments to begin to fast track those matters of intervention in the water services in general. So the emphasis is that let's pull everybody to be part of the solution to do so. So the SPV is coming loudly as one of those solutions. But the fact with it is that it does not only reside with a municipality or an entity which is a water services entity. It ought to be somewhat certified and approved by Treasury. One example of such is between Mfuleni and the Rand Water. It has taken ages from Treasury to finalize the approval of that entity, which is itself a hindrance. It's a bottleneck which ought to be somewhat a logjam which ought to be dealt with. So it might be necessary, DDG, to emphasize that point, that at the Treasury level, there must be speed to resolve these matters that reside with them. It was even beyond September last year. We're sitting now in the sixth month when the same topic was raised with Treasury. Rand Water has to go out and leave that municipality because there's not as yet the approval of that vehicle. So matters of bottlenecks must be somewhat dealt with as a matter of urgency to fast track these kinds of interventions. The second element is the element which I think the CEO of the Water Research Commission has emphasized, the matter that deals with bylaws, because bylaws could be framed to favor development and fast track elements of investing into this infinite resource, which is water. There is a point which has been raised in the corner which I was sitting there, which relates to an intervention by a company which uses water in its own systems to produce tires and as a useful element in the tire production in Ekabeh, which tells us that it's not only water which is treated that could be seen of use in some categories which are useful in our own lives. It says for economic growth, economic development, if you categorize water usages, you could save, you could improve, you could reuse, and in that creativity, you then save a lot of water in the line. So it means that you could incentivize those who are getting into some kind of interventions which don't necessarily need a municipality or any other institution, but those who are using water and reuse water, if they are so incentivized, they will make a valuable contribution into the entire system. So municipalities, in terms of their own regulations, which is the bylaws, they could probably look into that kind of environment, which is of use, even emphasized in the environs that relates to climate change, and therefore the usefulness of that practice. I think about a week ago, the international organization was here in South Africa, which was looking specifically in that kind of a topic and a subject. And therefore, if indeed there are companies which are doing so, they ought to be encouraged. Our DDG, DDG Rizmati, is involved with a number of mines in the country, which are themselves contributing into water services development together with the department, they go in a particular format in terms of percentages contribution in as far as financing is concerned, because mines use a lot of water and the department is offering them, you see, that resource through its own dams. So there's partnership between the department and mines, so that partnership has somewhat assisted for a resource package which has come into the department. In a similar way, if municipalities could go to the industries which are located in terms of their own environmental pack in a particular area, they are organized, they could, those who make use of water in smelters and so forth, they could choose to use a different set of water and therefore not necessarily treated water which is of use in terms of domestic benefit. So those kinds of elements are very, though intricate, they need attention at that level. They would save water, they would as well improve economic development, they will fast track the angles which are needed in terms of improving our level of employment in various municipal spaces, as the second point. The last point, DDG, which is a very crucial element in our way of intervening. I think it's as well to talk here, the CEO of Water Research Council, has dealt with this point, that we can't be thinking of things which fit everybody, fits all. You know, you need to look into those, even on setting the tariffs. You could begin to have a set of tariffs which is going to have an outlook, which is going to encourage people to pay, even those who think that they can't pay, because you are taking them into the line, to the cycle of this kind of a service. As it will be the case, that you don't necessarily fail to push the tariff, even on these industrial, creative environs, but you choose a softer tariff which is going to incentivize them to get into that mode of production and bringing in their own solutions and be part of service to those communities. It might be necessary to organize them, to converse with them, and be able to have that kind of a plan as they are settled in a particular identified area, which is an area of use by municipalities. So that sense of creativity would as well serve us quite well. I've worked in the municipalities for a number of years. I know their own abilities, and I know at times what makes them to fail, and where we can provide some form of assistance to blow them up into action. Capacity is the limitation, and capacity could be generated over a period of time. It's no use to say you don't have capacity. Let's put up a plan which says we can provide this sort of capacity. Someone has spoke about it, that we could encourage them. If you go to the stores, there's a seater there which is working in the water environment. I don't know how often do we make use of such institutions to intervene in our ability to earn a level of skills, to develop them and sustain them in our own environment going forward. So thank you very much, DDG, for these kinds of interventions. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, people have been tired clapping hands, Chief. They are tired. I almost said that when you speak, Pela, we must think it is the office of the minister, so we might be told, she was going to stay in Costa, And then you guys didn't clap hands, so I'm trying to do damage control in advance. We have covered most of the things. I just want to ask one question, and then we want someone to volunteer or to help present tomorrow. Someone who is confident, you know, who can come and represent the group and present tomorrow. I just want to find out, is there any municipality that has tried to maybe work with another municipality to either get support from them or support them? Is there any municipality from us in the group, if you have worked with another municipality to support them? It could be technical, it could be maybe providing a particular function. None. So each one for themselves. So we've never tried to see if another municipality is capable to carry out a function. I know municipalities also, WSAs, they appoint maybe their locals as WSP and give them some appointment. How effective is that process? Or where you have got a local, maybe it's a district, they appoint a local as WSP to provide the function where they are. I just want to find out if any of you here are doing that, because I've seen a couple in other provinces. Is Zululand here? Is Zululand Soko? It's gone. Okay. All right, so it means we have not tried to work with other municipalities. I know in Mpumalanga, oh, there's a hand there. Is that a hand? I just want to, while these guys are consolidating for the last 2 minutes, Mayor is Rasul, you want to say everything you said is wrong. Rasul is on fire. You want to say everything Mayor Kumalo said is incorrect. It's very bold, it is bad.
DDG, yes, at Nakamudiri Molema, we've got 4 of our 5 local municipalities that are WSPs. But also the WSP function is only in the urban or peri-urban areas and not the rural areas. So in the rural areas, the district would be the WSA/WSP. There are challenges that come with that DDG. It's 2 government entities if you look at it. And as a WSA, you require a lot of documentations, plans to be submitted by your WSPs in terms of water supply and sanitation services, which you'll find you seldomly get hold of from your WSP. So there are those sort of challenges. Like for instance, you need indigent registers. Those indigent registers assist us in submitting, if you submit those indigent registers to National Treasury, it assists in increasing your equitable share, your grant allocations, where it's applicable. And you'll tend to find that, over the last 5 years, we've had 1 local municipality submit an indigent register to us as a district municipality. In another case, you've got the Tsobotla local municipality, I think you know about that, wherein they're the only local municipality of the 4 that has refused to sign the SLA with us as the district municipality, wherein they're outrightly now saying that they cannot perform the function of WSP, and they've been doing that over the last couple of decades, and now they can't, whereas now the district is expected to go in. There's an issue of capacity, your reticulation networks, that comes with capacity, physical human capacity, revenue collection. The Tsobotla local municipality would have a system in terms of generating revenue for those services now. So there's a lot of challenges that do come with it, DDG. It's not as easy to oversee and to ensure that it's done, 100%. But I think there's a lot of work that can be done to improve on the WSA, WSP. It boils down to having the correct SLAs, which we've had TWS and SALGA assist us in recrafting our SLAs with our local municipalities. But the implementation thereof, I think, is again another challenge. It comes to, again, what I spoke of, the bylaws. You can have bylaws, but monitoring implementation would then be a situation. And just for a note, DDG, what the executive mayor mentioned is correct. I am not challenging what he said earlier. Thank you.
Yeah, you just saved your job now. He's saying Amandla. We had members of the portfolio committee here, right? Do we still have them? I will want you to come and say something. I will not have done justice. When we account colleagues in Parliament, we account to the Portfolio Committee of Water and Sanitation. So, Honorable Mark, if you can maybe come and, I don't know if the chairperson is still here. It's in the other session. I think you have had part of what we always come and account, and we always put efforts to say to our water service authorities, the information we gather, the reports we put, we accounted the portfolio committee. Some might not have had the exposure to sit in your presence on the other side when you are grilling us. I want to just come and have a word and maybe just share one of your views. What are your observations in our deliberation before we run to, yeah, you can come on the podium. We can appreciate him. Don't worry, he's not going to be grilling you now. He only grills us when we're in Parliament.
Thank you, DGG, and good evening, colleagues. It's been a long day, a very long day for some of us if you arrived early to get your registration done. I think the reality is from a parliamentary side, we've acknowledged very clearly that there is a problem in the water sector. The entire sector relies on the full supply chain working from the municipality, from the water boards, and obviously at the highest level at the water trading entity. And it's been very enlightening to hear on the ground the very real and different challenges that are being experienced by municipalities. Because I think someone said, there's been a number of people who've mentioned, we need a top-down approach. We can't have a top-down approach. We have to be equal tiers of government. No, the national government needs to step in and do more. I think we can all agree that we don't know necessarily how to solve these problems. But there have been a lot of really good suggestions and really good proposals here that can help getting us in the right way. The big challenges, and I think we saw that right at the very beginning, when we saw the graphs of the number of municipalities who actually managed to do what was committed in the previous year's Indaba, which was a variety of metrics. And in some cases, municipalities weren't able to even submit the information requested, and that could be a competency issue, it could be a lack of skills. But that's the very first step that we've got to look at here. If we can't actually commit in this room to coming to the table and showing where we are, what we're able to do, that's the first step. But there's a big question coming here. There was a proposal, there's the special purpose vehicle that has been proposed as the solution to all of our problems. But I'll be honest, as someone who's worked at multiple municipalities in the administration before moving to Parliament, I must say to you, water and electricity are two of the main revenue sources for the municipality. They help allow you to do so many of the other aspects of municipal work. So if we put in a special purpose vehicle that removes that from municipalities, that removes one of the main revenue sources that's going to make municipalities viable. Whatever solution comes out of this session, whatever solution comes out of the other sessions, although this is the key room, this is the crisis room. This is the room with the municipalities that are having the hardest time fulfilling their mandates for some very good reasons. I think when we're hearing about the security aspects of securing over 2,000 boreholes across a massive geographical area, you must realize that these are not easily solvable. They aren't easily solvable if you had the resources of Johannesburg. And Johannesburg, by the way, is not in the D group. I think they're in the C group. They're having problems, and some of the major municipalities are in some of the worser groups, because this isn't just a smaller municipality challenge. So I think what we have to say is, from a parliamentary side, and you heard it from the Minister, you heard it from the Deputy Minister, you heard it from the DG, is this is an absolute critical concern to work as Water and Sanitation and Parliament with COGTA and local municipalities. Because at the face of it, Water and Sanitation aren't directly responsible for this. We provide the bulk water, and then municipalities are supposed to get on with the job. But the reality is we are all part of the same system, we're all part of the same team, and we are three equal tiers of government. We all have responsibilities we need to work with, but we need to work. And at the moment, the challenge is water is pouring out of local municipalities, with some municipalities with over 85% non-revenue water. I was shocked. I actually hadn't heard it was that bad in some areas. And those are, two of those municipalities are in this room. They may have left already, I would understand that. We've got very real issues to deal with, and all I can say is, from our side, from the Portfolio Committee, we're very committed to working with the Department of COGTA, because it has to be a joint initiative in order to find a way to support municipalities to do the jobs. Not to get someone else to come in and do it for you guys, to say, if you need the resources, we need to find the right way to get the resources to the municipalities. If they need the skills, then we need to get the skills working right, but we also need a certain amount of responsibility from the municipalities and a certain amount of accountability from municipalities. Some of the small municipalities are getting it right. We need to learn from them so we can share those best practices with everyone, so we can ensure that we can all move forward. Because I think that's the key thing here. There's a variety of different problems, but I bet you once we start really sharing the solutions, there might be a real way working together that we can move forward. So DGG, with those words, I hope your presentation's a little further along, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. I think we account, the department highest form of accountability is when we go to the portfolio committee to check on our APPs, where our grants are going, which municipalities are we supporting, numbers and figures. Last, he asked a question on why are projects in Limpopo not getting completed? You know, and we had to give reasons on why those projects in the province are not being completed. So anything that we put in our annual report, performance-wise, we accounted the portfolio committee. Andre, you said there's one person who wanted to say something?
Misa.
Misa. Okay.
Good afternoon, or should I say evening, colleagues. My name is Malakiwe Jafta. I'm the Provincial Manager in MISA in the First State. I think maybe I'll touch on maybe two things with the question that was asked earlier, which the uptake of the municipalities in assisting one another. I think within the Free State they've made strides, but on the MIG, wherein the municipalities start engaging with the district, and then through COGTA in the province, we look at the capacity of that municipality, then we tend to provide that leverage of assistance. But in this manner, it was done based on the issues that we know that some of the accounts were attached on those municipalities, but we still wanted to realize the infrastructure getting to the people. So the funds were then managed by the district, and that was regazetted. So the uptake is there with regards to cutting issues directly in terms of troubleshooting. So also, obviously, with regards to implementing agent based on the capacity analysis, that is possible. But maybe one of the points I wanted to talk to is perhaps maybe on the issues of collection. Maybe it was also pronounced in the earlier presentations with regards to looking at the departments government departments that are owing the municipalities and the likes. But the question is, also the residences are owing the municipalities. We understand that on services. The question we should ask ourselves, do we want the people to pay the services? Because that question is an introspection. Once you start asking yourself, do you want them to pay vis-a-vis the resources, the services you are providing, then it comes to a point of saying, how many are we in the government space as employees that are paying for the services? Now, these are the punitive questions we need to ask ourselves. Can we then be the advocates of change and ourselves as employees in government space pay the services of our municipalities? Then we can be the advocates for the people in our communities to see us paying. Then when we start pronouncing and advocating for change through the consultation platforms, then we can start realizing the buy-in from the people, because they are seeing it from ourselves. So I just wanted to pass that to the collective colleagues. Thank you very much.
All right, no, thank you. At least MISA came through as well. So the debt recovery issues of IAs are key. X-Men, I think I must hand over to you now. And then so that we can close, we just want to present high level what we have. We still have to clean up, but we need someone to present tomorrow. What I know is it won't be me. Maybe Misa can present.
Yeah, true, DDG, and colleagues, it shouldn't be DWS. And I think we need to take ownership, and we are looking for the presenter. We will support, otherwise it will be ourselves again. But it will be good at least to have someone again that will be supporting us. Sorry. Do we have any taker? I've got my colleague that have just spoken. If you accept. Misa, if you accept. Thank you. We will join you on the floor. Thanks. Colleagues, I'm going to do this at a very high level. We were doing it while you were talking, so it's not something that is final. But it was clear in the morning that we need to have a clear plan, action that has got timeline and responsibility. So what we've looked at, colleagues, in terms of the 5 pillars that were provided in the morning, talks to the implementation and the delivery model. And I think we are clear to say municipalities or WSA will take responsibility in terms of that. You will not lose your sense of ownership. You will still own the infrastructure. There were a lot of models that were presented here. The SPV that we need to take forward, the board, the concession. And we might need to understand the uptake of the municipalities here. And last year we said we are in an ICU, we are dying. So we need municipalities to report on that. SALCA indicated that they've got resources or they are developing resources and tools to assist municipalities, and no one has come forward. So we need to have, those tools are being developed by SALCA and DWS and National Treasury, but we need a list of the municipalities that should submit, that are keen. Probably that's a short-term goal, DDG, where we are going to say a list of municipalities that are ready to be assisted in terms of the Section 78. So one of the action plan will talk to that, colleagues, to say all the municipalities that are willing to come on board to be assisted, they must submit their names so that SALGA and National Treasury and us, we can release resources to help them on that. We'll consider all those delivery models that I've talked to. That was in a summary on a service delivery model. Financial viability. Colleagues, we understand that the government and the business within your area of operation still owes you money. And even you owe the department. And there was an indication, if I'm not mistaken, it was the minister, to say, go for them, because we are going for you. That's one of the action lists that will be clear tomorrow, to say, give us a list or populate that list and engage your government departments in your area of operation and the business that owes you, and negotiate with them, develop what we call payment plan. The other one that we like, even though I'm not familiar about this, there was an issue of budget vote for water and sanitation services that was raised by one of the municipalities. And it talks to ring fencing. You need to start with that process. The other key issue that has been raised that we still need to think about it was the issue of the underbilling of sewer. There was an indication that sewer is being billed less by 10%. And we might need to review the billing system that talks to that. And we link that to the investment. I think the sector colleagues is willing to come in to support us. And the colleague there from the business sector was saying, I'm available. That talks to your reuse. And I think it's because of the summit that we just had in Cape Town, and colleagues probably saw the viability of reuse, so we need to take that forward. And it was clear again, colleagues, I think we are with you, that the sector is underfunded. There was an issue that was raised that still needs to be discussed, but I think, DDG, even if we don't make a decision here, but we should be saying tomorrow, these are the issues that were discussed. The issue of reviewing our mandate to go to reticulation. We'll raise it there, but we don't know whether it's the resolution or what, but it came out clear. And the issues of reviewing the grants to cater for O&M. And my colleagues at National Treasury, they are clear in terms of O&M, that O&M should be financed by the revenue generated by water and sanitation services. And one of the colleagues raised it very sharply here, but it was raised in this plenary. The issue of debt management and credit control. Coming to the technical operational capacity, I think colleagues were clear that we need to professionalize the sector. And there was an issue again that was raised with regard to the graduates trainee that we can tap into, but we've got limitations in terms of that because we need to pay them. At least there should be fund available for them if we second them to a particular municipality. In a department, we've got a strong leg of learning academy where we take the student that we've funded and we assist them to register either as an engineer under EXA or as a scientist. So we'll look at that. There was an issue that was raised again. I think it talks to technical operation capacity. The issue of infrastructure, colleagues. It's true. Most of the municipalities, they don't know their infrastructure. As-built drawings are not available. We should come up probably with an infrastructure asset management that each and every municipality must have that. Yeah, there are a lot of repetition, colleagues, and I think one of the key points again that was raised is that we've got experts here, we can tap into them, either retired or at the university level, they can come and assist the sector. And the issue of bylaws. We need to develop them and ensure that they are being implemented. And the department is on the ground assisting the municipalities to develop the bylaws, and will continue to doing that, and will monitor the implementation of such. Building partnership for resilient communities. I think the minister in the morning was clear in terms of that we are establishing water committees, and we need to work with them. And as municipalities, you need to bring them on board. That can work in our favor, colleagues, in terms of vandalism and theft. As soon as a particular community owns that structure, they know that we get water from this. They will protect it. So we need to come up with something along those lines. Yeah, the issue of security, it was raised sharply by my mayor from Gaga. True, it's not the local government issue, and alone you cannot win that battle. And I think the minister again indicated in the morning that we are working with the enforcement agencies to develop a strategy. And already we had about 2 meetings with them. They are assisting the department. All what we need to do is to ensure that we roll out to the municipalities. I think from the private-public partnership issue is us as a government developing enabling conditions. And DM was clear to say these are conditional grants. Whatever is conditional, and we can work around it to ensure that we are able to assist the municipalities. And colleagues, if you allow me, DDG, that's all I can say. But the biggest issue that we are going to propose tomorrow again is our monitoring plan. Once we agreed tomorrow, we need to develop a monitoring plan, and probably the committee that will focus on these 67 municipalities. Because if we can work in this session, we will improve a lot in terms of ensuring that people of South Africa, they've got water. So we'll propose a quarterly meetings and quarterly reporting for this group of municipalities. And we will review the decision of the last year summit and marry them with the current ones. Thank you. Is there anything that is missing and alarming? Colleagues, is there anything that is missing and alarming? Yes, it's on the technical, and I think we were gossiping when Chief of Staff was talking. But thanks for that. We'll take into account the sitters' involvement in terms of technical capacity within the sector. Any colleagues? From my colleagues?
Looks like so colleagues, we are still going to clean up, and we're going to spend a bit of time with our friend from MISA. Those who support Liverpool, they say you'll never walk alone. So even tomorrow, you won't walk alone. We'll all be with you. We will own the report, and I think establishing ourselves as a subcommittee X-Men, it's very important to continue monitoring. I think the input from the lady from Water is crucial, that we monitor. We are going to release you, colleagues. We just want to appreciate the input. We'll clean it up and put some agreed timelines. What we are thinking of at the moment is that there have to be a quarterly review of this commitment. We are not going to wait for another year. We want to make sure that there's a quarterly update on this, number one. Secondly, these are going to be owned up by the mayors of these municipalities who are falling in this category. And you know, sometimes you must be strategic on how you run these things. So I literally wanted the Honorable Moore to come and say something here, so that when we appear there in the portfolio committee and we report on some of this progress, it will be very crucial, I think, to pick up as to what are some of the lessons, is the progress that is happening from these municipalities. So those quarterly review linked up directly to mayoral commitment that should report constantly with the roadshow that the minister is doing throughout the province. These groups should at some point quarterly or once in a while get to report to the minister on the progress based on this. It should not be business as usual going forward. So that is basically what we think we'll be doing, so that there is accountability. As Honorable Moya said, there should be accountability from both the municipalities as well as the department as we lead the sector. So, colleagues, we're going to make those commitments tomorrow, and we think there's going to be a change. The reviews on the last Section 78 or commitments, we are monitoring those. Some of you submitted the corrective action plans. We appreciate that. They just have to be operationalized now. That's why we did not want to dwell much on those, because we have seen good progress on that. So in a nutshell, I think we can give ourselves a round of applause. For those of you who waited until the end, we really, really appreciate you. And if it was a wedding, I would say with the power vested in me, but I won't pronounce you anything. I'll just dismiss the house and say thank you so very much. Let's meet tomorrow morning at what time? 8:30. 8:30 we are seated, colleagues, and then we are likely going to be the second group to report on tomorrow. But thank you so very much. Safe journeys. Those are that driving, and those are staying behind. Enjoy your dinner. Dinner is served. Thank you.